20,000 meters from the surface of the planet. 15,000 meters. 10,000 meters. 8,000 meters. 5,000 meters. As the mechas got nearer to the ground, all the mecha operators from Flying Dragon Special Forces felt that they were going to die from the vibration and heat caused by the high falling speed. Those that had a weaker physique felt a pain in their chest. It was as though there was a fire burning in their chest. They also could taste blood in their mouths. When they reached 2,000 meters above the ground, they saw the protective shield of the base shining brightly. They also saw numerous mechas from the Federation as well as a huge scary circular creature waving its tentacles to attack the Helium army. Its huge body made it an easy target for beam guns, so it was already badly injured. However, it didn't back down and continued fighting. The reason why it was able to stand for so long was because a huge mecha was standing in front of it, blocking every shot that comes its way. The mecha had a colorful light surrounding it. The 6 wings behind it emitted a powerful energy that destroyed enemy mechas batches by batches. The presence of this huge mecha caused the Halian army to be cautious when attacking. Jiao 1 and his team almost shouted simultaneously, "God-class mecha." Their dumbfounded expression was caught by the satellites and sent to Brain 1. Brain 1 saved and downloaded it instantly. He waited for this moment for a long time. Fire Phoenix. It's General Ling Zhao's belief. When they saw the Fire Phoenix sitting among the flames, they understood everything. Jumping levels in mecha piloting. Is he looking for death? Lin 1 couldn't help but scold. Move faster. The people from the Flying Dragon Special Forces were all stunned by General Ling Zhao's God-class mecha. Only 2 people were flabbergasted by another thing. To these 2 people, the astonishment Little White gave them was as great as the God-class mecha. When they were doing their mission on planet Azure, they saw this huge creature before. It had helped them at that time and saved all the hostages. Then, it disappeared from the face of the planet. When they went back to visit around, they had guessed that this huge creature might be a pet of the Domain Realm Master who saved them. As for Little White, Mu Chaoran looked for it before leaving planet Azure, but he didn't manage to find it. He didn't know if it got picked up by its master or did it lost its way in the dense forest, making Mu Chaoran feel regretful for not finding it. Now, when they saw this huge creature again, both of them felt that they had missed something. However, there was no time for them to think properly, as their battle was about to start. The Halian army finally managed to get used to the attacks by the mecha operators of Base 013. When they finally were prepared to destroy the mechas and take down Base 013, numerous beams started shooting down on them. This attack came suddenly, so no Halian mecha managed to evade it. Boom! 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 Mechas from Helia started exploding in a ball of fire. Only the mecha operators from Godkillers managed to feel a sense of danger and moved out of the way quickly using their impressive skills. Silver-colored mechas appeared in front of everyone and the golden dragon on the chest of the mechas revealed their identity. It's the Flying Dragon Special Forces. The Flying Dragon Special Forces is here. Our reinforcements are finally here. Their reinforcements were finally here. All the Federation's mecha operators had tears in their eyes when they saw the most powerful mecha clan of the Federation appearing in front of them. However, their emotions were mixed. They were elated, but they also weren't grateful towards them. This was because they knew that their commanding officer, Ling Lan, was the one who helped them to remain alive until now. She risked her life to protect their lives. If not, even if the Flying Dragon Special Forces came, Base 013 would have turned into a pile of debris by now. They would have died the moment their base fell. The mecha operators might even have some grudges against the Flying Dragon Special Forces. If they had arrived half an hour earlier, their commanding officer wouldn't need to pay such a huge price to protect them. At this moment, Ling Lan had reached her limit. Little Four was screaming in fright in her mindscape. "Rabbit, trust me." Just as she was about to lose her conscience, Ling Lan heard Leopard's voice. "Bring me home." Ling Lan said weakly. The colorful shield around, belief, disappeared, revealing a gloomy-looking mecha. Ling Lan has lost her conscience. Belief, will enter automatic mode now. Belief, couldn't sense Ling Lan's spiritual power, so it took over the control of the mecha. However, it could only do simple actions like flying and walking. No matter how intelligent the mainframe of a mecha was, these actions were all it could do. Even Little Four was only able to move the mecha when Ling Lan fainted. Li Lanfeng watched as the divine shield fade around, belief. He knew that Ling Lan had reached her limit. Hence, he decisively led his team towards, belief, and blocked the attacks coming towards it. The mecha operators from Team 06 didn't need Li Lanfeng to give them any order. They immediately formed a wall of mechas and blocked the multiple attacks directed at, belief. They knew that the energy in their protective shield was not enough to block every attack, but they didn't back down. Boom! 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 A few mechas reached their limit and exploded under the gunfire of the Halian army. The moment a gap appeared, the mecha operators closest to them would step in instantly and fill up the gap. Their commanding officer protected them just now. Now, it's their turn to protect him. Finally, belief, entered the entryway of the base. Li Lanfeng heaved a sigh of relief, as he managed to send his rabbit safely back to the base. After seeing their people successfully defending Base 013, Brain 1 informed Qi Yaoyang about this news. Qi Yaoyang was currently having a brutal battle with the fleets from Helia. Qi Yaoyang saw the news and his heart finally felt at ease. He had no worries now, so he used all the military force on his side and broke through Helia's defense. Their fleet finally entered planet Haijiao and went to protect the sole surviving base. Li Shiyu and Luo Chao were already at the base. Han Shuya saw, belief, entering the mecha hold slowly from her JMC office, and she rushed towards the mecha hold without any hesitation. She knew that their boss was heavily injured. He was probably on the brink of death. Besides Li Shiyu, the only people that were adept in medical skills were Luo Chao and her. Thus, she needed to go to the mecha hold immediately. She must contribute her efforts when her boss was in danger. The moment, belief, entered the mecha hold, the cockpit opened instantly. Li Shiyu hurried over and quickly climbed up the cockpit. He looked inside and his expression changed drastically. He quickly shouted at the medics who were standing on hold, "Stretcher." Although the cockpit was able to clean its interior automatically, Ling Lan's blood still stained the cockpit, as she had lost too much blood. With the mainframe of a God-class mecha taking over the controls, belief, kneeled down voluntarily when it noticed that there was something wrong with its operator, allowing the medics to carefully carry Ling Lan out easier. Li Shiyu moved Ling Lan out of the cockpit and placed her on the stretcher. In the few seconds of carrying Ling Lan, it had already stained white gown blood red. Without waiting for Li Shiyu's order, Han Shuya and Luo Chao took out 2 emergency agents. The former tipped a bottle of agent into Ling Lan's mouth while the latter tried to inject another bottle into her body. Ling Lan was in a semi-coma, so she didn't have the energy to swallow the agent. Luo Chao also couldn't find an undamaged blood vessel, so she gritted her teeth and took off the needle on the syringe. She shoved the agent into Ling Lan's mouth and forced the medicine down her throat. After 1 bottle of agent was finished, Han Shuya passed another bottle to Luo Chao. Luo Chao continued feeding Ling Lan the agent. After around 5 bottles, Ling Lan finally opened her eyes. "Hurry up and send him to the medical department to bandage his wounds." The backlash Ling Lan had endured was much worse than what Li Shiyu had expected. Every single part of Ling Lan's body was injured, so he would need to clean and bandage Ling Lan's entire body before putting her into the healing pod. Yes. Everyone carried Ling Lan's stretcher and ran towards the surgery room in the fastest speed they could manage without shaking the stretcher too much. Li Shiyu looked at the protective vest on Ling Lan's body that was soaked with blood. He told Han Shuya and Luo Chao, "Hurry up and take off the clothes." Yes. Luo Chao and Han Shuya received the order and started taking off Ling Lan's clothes. They got the protective vest off easily, but the shirts inside that were soaked in blood had dried up, so it got stuck to the wounds on her skin. When they saw this, Han Shuya and Luo Chao suddenly stopped moving. They didn't dare to touch Ling Lan anymore, as they were afraid they would hurt her more. "Brother Shiyu, what do we do now?" Luo Chao started tearing up. This was the first time she felt so helpless in the surgery room. Only the 3 people in the surgery room knew how bad Ling Lan's injuries were. They couldn't imagine how Ling Lan endured the pain of her skin breaking and healing again and again. They also couldn't understand how she managed to continue operating the mecha for 25 minutes under this pain. "Cut it up," Li Shiyu said coldly. He took a pair of surgical scissors and started cutting Ling Lan's pants. Every part he removed, more of Ling Lan's skin could be seen stuck to the clothes. If they hesitated now, it could only cause Ling Lan more pain, so they needed to act quickly. After Li Shiyu's demonstration, Luo Chao and Han Shuya calmed down. They took a deep breath before taking their surgical scissors. Then, they start cutting the clothes too. Ling Lan felt something weird was going on, so she quickly opened her eyes. The unexpected movement scared the 3 of them. "Boss, did I hurt you?" The fierce and fearless Han Shuya cried as she raised her hands high like a little girl. Ling Lan shook her head to show that she was fine. She looked at Li Shiyu and moved her mouth. However, her voice was too soft, so the 3 people didn't hear what she said. Ling Lan looked at Luo Chao. Luo Chao lowered her head hurriedly and placed her ears beside Ling Lan's mouth. She then finally heard what Ling Lan said. She looked at Li Shiyu in surprise. She didn't know how to inform Li Shiyu about this. "What did boss say?" Li Shiyu frowned. Luo Chao's gaze made him feel that Ling Lan's words had something to do with him. "Boss asked Shuya and I to handle the treatment from now on." Luo Chao finally told Li Shiyu what Ling Lan had said. She didn't understand why their boss wanted to ask brother Shiyu out of the room. Li Shiyu's frown got deeper. He looked at Ling Lan and asked seriously, "Why?" Luo Chao and Han Shuya were able to finish the cleaning and bandaging of the wounds, but in terms of skills and ability, they were not as good as him. Why did Ling Lan make this decision? Ling Lan had already practiced the qi exercises for quite a while and finally regained some strength. She said in a low voice, "I don't want you to become the daughter-in-law of the Ling family." Li Shiyu was astounded. Luo Chao and Han Shuya were dumbfounded too. "That's the rule of my family. Anyone who sees my body, whether it's a male or female, will have to marry into the Ling family," Ling Lan said calmly. Li Shiyu's face turned white. After a while, he gritted his teeth and left. He left the surgery room to Luo Chao and Han Shuya. Ling Lan looked at Luo Chao and Han Shuya. She said helplessly, "Help me." In the end, her secret was still exposed. Luo Chao and Han Shuya had not regained their senses yet. When they heard Ling Lan, they replied in a daze, "Oh, okay." They started taking off all of Ling Lan's clothes. Then, they finally understood why Ling Lan asked Li Shiyu to go out. "Boss." Luo Chao and Han Shuya were shocked, touched, and amazed. The reliable and impressive man whom they always admired was a female just like them. "Help me." Ling Lan grabbed their hands and asked for their help again weakly. Luo Chao and Han Shuya understood what she meant now. Luo Chao had tears in her eyes. She lowered her head and kissed Ling Lan on the forehead. Then, she looked up at the ceiling and smiled brightly, "Boss, I'll gladly be your woman and the daughter-in-law of the Ling family." Who says that a woman is not as strong as a man? Their boss will definitely become a legend. In order to witness the birth of this legend, she was willing to stay single for the rest of her life. She had no regrets about making this decision. "Me too." Han Shuya smiled with tears in her eyes. As a monster who could operate a god-class mecha, how can you only have one wife? Ling Lan felt helpless. The Federation only allows us to marry one person. Luo Chao and I can take turns to be a wife and a mistress. Han Shuya smiled. I never want to leave Luo Chao in the first place, so this is perfect for us. We have to thank you for the proposal. Fine. Stop talking nonsense and help boss clean her wounds so that she can go into the healing pod soon. Luo Chao turned serious as she interrupted Han Shuya. Yes, Mrs. Ling. Han Shuya stuck out her tongue and hastened up her pace. Ling Lan knew that the two of them were trying to comfort her. They didn't want her to feel sorry for them. However, she still dragged the two sisters she liked the most down. If she wanted to maintain this huge secret, more and more people would have to pay a huge price. Outside the base, the fierce battle was still ongoing. By right, the God Killers and the Flying Dragon Special Forces wouldn't ever have the chance to meet each other. However, since Helia broke the rules of the Human United Agreement, they managed to meet on a faraway planet, Planet Haijiao. Luo Qi had changed into another mecha. He led his team onto the battlefield again and started a fight against the Flying Dragon Special Forces. Now, he understood why the Flying Dragon Special Forces was ranked second in the human world. His opponent had a golden horn symbol on his mecha's arm with 4 numbers engraved on it. Luo Qi had never fought with the Flying Dragon Special Forces before, but he knew that the smaller the number, the more powerful the mecha operator was. This mecha operator should be one of the best within the Flying Dragon Special Forces. However, he was definitely not the best. Luo Qi wanted to find the most powerful mecha operator to fight with, but on the vast battlefield, he didn't have the right to choose his opponent. However, this thought disappeared after a while. As he was fighting with his opponent, he realized that his opponent was just as strong as him. The people from the Flying Dragon Special Forces choose their opponents carefully. They all found their respective opponents from the God Killers. For this rescue mission, the Flying Dragon Special Forces sent all of their elites. Besides some reserve mecha operators and those people that had to stay at the base to guard it, all the mecha operators in the base came out to participate in the battle. Therefore, they had more people than the members of God Killers, so those that were slower could only fight with normal ace operators. Soon, the attack from the Halian army got completely blocked by the Flying Dragon Special Forces. The members from the God Killers, who had been ruling over planet Haijiao for the past 20 days, finally got a taste of defeat for the first time in their lives. They kept retreating under the offensive strength of the mecha operators from the Flying Dragon Special Forces. Little White saw its master leaving safely, so it disappeared too. Its thoughts were simple. Since its master was not here anymore, it didn't need to endure the pain anymore. When it turned back to its small form, half of its body was black because of its injuries. However, after waiting for a while, it returned to its previous white color. Little White was smart. It was small, but it would still be found if it stayed outside. Hence, it dug a hole furiously with its tiny tentacles and buried itself underground. It would come out and go back to the base to find its master after the battle ends. In the universe, Qi Yaoyang stopped holding back, so he broke through Helia's defense and entered planet Haijiao. He also successfully reactivated 2 of their satellites. Leader, Lieutenant General Qi have reactivated 2 satellites successfully. One of Brain One's members received the news from Qi Yaoyang. Please go and support our new domain mangabyte.com. Take over the controls of the satellites, Brain One replied. It would take a long while for Qi Yaoyang to find base 013 using just those 2 satellites. They couldn't waste any time on waiting for Qi Yaoyang. Yes, leader. The team member discussed with Qi Yaoyang and got the control of the 2 satellites. The hackers from the Flying Dragon Special Forces were all at ace level, so even if Qi Yaoyang didn't agree, they could break the firewall easily and take over the satellites. However, Qi Yaoyang was on their side, so they asked nicely before deciding to be forceful or not. Leader, we have control of the satellites. Shall we broadcast the scene around base 013? The size of a normal satellite was huge. Hence, it needed some time before it could reach base 013's vicinity. However, They could transfer the image they got from the miniature satellites to the normal satellites and use them to send it back to the Federation. Yes, wait. Brain 1 had a sudden thought. The people from the Brain team quickly stopped doing anything, as they waited for the command of their leader. Send the footage we got from the start. Brain 1 made a bold decision. Huh? The team members looked at him in surprise. We're unable to hide the presence of the God-class mecha anyways. In that case, why not show our people the exciting and proud scene? Brain 1 was certain that Helia would have recorded the scene and sent it to the United Nations. They would definitely use the footage to lodge a complaint against the Federation. Since this was inevitable, why not let them be the ones who reveal the footage? Everyone got excited by Brain 1's words. Yes, when they first saw the God-class mecha, they were amazed too, and adrenaline even rushed through their bodies at that time. However, General Ling Xiao will have a headache. One of the team members laughed as he spoke about General Ling Xiao's plight. Isn't that good? Our big boss has been waiting for this chance for a long time. He was groomed by his big boss personally, so he knew the love-hate relationship between General Ling Xiao and his big boss very well. At this moment, in the Federation, many people were waiting for the news from planet Haijiao. They had been waiting in anticipation since the day the reinforcements were sent out. The military also agreed that if planet Haijiao had not been overtaken by Helia, they would broadcast the battle live to the public even if there was only one base fighting for their lives. The citizens of the Federation were unhappy that they lost contact with planet Haijiao for so long, so they needed a broadcast like this to vent their frustrations, to ignite the fighting spirit and love for their nation. That was why all the screen in the Federation suddenly changed to the broadcast of the battle on planet Haijiao. Smoke and debris covered all over planet Haijiao. Numerous broken bases and ruins of mechas could be seen. The corpses of soldiers and mechas piled up to the sizes of mountains. Blood stained the ground of the areas controlled by the Federation, and those areas had the Halian flag stuck on them. Are we too late? The citizens of the Federation felt their heart dropped when they saw this scene, as they all lowered their heads. Some more emotional ladies even covered their faces with their hands and started crying. Some of the people watching couldn't control their despair and sobbed uncontrollably too. They were the families of the 200 million soldiers on planet Haijiao. This scene dashed all their hopes of their sons, fathers, and brothers coming back alive. Suddenly, the sounds of gunfire could be heard. They looked up in shock. A base with the Federation's flag was still standing in the midst of a brutal battlefield, but layers and layers of mechas from Helia were surrounding it. There's still a base. There's still a survivor. The entire Federation was elated. Join out Discord server to chat with fellow readers, https://discord.gg/6vfcq@. Where are the reinforcements? Hurry up and help them. The vast amount of enemies caused them to start worrying again. They were afraid that before the reinforcements of the Federation could arrive, this base would disappear. Why haven't the reinforcements arrived yet? How much longer can they last? Everyone's heart dropped along with the brightness of the protective shield. Those that had a weak heart took out their medication so that their heart could continue functioning properly. Ah, what's that? The people with sharp eyes saw something weird with the scene. Zoom in. Hurry up and zoom in. Their wishes were heard. The image on the screen zoomed in. A huge mecha with colorful lights all over it appeared in front of everyone. God-class mecha, everyone gasped, as they were flabbergasted by the symbol of a fire phoenix dancing in a flame of fire on the chest of the mecha. Belief. It's belief. It's General Ling Xiao's belief. Did General Ling Xiao went along with the reinforcements? No, General Ling Xiao appeared on planet Southcrest a few days ago. Also, God-class operators are forbidden to go out of their country. Why is belief on planet Haijiao then? No one was able to think of an answer after thinking hard for a while. Belief is protecting the base. The footage finally cleared up and all the citizens could now see what Belief was doing. To protect the base from being destroyed by their enemy mechas, Belief stood on top of the base and attacked the enemy mechas with its 6 wing beams. Belief is supposed to have 12 wings, right? Based on what they knew, every God-class mecha had a signature God-class technique. Belief's signature technique was Divine Punishment. Its 12 wings were the ones that would carry out this technique. However, only half of the wings were used. This made everyone confused. Could it be someone jumping level? Many mecha operators thought about this possibility. This could only be the only reason why the full potential of the God-class technique couldn't be shown. The operator hadn't reached that level of power yet. By now, all the mecha operators started to respect the operator of Belief. Jumping levels in mecha piloting was the same as committing suicide. If you jumped levels below Ace, you might still be saved by the skillful doctors of the Federation. However, from the Imperial level onwards, jumping levels was the same as seeking death. With the current medical skills of the Federation, no one could save them. The people that jumped levels at this stage would have to lie in the healing pods for the rest of their lives. They wouldn't be able to stand up again. What's more, this was a God-class mecha that Imperial operator was operating. That Imperial operator must be using his life to defend the base. Belief fought alone. Among the numerous enemy mechas, it stood at its position firmly without taking any steps back. The citizens of the Federation started to worry about the operator. They wondered how long the operator could last. As time passed by, Belief's actions got slower and slower. The heart of all the citizens tightened in fear. They knew that the operator had reached his limit. The citizens were unable to control their emotions anymore and started shouting, "Where are the reinforcements? Please go and support our new domain mangabyte.com. Yes, where are the reinforcements? Why haven't they arrived after so long? What on earth are they doing? Belief is not able to handle it any longer. Are we supposed to let our hero sacrifice like this? No. Never. Let the military give us a reply. Let the 3 great marshals give us a reply." The angry shouts by the citizens were heard by the military through various channels. All the workers that were handling the broadcast got frightened by the anger and unhappiness shown by the citizens. Cold sweat was dripping from their foreheads. They didn't dare to waste any time and quickly reported this to their superiors. Then, they waited for their reply. In the military, the 3rd Marshal was furious about the appearance of Belief. He slammed the table in front of him. "That bastard Ling Xiao caused such a huge mess for us this time," informed the 2 other marshals. "I would like to request for an emergency meeting." Soon, he received replies from the 1st Marshal and the 2nd Marshal. Both of them agreed with the meeting. All the 10 great generals of the Federation, whether they had retired or not, were invited to the meeting too. On planet Southcrest, Ling Xiao saw Belief appearing on the screen and frowned. He was worried. Ling Xiao knew that based on the current situation on planet Haijiao, his daughter would definitely have to use the amulet he gave her. However, when he saw her using it, he still got agitated. "I hope Qi Yaoyang can reinforce them in time." Ling Xiao clenched his fists uncontrollably. For the first time, he hated his status as a God-class operator. If it wasn't for this status, he would be the one leading the reinforcements over. He wouldn't have to wait for news about the state of his own daughter on planet Southcrest. His communicator suddenly vibrated. He looked at it and smiled, but his smile this time was cold and sinister. It was the invitation to the highest level emergency meeting in the military. Ling Xiao knew what this meeting was for. The gentle aura around him was gone. His entire force of presence was cold, similar to Ling Lan's force of presence. This meeting was held in the virtual world. The 3 great marshals and the 10 great generals were on different planets, so they couldn't meet each other personally in the real world within a short period of time. Ling Xiao entered the virtual world and appeared in his seat through a special passageway. There were 13 seats in total. These seats were for the 13 most powerful people in the military. They were the 3 great marshals as well as the 10 great generals. Ling Xiao, we've been waiting for you. Please explain why your mecha has appeared on planet Haijiao. The third marshal controlled his anger when he saw Ling Xiao and questioned him as soon as he saw him. When Ling Lan went on his mission to planet Haijiao, my instincts told me that it would be a dangerous mission. So, after contemplating for a long time, I decided to pass belief to Ling Lan. Ling Xiao replied calmly, all God-class operators have the ability to foresee danger. This ability helped me to come back alive numerous times. The other generals nodded at Ling Xiao's words. They were not a God-class operator, but they knew that the more powerful they get, the stronger their ability to foresee danger. Even if that's the case, you still can't let your son enter the battlefield with a God-class mecha. This is breaking the rules of the Human United Agreement. The Federation will be condemned by the entire United Nations. This might even cause the 29th Intergalactic War. The third marshal shouted angrily, you'll be the sinner of the Federation. You'll the sinner of the entire human race. Marshal Yang, that accusation is pretty heavy. I can't bear it. Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows. I would like to ask, what part of the agreement did I break? The Human United Agreement states that any operators higher than the ace level cannot appear on the battlefield. God-class operators are not allowed to leave their countries. The third marshal stopped talking suddenly. He turned and ordered his adjutant, pass me the details of the Human United Agreement. Soon, the adjutant found all the relevant documents for the third marshal. The first marshal and the second marshal just sat calmly on their seats as they watched the scene unfold itself. As the third marshal continued to flip through the documents, his frown slowly disappeared, turning into a smile on his face as he said, although you didn't break the rules this time, the responsibility of a God-class operator is stated here too. You need to think of a way to shut the United Nations up. He was furious just now, so he forgot that there was a difference between God-class operators and God-class mechas. Now, after calming down, he had to admit that Ling Xiao did a pretty great job of reading between the lines. In the Human United Agreement, whether it was the broad framework or the detailed clauses, nothing was written about God-class mechas. There was nothing to state that God-class mechas were not allowed to enter the battlefield. However, it was written that a God-class operator must be responsible for all the implications created by his God-class mecha. This clause also forbade all Imperial mechas from undergoing any modifications and disguising themselves as lower-level mechas to enter the battlefield. Once such a thing was found out, the Intergalactic United Nations would severely punish all the offenders, and the United Nations status of the offender might be removed too. This would mean that the offender's country would be alienated. This clause appeared because many countries noticed that a portion of the mecha operators had the ability to become an Imperial operator, but they purposely suppressed their ability and didn't register themselves as Imperial operators. They continued operating an ace mecha in the battlefield. Many countries were afraid that their enemy would use this loophole to send in their Imperial operators, so they added in this clause to prevent these hidden Imperial operators from entering the battlefield. After what Ling Xiao did, new clauses would most likely be added to the Human United Agreement. The appearance of God-class mechas would be officially banned from battlefields. In the past, everyone thought that no Imperial operators would be willing to seek death and jump levels to operate a God-class mecha. They also didn't believe that any God-class operator would pass their God-class mecha to other people too. Plus, no country wanted the Human United Agreement to cover everything perfectly. Hence, they covered their eyes on certain loopholes. Ling Xiao was thus able to make use of these loopholes. Ling Xiao smiled at what the third marshal said. This is the job of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. It's not something we have to consider. This was what the Ministry of Foreign Affairs was supposed to do, right? If they couldn't even handle a small thing like this, they should all just be fired. As someone who managed to become the third marshal of the military, he was not an unintelligent person. He appeared forceful at the start because he was afraid that an intergalactic war would ensue which would put everyone in the Federation in danger. Now, when this fear was cleared, he agreed with what Ling Xiao had said. This kind of matter should be passed to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Actually, the third marshal targeted Ling Xiao so many times not because he had something against Ling Xiao. It was because their way of doing things and their beliefs were extremely different. This was a clash of two different beliefs and ideals. The third marshal represented the Pigeon faction that advocated peace. They didn't want to start any unnecessary wars, so the decisions the third marshal made was to prevent wars from happening and decrease the casualties. Ling Xiao belonged to the Eagle faction. This was the main power behind the first marshal too. This faction believed in overpowering their opponent with force. Any country that dared to provoke them should be punished by force. The people in this faction never liked to take a step back. For the past few years, the first marshal's Eagle faction took over the military. This was why the Federation was constantly in wars. Please go and support our new domain MangaByte. Calm. The second marshal was in the middle between the two of them. He was the lubricant between the two factions. The three factions balanced each other out and made sure that the military's decision wouldn't be too tilted towards a certain faction, allowing the military to move unstably. Old Yang, since you have nothing against Ling Xiao's mecha being there, let's talk about the next topic. The first marshal noticed that Ling Xiao had settled the third marshal, so he stepped out to proceed with the conversation. I'm just worried that Helia would throw all rules aside and send their God-class operators out. Then, they would push the blame to us, the third marshal revealed his worry. They won't. They have only 2 God-class operators. They won't dare to take this bet, the first marshal replied with certainty. He had just received news that Helia had not sent their God-class operators out. This meant that their opponent understood the Human United Agreement well and knew that they couldn't send their ultimate weapons. The third marshal looked at the first marshal and pursed his lips. Just now, he realized that he had accidentally stepped into the trap made by this sly old fox. The first marshal wanted to call for this emergency meeting too, but he didn't. He made use of him to do all the work. Since we've confirmed the existence of Base 013, we need to discuss sending more reinforcements and preparing our retaliation. The first marshal finally revealed his true intentions. His old and aged eyes lit up brightly. A purple smog-like killing intent could be seen swirling around in his pupils. The war on planet Haijiao has been ongoing for many years. It's time to end it. Then, he explained his plan of retaliation. I agree. I agree. More than half of the 10 great generals agreed to the plan. They were all from the Eagle faction. Ling Xiao raised his right hand too. He replied firmly, I agree. Those who dared to harm his daughter must pay the price. Ling Xiao didn't plan to let the Halian army off from the very beginning. The second marshal calmly looked at the first marshal. Then, he raised one of his hands. I agree. Since the second marshal had stated his stand, it meant that the plan of retaliation was going to be in motion soon. The third marshal raised his hand unwillingly too. This happens all the time. In the end, everything will go according to the first marshal's plan. The third marshal felt the distance between the first marshal and him again. This distance was not something he could catch up with just by working together with the second marshal. While the higher authorities within the military initiated the plan of retaliation, the citizens of the Federation suddenly saw a huge circular creature appearing and helping, belief. They also saw the mechas from Base 013 coming out and protecting, belief, fearlessly. Everyone was touched by these soldiers. At the same time, they were angry that the reinforcements were still not there. They cried as they saw the soldiers from Base 013 sacrificing themselves one by one to provide, belief, a safe pathway to the base. Where are the reinforcements? It's the Flying Dragon Special Forces, someone shouted excitedly when he saw the silver dots in the air. Numerous silver mechas flew down from the sky. All the citizens of the Federation raised their arms and shouted in happiness. They were happy that the Flying Dragon Special Forces finally came. They were also proud of the soldiers of Base 013 who managed to persevere until the arrival of the reinforcements. Soldiers of Base 013, you're all the heroes of the Federation. We are proud of you all. In the orbit of planet Haijiao, Qi Yaoyang finally broke through the defense of the Halian army and reached to the position on top of Base 013. The starship hovered above Base 013 and many ace mechas started getting ejected out of the starship. The huge amount of reinforcements allowed the Halian army to realize that their plan had failed. They lost to a God-class mecha that shouldn't appear on planet Haijiao. That God-class mecha allowed Base 013 to survive until the arrival of the reinforcements. When the command center of the military on planet Haijiao received news that their starships didn't manage to stop Qi Yaoyang, they knew that they had failed. They sounded the alarm and ordered all the Halian soldiers to return to their base to wait for the new command. To fight off all the Halian soldiers, the mecha operators from the Flying Dragon Special Forces had to fight for 2 hours. They were all exhausted in the end. They were welcomed with great fervor when they walked into Base 013. After all, if the Flying Dragon Special Forces didn't arrive in time, Base 013 wouldn't be able to still stand. Base 013 wasn't able to attend to Qi Yaoyang's army, but they were still able to squeeze out a camp for the Flying Dragon Special Forces. Of course, the people at Base 013 didn't want to admit that they did this because they were extremely curious about the Flying Dragon Special Forces. The Flying Dragon Special Forces thought that the logisticians and JMCs of a small base on a small planet like this were definitely not as efficient as their personal logisticians and JMC. However, to their surprise, they were as efficient as the logisticians from the Flying Dragon Special Forces. They were even faster in certain areas of work. Please go and support our new domain mangabyte.com. After the people from the Flying Dragon Special Forces changed into the normal military attire provided by Base 013, they went into the base. They experienced a different kind of atmosphere in the base. Firstly, the mainframe of Base 013 was very advanced. Its ability was on par with the mainframe of the Flying Dragon Special Forces, which had undergone many generations of modification by the Brain Team. Before the people from the Flying Dragon Special Forces could open their mouths, it gave them the map of the base and even welcomed them into Base 013. All the various districts in the base were segregated clearly on the map. They knew exactly where they needed to go if they wanted to get certain things. They came to the living district and saw many soldiers on duty. The logisticians from various departments were doing their jobs. Everything was in order. Everyone had a calm expression. They didn't seem elated that they managed to survive. It didn't look like a base that almost got ruined after more than 20 days of fighting. What the people from the Flying Dragon Special Forces couldn't get used to was the looks from the logisticians. They seemed curious about them, but their eyes were not filled with admiration. Those indifferent stares made them feel as though their Flying Dragon Special Forces was just a normal mecha clan. Is it because we haven't been out for a while so people have forgotten about us? Someone finally voiced out his concern. Humph, do you think that you're a superstar? The commander of this mission, Jiao Wan, gave that person a glare. A young major walked up and scanned the people from the Flying Dragon Special Forces. After a while, he found his target and walked towards Jiao Wan. He saluted and smiled. Hello, Senior Colonel Jiao. I'm the head of the logistics department on Base 013. Your place of residence is ready. Please follow me. Jiao Wan saluted back and replied calmly, Thank you for your hard work, Major. This Major was young, but he still recognized his status with one look. The Major guided Jiao Wan to a certain direction. During the journey to their destination, he always walked half a step behind Jiao Wan, and when there was a need to change directions, he would remind Jiao Wan before Jiao Wan could even ask. This kind of thoughtful service caused Jiao Wan to have an extremely good impression of this Major. Finally, they reached the prepared place of residence of the Flying Dragon Special Forces. The Major gave an apologetic look. Senior Colonel Jiao, there are currently too many people in the base, so we're only able to squeeze a small space for you. Please accept my apology. No, we're already satisfied to have such a comfortable place to rest after the battle. Jiao Wen knew how difficult it was for Base 013 to give them this camp. On his way here, he noticed that almost all the camps were packed with people. Jiao Wen entered the camp and noticed that everything was very clean. It didn't seem like they had cleaned it on short notice. They must have been cleaning this place up daily. It seemed like from the start, Base 013 believed that they wouldn't be defeated. Jiao Wen saw the major leaving, so he shouted hurriedly, "Major, I would like to meet your commanding officer. Can you arrange for that to happen?" The major's smile froze when he heard this. His smile slowly disappeared and he revealed a sad expression. "I'm sorry, Senior Colonel Jiao. Our commanding officer is heavily injured, so he is still in the emergency room." Ah! Jiao Wen was shocked. Shouldn't the commanding officer of a base remain in the confines of the base? Why is he injured? Am I able to meet the mecha operator who operated the God-class mecha? Jiao Wen wanted to know if Ling Xiao's son was the one operating the God-class mecha, or did Ling Xiao make other arrangements. The major didn't reply. He only shook his head. What about the regiment commander of 250 Ace Mecha Clan, Regiment Commander Ling? Jiao Wen changed his way of asking. The major continued shaking his head. The short-tempered Jiao Six saw this and got irritated. Why aren't you allowing our leader to meet anyone? The major glanced at him calmly and replied, because he is talking about the same person. Everyone from the Flying Dragon Special Forces was dumbfounded by the reply. They had guessed that the person who operated the God-class operator was Ling Lan, but they didn't predict that she was the commanding officer of the base too. Will he be fine? Su-13 felt sympathetic towards Ling Lan's condition, so he asked in concern. Our commanding officer will definitely be fine, the major replied firmly. That's true. That's true. The members of the Flying Dragon Special Forces nodded awkwardly. They, of course, didn't hope that anything would happen to the hero who used his life to protect this base. The major bidded farewell to the people from the Flying Dragon Special Forces. Once the major left, everyone pounced on Su-13 and beat him up. Damn it, do you know how to talk? We are in other people's territory. Mu Chaoran stood behind everyone. He suddenly sensed something and looked at the entrance of the camp. His expression instantly changed and he rushed out at his greatest speed. Tang Ningyu, who stood beside him, got a shock. He turned around and just like Mu Chaoran, his expression changed. However, he still remembered to inform the person beside him before dashing out madly. Lin Zhongqing came to the entrance of the camp and saw a ball of white jumping towards him frantically. Lin Zhongqing hugged it. He saw tears in Little White's eyes as it screeched pitifully. What's wrong? Lin Zhongqing asked it curiously. Little White continued howling. Unfortunately, Lin Zhongqing couldn't understand what Little White was trying to say. At this moment, Lin Zhongqing heard a hoarse and nervous voice behind him. May I ask whose pet this is? Lin Zhongqing turned around in surprise. He saw that it was from an excited major from the Flying Dragon Special Forces. Little White froze when it heard this voice. It turned its head stiffly and looked at the direction where the voice came from. It hoped that this was just an illusion. Mu Chaoran saw Little White looking at him. That pair of innocent and teary eyes were just like his little brother Xiaoyun's. It's really little brother Xiaoyun's Little White. Mu Chaoran's eyes turned red. He remembered his little brother Xiaoyun again. The regret he felt would forever stay with him. It's really him. Little White hugged its head with its tentacles and cried out in lamentation. Ah! I am found. This time, Master would definitely steam me, cook me, fry me, stir-fry it, and even salt it. I am definitely going to die. What should I do? I still want to live. Little White's little brain worked furiously. It was thinking about how it could escape this crisis. Little White suddenly squeaked and lied down on Lin Zhongqing's hand. It pretended to be dead. Lin Zhongqing looked at Little White's poor acting and his eyes glinted. He replied, "It belongs to one of my comrades." He was not lying. Little White belonged to his boss. Lin Zhongqing watched the person's expression carefully when he spoke. He wanted to find some answers from it. "Whose is it?" Two voices sounded out simultaneously. Lin Zhongqing saw another young lieutenant colonel walking over while looking excited too. The major asked the same question. Tang Ningyu looked at Mu Chaoran and controlled his excitement. He continued asking, "Can we meet him?" They hoped that their little brother Xiaoyun had fooled them and he was the other spy whom they didn't manage to find. They would rather let this be the truth than have the truth of him dying on planet Azure. Lin Zhongqing lowered his head to hide the vigilance in his eyes. Why are the people from the Flying Dragon Special Forces so interested in Little White's master? Are they friends or foes? Before he understood this point, Lin Zhongqing didn't want to expose his boss. "This little fellow belongs to me now." A gentle voice was heard and a major suddenly wearing a silver mask appeared behind Lin Zhongqing. Li Lanfeng. Mu Chaoran and Tang Ningyu's heart dropped. Their hopes were destroyed. Their little brother Xiaoyun was really dead. Mu Chaoran laughed at himself for still not giving up. Why did I still remain hopeful that I am able to see my little brother Xiaoyun again? Please go and support our new domain mangabyte.com. They knew who Li Lanfeng was. His arrival in the Central Scout Academy on planet Azure attracted the attention of every student and teacher, giving them the chance to sneak into the secret headquarters in the forest. "How should I address you?" Li Lanfeng smiled and asked them. "You know us?" Mu Chaoran raised his eyebrows in astonishment. "Didn't we meet at the Central Scout Academy?" "My memory is very good." Li Lanfeng explained how he remembered them. "I can't address the two of you as fellow students now, right?" Li Lanfeng's explanation made them remember that they had met him before. Tang Ningyu from the Flying Dragon Special Forces. Mu Chaoran from the Flying Dragon Special Forces. Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran introduced themselves briefly. Then, they pointed at Little White and said, "Major Li, this fellow is the pet of one of my good friends. Can you give it to me?" Mu Chaoran was still unable to talk about Pei Xiaoyun's death. Li Lanfeng picked up Little White by one of its tentacles and shook it furiously. He smiled. "You mean this fellow? This is what you get for creating trouble for me. Painful. Dumbass Li. How dare you mistreat me like this? When I meet my master, I'll take my revenge." Little White didn't dare to expose itself, so it bore with the pain and didn't move. "Yes, it's called Little White." Mu Chaoran answered firmly. "That's right. It only reacts when I call it Little White." It ignored all the other names. Li Lanfeng's words confirmed Little White's identity. Mu Chaoran was elated. With Little White accompanying them, they would feel much better. Then, Mu Chaoran looked at Li Lanfeng in anticipation. He hoped that Li Lanfeng would agree to him. "I picked it up on planet Azure. It was hugging me so tightly, so I had no choice but to bring it back to 250 Ace Mecha Clan," Li Lanfeng replied indifferently. He wouldn't let these two people meet Ling Lan. For some reason, Li Lanfeng felt that these two people were dangerous. Thus, he wanted to prevent these two people from seeing Ling Lan. "If it's willing to go with you, I will not reject your request." Li Lanfeng appeared nonchalant. Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran were delighted. "This little bastard. How dare he question my loyalty to master?" Little White jumped up and banged its head on Li Lanfeng's hand. "Little White, come with us." Mu Chaoran looked at Little White and gave it a gentle smile. Little White shook its head. It jumped onto Li Lanfeng's shoulder and turned its back to them. It appeared as if it didn't recognize them. "Little White, I'm Meng Xiaoran," Mu Chaoran shouted dejectedly. After little brother Xiaoyun's death, Little White didn't recognize them anymore. Little White, I'm Ling Hanfeng. Tang Ningyu stepped forward and shouted with a cold face. His aura changed back to the cold aura he had when he was pretending to be Ling Hanfeng. Little White turned around and looked at them. Then, it looked back instantly. Mu Chaoran felt bitter in his heart when he saw its resolute attitude. It looks like it's not willing to go back with you. Li Lanfeng said with pity, I don't like it, but after spending some time with it, I have developed some feelings towards it. Since it's not willing to go back with you, I'll not force it. I'm sorry. Li Lanfeng nodded at Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran. In the next second, he disappeared. He had left with Little White. Lin Zhongqing bidded farewell and left too. Only Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran remained standing there with a dazed expression. What do you think? Tang Ningyu asked in a low voice. His answer made sense. I shouldn't be suspecting him, but I think that his appearance on planet Azure was too much of a coincidence. Mu Chaoran's eyes lit up. Plus, that huge circular creature appeared on planet Azure too. I also think that it's too coincidental. Tang Ningyu agreed. Coincidence happens all the time, but this coincidence was too unnatural. This probably has nothing to do with little brother Xiaoyun, but I still want to know who is the person who took the mission. Mu Chaoran thought of Ling Lan. He was the son of Ling Xiao, the regiment commander of 250 Ace Mecha clan, and an imperial operator. Therefore, he should be the only one who was able to fit that mission's criteria. Me too. I want to know who I had lost too. Tang Ningyu's eyes turned cold. After being on top for so long, this was the first time he had lost to someone. Hence, he was really curious to know who that person was. Unfortunately, the person had a similar level of security as him. With his current status, he was unable to find out who this person was. Tang Ningyu knew that the big boss of the Flying Dragon Special Forces definitely knew who the person was, but he was unwilling to say anything to him. Thus, there was nothing he could do too. Tang Ningyu suspected Ling Lan to be the one. Ling Lan fitted all the criteria of that mission at that time. Plus, the members of 250 Ace Mecha clan appeared during the mission too. Lin Zhongqing finally caught up with Li Lanfeng. Well, he didn't catch up with Li Lanfeng. Li Lanfeng was the one who waited for him. Those two people know boss. Lin Zhongqing walked beside Li Lanfeng and whispered. Yes. When boss went to planet Azure on a mission, those two people were his competitors. Li Lanfeng explained the situation to him briefly. Then, he explained why they knew Little White too. Boss took Little White with him at that time. Little White, who had been staring at the sky like a statue, heard what Li Lanfeng said and woke up from its stupor. It glanced around him and noticed that the two people who recognized it was gone. It was so elated that it started dancing and shouting happily. Suddenly, it remembered that it was almost given away by an evil person. Ah! I will not forgive you. Little White finally realized that it hadn't taken its revenge yet. Little White jumped up and furiously slammed its round head onto Li Lanfeng's face. It kept scolding him and complaining about him as it continued to jump and bang its head on Li Lanfeng's face. Li Lanfeng lifted a finger calmly and scratched Little White's body. Ah, this is so comfortable. But I will not succumb. Little White laid flat on Li Lanfeng's shoulder and enjoyed the massage. It didn't look like it wanted to take revenge at all. Lin Zhongqing was speechless. His lips twitched uncontrollably. My boss is a cold and domineering person, so why is his pet so stupid and innocent? Li Lanfeng subdued Little White, but his frown still remained on his face. What's wrong? Lin Zhongqing got nervous when he saw that. Nothing. It's just that those two will not give up so easily. They'll definitely think of ways to see our regiment commander. Li Lanfeng didn't believe those two people would believe in his words. He remembered that Little White had revealed his true form on planet Azure before. He could come up with a reason to explain the small version of Little White, but it was hard to cover up for Little White's true form. Boss is in the healing pod. We can't even see him, Lin Zhongqing replied. They'll be able to find a reason we're unable to refuse. Li Lanfeng believed that the people from the Flying Dragon Special Forces had the ability to do this. Please go and support our new domain mangabyte.com. Lin Zhongqing turned quiet. Li Lanfeng's worry was the same as his. It's fine. I believe that our regiment commander will be able to solve this problem. Li Lanfeng remembered Ling Lan's two extremely different auras. He might not be able to hide the fact that he was the one who took the mission, but if he didn't want anyone to know that he was Pei Xiaoyun, no one would know. Lin Zhongqing nodded. However, he still felt bitter in his heart. When will we be able to solve all these small problems ourselves and not have to disturb boss? The two of them hastened their pace and rushed to the medical department. The other team leaders from 250 Ace Mecha clan had already arrived. After some time, Li Shiyu and Han Shuya walked out of the room. Everyone quickly gathered around them. Yang Mingji asked in a low voice, "Dr. Li, how's our regiment commander?" Li Shiyu shook his head sternly. The backlash is too strong. The regenerative ability of his cells is destroyed. Thus, my recovery agents have no effects on our boss's injury. The Nuwa agent was too powerful. All the other agents that weren't as powerful were rejected from Ling Lan's body. He could only revive the regenerative ability of his boss if he created more Nuwa's agents. However, the plants required to make the Nuwa element was all used up. The only way to gather more was for them to go back to the planet again. But, the planet was already taken over by the military. What excuses can they use to go back? Li Shiyu frowned. He couldn't think of a viable excuse. Everyone turned quiet. Luo Lang even walked to the wall beside him and tried to kick it. If Qi Long didn't stop him, he might have formed a hole in the wall. Is he in danger? Li Lanfeng asked seriously. The injuries are not getting worse. Li Shiyu expressed that their boss was currently safe. Contact the military headquarters and request for more recovery agents, Li Lanfeng asked Lin Zhongqing. Okay. Lin Zhongqing nodded. The few of them chatted for a while more before going back to carry on their work. The crisis of the base was averted, but there were still many miscellaneous things that needed to be done. The highest person in position, Ling Lan, was heavily injured, so she couldn't take command of the base. The team leaders of 250 Ace Mecha clan didn't want other people to enjoy the fruits of their boss's labor, so they took over the command of the base and started organizing everything. Thus, everything remained orderly in the base. Everyone left the medical department except for Li Lanfeng. Li Lanfeng scanned his surroundings and noticed that there was no one around. He walked towards Li Shiyu and whispered, "Is it because of the Nuwa agents?" Li Shiyu nodded. If we want our boss to recover, we need to make more Nuwa agents. However, the ingredients are on planet Juhao. What should we do? Li Lanfeng thought for a moment. Can you have boss wake up for a few minutes? Yes. Li Shiyu nodded. I have something to discuss with him. Prepare everything. I need to talk to him. Li Lanfeng was decisive. Okay. Li Shiyu immediately went to make preparations to wake Ling Lan up. Soon, the two of them walked to a healing pod. They saw Luo Chao sitting on one side of the healing pod and looking at Ling Lan with a tender look. Li Lanfeng frowned for a moment when he saw that. Luo Chao, Leader Li has some things to discuss with boss in private. Please wait outside and not let anyone in, Li Shiyu spoke to Luo Chao gently. I understand. Luo Chao nodded to show that she understood, but she didn't leave. Instead, she walked towards the control panel of the healing pod and opened the healing pod. Ling Lan had bandages all over her as she laid within the healing pod. Her entire head was bandaged up too, so no one could see her features except for her eyes. She looked like a mummy now. Luo Chao signaled to Li Shiyu and asked him to inject the agent to wake Ling Lan up. Li Shiyu looked at Li Lanfeng and shrugged. Then, he went forward and injected the agent. In the end, he didn't chase Luo Chao away. Ling Lan opened her eyes slowly. She saw Luo Chao, Li Shiyu, and Li Lanfeng looking at her nervously. Then, she nodded to express that she was fine. Boss, Leader Li has something to discuss with you privately. Luo Chao used her eyes to tell Ling Lan that if it wasn't safe, she wouldn't leave. Ling Lan was speechless. She nodded at Luo Chao and looked at the door, asking Luo Chao to go out. Luo Chao finally was willing to leave. Before she turned around to leave, she glared at Li Shiyu and Li Lanfeng fiercely. Li Shiyu was stunned. When did Luo Chao become so fierce? That expression was only supposed to appear on Han Shuya's face. Li Lanfeng started frowning again. After the battle ended, he noticed that Luo Chao's attitude towards Ling Lan had changed dramatically. What has happened? Li Lanfeng threw his weird thoughts aside. He mustn't disturb Ling Lan for too long. If not, it might worsen her injuries. He went straight into the topic. Shiyu feels that the Nuwa agent inhibits the effect of the other recovery agents from the Federation. Ling Lan wasn't surprised. When she used the Nuwa agent, she had expected this side effect, so she just nodded and signaled Li Lanfeng to continue. If we want to heal you completely, we need to make more Nuwa agent. That means that we need to go to planet Juhao again. How about we contact General Ling Xiao to ask him to make the necessary arrangements? Li Lanfeng told Ling Lan his idea. With General Ling Xiao helping them, they would be able to enter planet Juhao easily. Ling Lan closed her eyes and thought about it carefully. Then, she slowly shook her head. Why not? Without the Nuwa agent, you'll have to lie in the healing pod for the rest of your life, Li Lanfeng shouted angrily. He lost his cool when he saw Ling Lan rejecting his idea. It's not appropriate. Ling Lan squeezed out the words forcefully. Her voice was hoarse. The strong backlash had damaged her throat too, so this short sentence already caused her throat to burn. Ling Lan quickly used the qi exercises to heal her throat. She felt a little better after that. She continued, everyone in the military has their eyes on planet Juhao, as that planet affects the benefits of many people. The higher authorities are also watching my father closely. Those plants seem useless now, but if a general purposely arrange for someone to pick it, everyone will think that something is amiss. Once someone finds that Shiyu is able to make the Nuwa agent, Shiyu will get forcefully controlled by the military. I don't want Shiyu to lose his freedom. Li Shiyu was touched. He didn't expect Ling Lan to give up this plan just because of him. He hurriedly said, I'm fine. Anything is fine as long as you're fine. Something flashed past Li Lanfeng's eyes. He clenched his fist tightly and remained silent for a few seconds. When he looked at Ling Lan again, his gaze had turned cold. Your injuries are the most important thing now. Between his brother and his friend, he chose his friend. He was indeed a selfish person. Ling Lan's gaze turned sharp when she heard Li Lanfeng's reply. She looked at Li Lanfeng intently. She hoped that Li Lanfeng would remain calm. Please go and support our new domain Mangabyte. Calm. Without the Nuwa agent, I can recover using my own method too. Ling Lan felt that her qi exercises had allowed her body's condition to become much better. The effect was minimal, so the medical equipment couldn't detect the change. This was why Li Shiyu thought that the agents didn't have any effects on her. Ling Lan's gaze was like a bucket of cold water. It poured on Li Lanfeng and woke him up. He calmed down a little. Li Shiyu's eyes lit up when he heard this. What method are you talking about? The secret arts of the Ling family. Ling Lan gave Li Shiyu a simple answer. Li Lanfeng stepped away from the healing pod and mouthed qi exercises to ask if she was referring to this. Ling Lan nodded to show that he was right. Li Shiyu frowned when he heard the words secret arts. Severe consequences usually come after using secret arts. He felt that it was inappropriate, as his Nuwa agent was much safer. Boss, I think that it's better to make more Manhwa agents. I don't really mind. Even if I'm caught, it will be just like changing my work environment. It's nothing compared to your health. Ling Lan shook his head. You don't mind, but I mind. It took her a lot of effort to get a military doctor. She would be stupid to send such a good military doctor back to the Federation. Li Shiyu had tears in his eyes when he heard this. He finally understood why his eldest cousin brother told him that he was willing to die for a comrade. With a friend like Ling Lan, he was willing to follow him all the way too. It's fine. Shiyu, you have to believe in our regiment commander. Li Lanfeng understood the benefits of the Qi exercises, so he knew that Ling Lan was not saying that to console them. She was saying the truth. He also didn't want his younger brother to lose his freedom, so he persuaded Li Shiyu too. I know. In front of his respectable eldest cousin brother and his invincible boss, Li Shiyu couldn't reject them. He listened to them obediently. Plus, by right, those plants should be regarded as useless by the military, so it would be put on auction soon. We can make use of that chance to acquire them. Ling Lan didn't plan to give up on those plants at all. She wanted to have more Manhwa agents. The Li brothers' eyes lit up. Even the Qi exercises were useless, this could be their plan B. They just didn't know when the Federation was going to host an auction for the resources on planet Juhao. Don't worry. I can wait. Ling Lan closed her eyes after she finished this sentence. Her spiritual power now could only keep her awake for a short period of time. This was a side effect of controlling the God-class mecha. Compared to her body, she was more worried about her spiritual power. Li Lanfeng looked at Ling Lan intently when she closed her eyes. He closed the healing pod and watched as Ling Lan gets submerged in a bath of agents again. Shiyu, experiment with all of the agents and then announce that they were useless. Li Lanfeng's gaze turned sharp. Huh? Li Shiyu looked up in confusion. Why is Li Lanfeng asking me to do such an unnecessary thing? The battle to protect our boss is just starting, Li Lanfeng said coldly. 24 minutes was too long for an Imperial operator to control a God-class mecha. It was long enough for the military to be interested in Ling Lan. General Ling Xiao might not be able to protect Ling Lan alone. From the moment Ling Lan operated the God-class mecha, Li Lanfeng had predicted an invisible war was going to occur. Qi Yaoyang always wanted to meet Ling Lan. He wanted to see how this person, whom Ling Xiao was so proud of and his son was so willing to follow, would be like. However, he didn't expect their first meeting in the real world to be like this. Qi Yaoyang came with his adjutant under the guidance of the military doctor, Li Shiyu. They walked into a well-protected room. The moment they entered, Qi Yaoyang saw his son inside talking to a beautiful and charismatic female first lieutenant. Qi Long heard someone entering, so he turned towards the door. His jaw dropped wide open when he saw his father's poker face. Damn it, didn't they say that he was busy organizing the plan of retaliation of the Federation army? So, why does he have the time to come here? Qi Yaoyang disregarded Qi Long's dumbfounded face and went to look at Ling Lan. He turned and asked Li Shiyu, I've received a report that Lieutenant Colonel Ling's injury can't be healed using any recovery agents. Can you explain the details to me? If anything happened to Ling Lan under his watch, he wouldn't have the face to go back to look for Ling Xiao anymore. Li Shiyu immediately turned serious and started explaining Ling Lan's condition. He is unable to stay awake for long periods of time. His body is on the verge of breaking down. No agent is able to help the condition. Qi Yaoyang understood that Ling Lan's spiritual power and body must have received a huge backlash from controlling the God-class mecha, causing him to be on the verge of collapsing. Thinking about this, Qi Yaoyang was confused. Jumping level to control a God-class mecha has serious implications, so why did Ling Xiao allow his son to use his God-class mecha? Of course, he knew that if Ling Lan didn't control the God-class mecha for the precious 20 minutes, base 013 would have fallen. Not only that, the fate of the reinforcements would be unclear too. For people who were not familiar with Ling Xiao's personality, they might think that Ling Xiao would be happy as long as his son was still alive. However, Qi Yaoyang knew Ling Xiao very well. He wouldn't let Ling Lan control the god-class mecha without making the necessary arrangements. He must have prepared something beforehand. Qi Yaoyang thought of something and quickly spoke to his adjutant. The adjutant nodded and hurried out of the room. Qi Yaoyang turned to look at Qi Long. He glared at him and said with contempt, "Brat, I've been in for so long. Are you not going to prepare a chair or me? This unfilial child." Qi Long's lips twitched. He walked to the side and found an armchair. While his father was not looking, he gave Li Shiyu a sad look. He was unhappy that Li Shiyu invited this big boss today without informing him. If he knew his father was coming, he would have ran far away. Li Shiyu shrugged helplessly. He didn't know that this big boss would come today. Was he supposed to stop him from coming in? Stop doing all those sneaky actions. Hurry up and come over. How could those sneaky actions between Qi Long and Li Shiyu escape Qi Yaoyang's eyes? He glared at Qi Long again, so Qi Long had no choice but to walk over obediently while carrying the armchair. "Father, have a seat." Qi Long patted the chair as though he was dusting it and spoke nicely to his father. Han Shuya widened her eyes in shock. She finally understood where Qi Long learned all those ass-kissing actions from. "Humph, brat. Now you're calling me father." If he didn't remind him, this brat might not have greeted him. "Please go and support our new domain Mangabyte." "Calm. You've always been busy. I just didn't want to disturb you." Qi Long appeared humble and sincere as though he was speaking the truth. However, Qi Yaoyang was not fooled by this face, as he knew his youngest son very well. He looked humble, but he was a truly shrewd person inside. Qi Long didn't come to find him because he didn't want to be reprimanded. "What's your plan now?" Qi Yaoyang sighed as he asked. Even if his youngest son didn't like him, what could he do? Children were here to claim debt from them. But, that didn't seem right too. His oldest and second oldest son were both obedient and could take care of themselves. Only his youngest son was naughty and hard to handle. If he didn't look like him, he would have suspected that they carried the wrong child back from the hospital. Qi Long didn't know that his father almost thought he wasn't a child of the Qi family. His face turned dark when he heard the question. "Our main aim is to protect our boss now. If he doesn't get better, we won't have the spirit to fight." Qi Yaoyang didn't know if he should praise his son for being a loyal friend or should he blame him for being emotional and disregarding the big picture. He turned and looked at Ling Lan, who was in the healing pod. "What did your boss say?" Suddenly, he realized what he had said and slapped Qi Long's forehead. He scolded, "Stupid brat. How can you call your commanding officer boss in the army? Who taught you how to disobey the rules? Why are you disobeying the rules?" "Father, I was wrong. Stop hitting me." Qi Long hugged his head and ran around the room as he pleaded for mercy. He felt frustrated. Damn it, didn't father called Ling Lan boss too? He should hit himself too. The two people in the room, Li Shiyu and Han Shuya, were bewildered from the moment the conversation between the Qi Yaoyang and Qi Long started. Their mouths never closed since the beginning of the conversation. They seemed to understand why Qi Long liked to fight. It must be a family trait. The two guards beside Qi Yaoyang seemed indifferent to the situation in front of them. They seemed to be very used to it already. Every time the father and son met, this would always happen. If they decided to speak nicely with each other for once, then that would be truly horrifying. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps was heard outside. Qi Yaoyang quickly stopped what he was doing and resumed his stern expression and excellent posture. Very soon, a few people walked in. Besides Qi Yaoyang's adjutant, there were a few old soldiers walking with him. One of the old soldiers was so agitated that his eyes were blood red. He nodded at Qi Yaoyang and then walked quickly towards Ling Lan's healing pod. When he saw the heavily injured Ling Lan with bandages all over her and lying unconsciously in the healing pod, he cried. "Young master." He controlled his emotions quickly and spoke to the only person wearing a white gown in the room. "Can you help me wake up my young master for a few minutes?" Li Shiyu looked at Qi Yaoyang. Qi Yaoyang introduced the old man. "This is the chamberlain of the Ling family, Ling Qin. General Ling asked him to come over." Li Shiyu immediately nodded at Han Shuya. Han Shuya quickly prepared the agent while Li Shiyu opened the healing pod. They woke Ling Lan up with the agent. Ling Lan opened her eyes and saw someone she was surprised to see among the crowd. Grandpa Chamberlain. Ling Lan's hoarse voice caused Ling Qin's emotions to explode again. He cried, "Young master, you've suffered much. If it wasn't for them, young master would be living life freely as a young lady now. She would have enjoyed the love of general and madam and could sew anything she wanted. She would live a carefree and happy life. She wouldn't need to go to battles and risk her life in order to protect a base. She wouldn't need to get injured or endanger her life." Ling Qin felt much regret in his heart. If he could remake his decision back then, he wouldn't have disguised his young miss as a man so that she could inherit general's merit. He was willing to give up everything for his young miss to grow up happily and healthily. Unfortunately, it was too late when they realized this. Those external factors were nothing when compared with the health and happiness of their young miss. Ling Lan noticed Ling Qin's emotions, so she consoled him, "I'm all right. I'll be all right after I get some rest." Ling Qin wiped his tears and looked at Ling Lan. He had watched her grow up. She had always been thoughtful and kind. In order to not disappoint them, she forced herself to work harder and harder. Ling Qin knew how smart Ling Lan was. She definitely knew the condition of her body, but she still remained calm and strong. The first thing she thought of was comforting him and not worrying about herself. Ling Qin controlled his emotions and said, "The general asked me to bring 2 things with me." He turned and signaled to the 2 people that came with him. The 2 people handed over the things in their arms. Ling Qin took out a bag of agents first and passed it to Li Shiyu. "These are the recovery agents of the Ling family. You can experiment with it. It might be able to help young master." Li Shiyu was elated. He hurriedly took the agents and left the room immediately. He went back to his laboratory and started experimenting with the new recovery agents. Han Shuya saw Li Shiyu leaving without saying goodbye, so she quickly apologized on his behalf. "I'm sorry. Our Dr. Li gets excited every time he sees a new agent. Please forgive him." "That's all right. That is how a real military doctor should be like. I like him." Qi Yaoyang smiled brightly. Han Shuya was stunned by his smile. Lieutenant General Qi knew how to smile too. He could be gentle too. Han Shuya must have been traumatized by the abusive communication method between Qi Yaoyang and Qi Long. "There is still this box." Ling Qin opened a sealed box carefully. There was a shining crystal inside. Under the light, its shine was glaring to the eyes. "What is this?" Ling Lan seemed puzzled. Ling Qin said seriously, "The general says that this is a spiritual nourishing stone. If you place it on your forehead, it'll nourish your spiritual power." A tinge of astonishment flashed past Qi Yaoyang's face when he heard about the spiritual nourishing stone. However, it disappeared as quickly as it came. Ling Lan sent a look towards Han Shuya. Then, Han Shuya quickly walked over to take the stone. When Ling Qin saw this, he quickly looked at Ling Lan. "Grandpa Chamberlain, Shuya can be trusted." Ling Lan confirmed that Han Shuya was trustworthy. Ling Qin passed the box to Han Shuya. Now, he had finally completed his mission. "Lieutenant Colonel Ling, can you still remain awake?" Qi Yaoyang asked after he noticed that Ling Qin was done with his task. Ling Lan nodded. Qi Yaoyang continued, "Let me pick the main points. What plans do you have for 250 Ace Mecha Clan?" Ling Lan closed her eyes and thought for a few seconds. Then, she opened her eyes and said, Li Lan Feng will stay at the base. The others will listen to you. Obviously, Qi Yaoyang didn't want 250 Ace Mecha clan to waste this opportunity to get some merits. Ling Lan understood his intention, so she made these arrangements to make it easier for him. Qi Yaoyang nodded. No wonder Ling Xiao was so proud of his son. His son was powerful, smart, and full of foresight. If he could overcome this crisis, he would definitely become a figure in the military. I understand. Qi Yaoyang got the answer he wanted and left. When he reached the door, he suddenly turned. Little brat, is this lady my daughter-in-law? When he came in, he saw his son interacting intimately with the lady. Their relationship seemed to be good. The lady was bright and extrovert. She also didn't seem shy like the other ladies. He was very satisfied with her. Next time, remember to bring her home and let your mother take a good look at her. His wife had scolded him many times because of Qi Long. If she knew that her youngest son had a girlfriend, she would be extremely happy. Qi Long was dumbfounded. He pointed at Han Shuya with a blank face. When did Han Shuya become my wife? No matter how much of an extrovert Han Shuya was, she still blushed fiercely. Her entire face turned red like a tomato. Father, she isn't. Qi Long didn't know what to say. He was agitated. He didn't know how his father linked Han Shuya and him together. If I denied it directly, wouldn't Han Shuya feel embarrassed? Qi Long remembered that Han Shuya said she liked him. Qi Long had no thoughts of being in a relationship, but he knew that if he denied it bluntly, the other party would feel very uncomfortable. At this moment, Han Shuya had calmed down. She said, Lieutenant General, I think you might have a misunderstanding. How can I be Qi Long's wife? Han Shuya smiled as she looked at Ling Lan. Ling Lan suddenly felt her head hurting. I'm Lieutenant Colonel Ling's fiancé. Just like what Ling Lan had expected, Han Shuya said this. Ling Qin widened his eyes in shock. Is my hearing faulty? Does his young master have a fiancé now? Qi Yaoyang was disappointed when he heard this. It was rare for him to find such a promising daughter-in-law candidate. Yet, this lady didn't belong to his son. It belonged to Ling Zhao's son. What a useless fellow. You can't even win against other people. Qi Yaoyang glared at Qi Long angrily before leaving. He lost to Ling Zhao's son again. As expected, Ling Xiao was someone all the men in the world hated. Han Shuya, when did you become boss's fiancé? Qi Long was stunned too. Just now. Han Shuya glared at him. Then, she walked beside Ling Lan and smiled. Am I right, boss? Stop fooling around, Ling Lan said helplessly. She knew that things would go out of hand if she continued this lie. She needed to find a way to solve it. Young master, is she really your fiancé? Ling Qin trembled as he pointed at Han Shuya. This old man got heavily impacted today. If his body wasn't strong enough, he might have fainted by now. Ling Lan couldn't think of a reply, so Han Shuya took over. Grandpa Chamberlain, I'm not the only one. My sister, Luo Chao, is also boss's fiancé. If it wasn't for this relationship, boss wouldn't have asked us to take care of him personally. We know the family rule of the Ling family. Han Shuya looked at Ling Qin sincerely. She wanted to tell him that they knew about their boss's secret. Ling Qin instantly understood what she meant. He turned around and looked at Ling Lan. He wanted to know if his guess was correct. Ling Lan nodded to express that he was right. Ling Qin looked at Han Shuya again. The astonishment in his face disappeared, it was replaced with a face filled with gratitude. He kept muttering, "Good child. You're all good children. Our Ling family is very lucky." On the side, Qi Long hadn't recovered from the shock of Han Shuya becoming their boss's wife. Now, even Luo Chao was their boss's wife. How did my beloved younger sisters become my sisters-in-law after I came back from a battle? Grandpa Chamberlain, I'll tell you the details next time. Ling Lan started to feel tired. She could only say this sentence before falling asleep again. Ling Qin noticed that Ling Lan was tired, so he said hurriedly, "Young master, the general asked you to use the spiritual nourishing stone immediately." Han Shuya took the crystal from the boss and hurriedly placed it on Ling Lan's forehead. A strange phenomenon suddenly happened. When that crystal touched Ling Lan's forehead, it started to melt as though it was a block of ice under a blinding ray of sunlight. It seeped into Ling Lan's forehead, leaving no trace behind. Ling Qin and Han Shuya looked at Ling Lan worriedly. They didn't know if this was a good or bad thing. Ling Qin just brought the crystal over, but he didn't know how it should be used. Hence, when he saw the crystal changing its form, he turned nervous. This was what Ling Qin and Han Shuya saw. Only Ling Lan knew why the spiritual nourishing stone melted. When the spiritual nourishing stone touched Ling Lan's forehead, Ling Lan felt the spiritual power in the crystal. It was from the same source as her spiritual power. Ling Lan tried her best to use the little amount of spiritual power she had left in her to touch the spiritual power in the stone. The moment she touched it, the spiritual nourishing stone suddenly melted as though it had received a command. The pure and powerful spiritual power inside it flowed into Ling Lan's mindscape furiously. Ling Lan got a shock. She wanted to resist it, but her mindscape didn't reject the spiritual power at all. Instead, it started to devour the spiritual power like a hungry dog. Ling Lan was also surprised when the spiritual power from the crystal started healing her dry mindscape after it merged with her spiritual power. It felt as if those spiritual power belonged to her now. This is definitely not a spiritual nourishing stone. Ling Lan knew what the spiritual nourishing stone was. It was a rare resource in the Federation. However, anyone with a high position would be able to get it. But, a real spiritual nourishing stone could only slowly nourish and heal someone's spiritual power. It acted as a support. The person using the spiritual nourishing stone still had to rely on himself to heal. It wouldn't be able to replenish her lack of spiritual power so quickly. Ling Lan carefully examined that spiritual nourishing stone. She suddenly sensed a familiar aura that was hidden in the spiritual power. It was her father's spiritual power. Please go and support our new domain mangabyte.com. Ling Lan didn't know how her father did it, but she knew that congregating one's spiritual power into the pure crystal and taking it out was harmful to the person doing it. It might even cause everlasting damage to the person's spiritual power. But, his father still did this without any hesitation. In order to save his daughter, Ling Xiao did this and asked Qi Yaoyang and Ling Qin to send the crystal to Ling Lan as soon as possible. This was a display of Ling Xiao's love for Ling Lan. Even a strong person like Ling Lan couldn't control her emotions. Tears started to fall from the corners of her eyes. She was really touched by her father's actions. Heaven might be compensating her when it allowed her to become Ling Xiao and Lan Luofeng's daughter. The torment and pain she had endured in her past life allowed her to have such a lucky life. Ling Lan had finally dropped the burden from her past life. This time, she really had let go of all her past memories. She used to say that her past life had nothing to do with her now, but deep down inside, she still cared very much about it. This time, Ling Lan felt the core of her spiritual power vibrating. Suddenly, her body turned into a black hole. It kept sucking the energy around it. Of course, Han Shuya and Ling Qin didn't know what was happening. They only saw Ling Lan falling asleep again. They carefully placed her back into the healing pod so that she could rest. Qi Long was in a daze the entire day. When his shift ended, he went back to 250 Ace Mecha Clan's camp to have dinner while still being in a shocked state. Qi Long, over here. Qi Long saw Xie Yi waving at him when he entered the cafeteria. Luo Lang was sitting beside Xie Yi. Qi Long didn't know if Luo Lang knew that his sister had become his sister-in-law. Qi Long walked over with a mind full of thoughts. He looked at Luo Lang and hesitated. Luo Lang didn't notice Qi Long's gaze. He just continued eating his food attentively. Xie passed a serving of food to Qi Long. He had prepared this serving for Qi Long. It couldn't be helped, as Qi Long had a huge appetite. If he didn't help him to get more food, this fellow would wake up in the middle of the night because of hunger and start shouting. Everyone would be unable to sleep because of him. Xie was deathly afraid of that happening. Qi Long took the food and sat down quietly. Normally, his eyes would glint when he saw food. Then, he would start gorging down the food quickly. Yet, today, he put down his chopsticks after eating 2 mouthfuls of food. He looked at everyone on the table and sighed. This abnormal action attracted everyone's attention. They turned around and looked at him with confused expressions. Han Jijian, who used to be very concerned about Qi Long, didn't have any reaction surprisingly. As for Luo Lang, cough, besides their boss who was able to get all his attention, he disregarded everyone else. What's wrong? Xie asked curiously. Qi Long was weird today. Qi Long sighed loudly again. He asked him back, do you know that our boss has a wife? Cack. Pft. What? Zhao Jun was dumbstruck when he heard this. He started choking on his food before spitting his food out. Luo Lang heard the word boss and turned attentive. He didn't have the heart to eat anymore. Everyone from Ling Tian stopped eating. Even Li Lanfeng, who was eating his food seriously, put down his chopsticks and looked at Qi Long with a very serious expression. Qi Long noticed that everyone's attention was finally on him, so he continued, just now, Xia said that she is boss's fiancée. Huh? Oh. Everyone was shocked for a moment before accepting it calmly. It seemed reasonable that one of the 2 ladies in Ling Tian became their boss's wife. Li Lanfeng frowned. He didn't know when the relationship between Han Shuya and Ling Lan started. Qi Long was unhappy with everyone's reaction. Is he the only one surprised? He was unwilling to only one feeling so down, so he continued, on top of that, Luo Chao is our boss's fiancé too. This time, even Li Shiyu, who was thinking about the treatment plan, looked up in shock. Huh? Everyone sounded even more astounded. Oh. After some time, they turned calm again. Only Li Lanfeng held his chopsticks tightly. This isn't what Ling Lan would do. Why did he do this? Li Lanfeng calmed down after thinking about it for a while. He remembered changes in Luo Chao's attitude towards Ling Lan over the past few days. It all happened after Ling Lan's treatment. Obviously, something happened during the treatment. Li Lanfeng decided to ask Li Shiyu what had happened in the treatment room later. Qi Long didn't understand why his friends were all so calm. Why are you all so calm? Our boss has 2 fiancés. 2. So what? He is our boss. Xie felt that it was understandable for a monster like Ling Lan to have a few women. This situation was very common among powerful people. Li Shiyu remembered what Ling Lan said during the treatment. So, what he said was true. He felt a weird emotion in his heart. In the end, he just sighed. Qi Long was frustrated when he noticed how abnormal his friend's outlook on the world was. He turned and asked Luo Lang, what do you think? As Luo Chao's brother, he shouldn't be able to accept this no matter how much he admired their boss. Luo Lang thought about it seriously before replying, I think it's very good. Qi Long almost vomited out blood. 2 ladies. 2. That means that one person has to be a mistress. Can you bear to let your sister become boss's mistress? She wouldn't even have a formal status. Luo Lang looked at him strangely. Even my sister is fine with it. Why are you so agitated? Xie suddenly thought of something. He made a sudden and exaggerated sound from his throat. The younger sister you like is gone, huh? Qi Long, you must be filled with regret now, right? Xie gave an evil smile. Regret? What will I regret? Qi Long slapped Xia Yi's head forcefully. He was furious. I'm just worried about our younger sisters. I admire our boss, but I can't let my younger sisters suffer like this. Tisk, even her real brother doesn't mind. Why are you caring about them so much? Xia Yi looked up from his bowl unhappily. Qi Long's slap caused him to smash into his bowl of rice. His face was filled with rice now. Damn it. I am still too weak. That's why he got bullied so easily and he couldn't retaliate at all. He had a hard time surviving in this team that was filled with people more powerful than him. Luo Lang saw this and thoughtfully passed him a piece of tissue. Xia Yi was touched. Sob, only Luo Lang treats me well. Xia Yi took the tissue from the tissue box and wiped the rice off his face. At the same time, he gave Luo Lang a huge smile. He looked extremely stupid doing that. Many people felt their eyes twitching, so they looked down and focused on eating. They shouldn't torture their eyes. As for Luo Lang, he had satisfied his curiosity, so he continued eating his food. He didn't notice Xia Yi's stupid smile at all. Even if he saw it, he would just wonder why Xia Yi was smiling at him. Did he like being slapped into a bowl of rice? That's why you shouldn't talk to someone who wasn't on the same level of intelligence as you. Qi Long felt wrong when he saw that no one supported his viewpoint. He looked at Han Jijian, who was eating his food, and didn't say anything. He couldn't help but nudge him on the side. Jijian, do you think that it's okay for boss to do this? Only his best friend, Han Jijian, could help him now. Huh? Han Jijian looked up in confusion when Qi Long nudged him. Jijian, you didn't listen to what I said. Qi Long felt hurt. He grabbed Han Jijian's left wrist. Ah! Han Jijian shouted in pain and his brows furrowed. Qi Long was shocked. He quickly pulled Han Jijian's left hand over and pulled up his sleeve. He shouted angrily, Jijian, what happened to you? Han Jijian's left arm was swollen and filled with bruises. It looked scary, as his skin was very fair. No wonder Qi Long was furious. Han Jijian slowly retracted his arm. He said calmly, I'm fine. Join out Discord server to chat with fellow readers, https://discord.gg/6vfcq@. What do you mean by fine? You're injured so badly. Qi Long had forgotten about the fact that his boss had 2 wives. All his attention was now on Han Jijian's arm. Han Jijian didn't want to reply. Qi Long wanted to probe further, but Li Shiyu suddenly interrupted him. Leader Han overexert himself during training recently. Even though you all have my recovery agent, you can't torture your body like this. You should train within your means. Qi Long frowned. You trained without me? And even hurt yourself? A flame was burning in Qi Long's heart. He didn't know if he was angry that Han Jijian tortured himself, or was he angry at himself for not noticing his best friend's injuries. Everyone is busy. There's no time when everyone is free, Han Jijian explained himself indifferently. Then, he continued eating his food without any expression. He didn't say that even if he had the time, he didn't want to train with Qi Long. Before he had the ability to stand beside his friend, he didn't want them to know what he was doing. No time. Bullshit. Qi Long slammed the table in front of him. All the cutlery on the table jumped up. His agile comrades quickly grabbed their bowls and shrunk at the side quietly. Qi Long liked fighting, but his temper was good. He rarely got angry. However, it was frightening when he got angry. They didn't want to offend him and get implicated unnecessarily. Qi Long, calm down. We all have missions. When I'm free, you're not. When you're free, I'm not. It's normal. Han Jijian tried to calm Qi Long down. Normal? Who are you trying to fool? Qi Long scoffed. He pulled Han Jijian up and said to everyone, continue eating. We have some personal stuff to settle. Sure, sure. Please do, please do. Their comrades nodded and ignored Han Jijian's pleading look. Better you than me. Han Jijian, bless yourself. Hence, Han Jijian and Qi Long walked out of the canteen and came to the training ground. Qi Long, it's dinner time now. Why did you bring me here? Han Jijian felt helpless when he got dragged here by Qi Long. Qi Long didn't reply to him. He just released Han Jijian from his grasp and took off his military attire. Han Jijian felt nervous. Qi Long, what do you want to do? What do I want to do? Didn't you say that there's no time for us to train together? Well, we have time now. If you want to train, I'll accompany you. Qi Long smiled coldly. If Han Jijian really wanted to train with him, he could always ask him and they could arrange a time. Even if there wasn't any time, they could squeeze some of their eating time. Qi Long, stop being crazy. I don't want to train now. Han Jijian shook his head. He wanted to leave but Qi Long stopped him. Without waiting for his reply, Qi Long tossed him into the arena. Han Jijian flipped in the air and landed stably on the border of the arena. The normally calm and composed Han Jijian was furious now. His face turned red from anger. He shouted loudly, Qi Long, what do you want? Qi Long took off his military uniform and threw it aside. Then, he unbuttoned the top 2 buttons of his dress shirt and pulled his sleeves up. He raised one of his eyebrows when he heard Han Jijian's question and replied, what's the point of training alone? If you want to become stronger, you need to fight continuously. The moment he finished speaking, he appeared on the arena. He signaled for Han Jijian to follow him and started to warm up his body. Qi Long looked serious. Han Jijian was the person who understood Qi Long the most. He knew that Qi Long meant what he said. If he didn't fight with him today, he wouldn't be able to leave this place. Since the battle couldn't be evaded, Han Jijian removed his military attire and walked onto the arena without a single word. He started warming himself up too. After they finished preparing themselves, they started closing in on one another. Boom! Han Jijian finally acted. Qi Long raised his hand and blocked Han Jijian's fist. He said, that's not enough. Are you trying to tickle me? Boom! Han Jijian replied Qi Long with a kick. Qi Long was able to block the fist in time but the powerful kick caused him to move a step back. Not bad. Continue. Qi Long laughed and rushed towards Han Jijian again. The two of them started fighting intensely. They fought furiously for half an hour before Han Jijian finally exhausted all of his strength. He looked as he just came out of the pool with his shirt drenched with sweat. He laid on the arena and panted heavily. Qi Long was drenched with sweat too. He walked towards Han Jijian and sat down beside him. How do you feel? Fighting with me is better than torturing yourself, right? Training shouldn't be done by torturing oneself. Han Jijian turned his head and looked at Qi Long. After exhausting all his energy and sweating profusely, he finally felt relaxed. He felt as though he had vented his frustration out. Indeed, this kind of relief couldn't be obtained through torturing himself. Thank you. Han Jijian could only reply to Qi Long with his thanks. Why are you thanking me? We agreed that we'll be best friends forever, right? We'll move forward together and never give up on each other. Qi Long looked at Han Jijian. Don't worry. You still have me. If you have any problems, we'll bear it together. How lucky am I to have such a good friend? Han Jijian's knot in his heart disappeared slowly. I don't want to be left behind. Han Jijian finally said his true thoughts. This time, I was the only one who caused those deaths. Qi Long, I can't find my position. I don't know what I should do. I feel that if I become stronger, I wouldn't be lost anymore. I know. Qi Long could tell that Han Jijian was confused in this period of time. I agree that you should become stronger. However, you can't do it without any care for your life. From now on, I must be present when you are training. That way, he could prevent Han Jijian from overexerting himself. Okay. Han Jijian knew that Qi Long was concerned about him, so he agreed readily. At the same time, he clenched his fist and raised it. Qi Long smiled and clenched his fist too. They had a fist bump. This is how my good brother should be. He knew that Han Jijian would find the correct path. Ever since they were young, he never had to worry that Han Jijian would walk into a stray path. After fighting with Han Jijian, Qi Long had thrown aside his worries about his boss having 2 wives. In the cafeteria, Li Shiyu finished eating and went back to his office in the treatment center. After a while, someone came storming in the treatment center to find him. Do you have time for a chat? Li Lanfeng had his hands crossed in front of his chest as he leaned against the wall opposite to his door. Li Shiyu shrugged helplessly. Come in. Li Lanfeng followed Li Shiyu into his office and closed the door behind him. The words, "Do not disturb," appeared on the screen on the door. What's the matter? Li Shiyu asked as he sat on his seat. What happened in the treatment room when you were treating our boss? Li Lanfeng went into the topic directly. Join out Discord server to chat with fellow readers, https://discord.gg/6vfcq@. Li Shiyu remained silent. He didn't know what he should say and whether he should say it. Based on regiment commander's personality, he wouldn't marry 2 ladies. We all know what his boss's relationship with Luo Chao and Han Shuya. He treated them like his younger sisters since long ago. This feeling wouldn't change in such a manner over a few days. This all happened after the treatment. Shiyu, you can't fool me. Li Lanfeng placed his hands on the table and stared at Li Shiyu intently. When boss came back, he was heavily injured. All of his blood vessels had burst. Not one place was unhurt. Li Shiyu felt his heart hurting when he recalled the scene at that time. This was the first time Li Lanfeng heard about Ling Lan's condition. Li Lanfeng's heart started hurting too. He knew that Ling Lan was badly injured, but he didn't know that it was this bad. What happened after that? Li Lanfeng pressed his chest and bore with the pain in his heart. This pain was similar to the time when he was still sick. Is this pain because his body still hadn't recovered fully? Yet? We had to bandage his entire body, but boss rejected me to do it. Li Shiyu looked confused. He was puzzled at that time. The rule boss said was strange too. Oh. Li Lanfeng raised his eyebrows. Normally, people would choose the same gender to treat them, right? Boss chose Luo Chao and Han Shuya because he said that the Ling family had a rule. The rule goes no matter who saw his body, the person would have to marry into the Ling family. Li Shiyu finally told him the truth. So, the regiment commander has 2 women now. Li Lanfeng was flabbergasted. He had thought about many possibilities, but this wasn't one of them. The war on planet Haijiao touched the hearts of all the citizens of the Federation. At the same time, it caused a huge commotion in other nations. The other countries reprimanded the Federation for breaking the Human United Agreement. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Federation was not just there for show. Since the inception of the country, the Federation had never lost in a verbal debate. This time, it was the same. They refute the claims by the other nations with the loophole in the Human United Agreement. Additionally, they told the accusing nations that they had clear evidence to prove that Helia broke the Human United Agreement first. If that wasn't the case, the God-class mecha wouldn't have appeared on the battlefield. Jumping levels in mecha piloting could cause the operator to die. No one would do it if they had a choice. The mecha operators of the Federation were the treasures of the Federation. They wouldn't want any of them to be sacrificed. If Helia didn't break the rules, the mecha operator from the Federation wouldn't have to step out and use his life to protect the base as well as his comrades. The diplomat from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs spoke so sincerely, he even cried when he talked about the pain the mecha operator had to go through. This Oscar-winning performance truly surprised the representatives from other nations. Thus, all the charges against the Federation were taken back. All in all, the Federation proclaimed that it was all Helia's fault. Helia had to be punished. The Federation was known for never admitting its mistakes. Even if it was in the wrong, they were forced to do it. At the meeting, the verbal battle was fierce. No one wanted to take a step back. If they didn't have to maintain their bearings as a diplomat, these people might have started fighting. Even though they didn't do that, they still slammed tables and smashed things. If they accidentally hit a diplomat of Helia with the object in their hands. Sorry. I didn't do it on purpose. What? You're unhappy. Why don't you throw one at me too? The accuracy of the diplomats from the Federation was much higher than the diplomats of other countries. This was all thanks to the education of the Federation. They had spent 10 years in the military academy, so their combat skills were much better than the other diplomats, even though their position didn't need them to fight. On planet Haijiao, Qi Yaoyang finished his preparations and led the reinforcements to start their plan of retaliation. The activation of the satellites allowed Little Four to sneak into all the bases of Helia. When the Federation started their attack, he interfered with the mainframes, causing them to slow down for a second when passing out commands. This seemed like a short time, but this 1 second was enough for the protective shield to collapse when their enemies were unable to replenish the loss of energy on time. Since the delay in the mainframe was too short, the people from the Helia army didn't notice anything amiss. They just thought that the attack from the Federation was too powerful, so it destroyed their protective shield in an instant. As more and more bases got destroyed by the Federation, the command center of Helia predicted that it might be due to some secret weapon brought over by Qi Yaoyang. The Federation had sent a God-class mecha over, so it was possible that they brought another secret weapon too. The Helia army couldn't resist against the Federation's forceful invasion, so they retreated. They wanted to retreat to the huge bases at the back and have a final battle with the Federation there. In Base 013, besides those mecha clans that had to guard the base, all the soldiers followed Qi Yaoyang out to fight, including 250 Ace Mecha Clan. Almost everyone in 250 Ace Mecha Clan went out this time. Besides Li Lanfeng, who was left behind to guard the camp, everyone else was sent out by Ling Lan, including the logisticians. This was a good time to gain military merits. Ling Lan didn't want 250 Ace Mecha Clan to lose this chance. As for Team 08, Qi Long would take over as the temporary leader. His Team 03 was almost annihilated and there was no time to reform it. Hence, he was the perfect person to take over Li Lanfeng's position. Li Lanfeng settled everything at the base and came to Ling Lan's treatment room. Because of her father's spiritual power, Ling Lan was able to stay awake for a longer period of time. However, Ling Lan, Li Lanfeng, and Li Shiyu felt that they must still let the public think that Ling Lan's injuries were getting worse. If not, the consequences would be disastrous. Even General Ling Xiao would be unable to protect them. Hence, they told everyone that Ling Lan was still sleeping in the healing pod with no signs of getting better. Before Li Shiyu left the base, he successfully created the second generation of Nuwa agent. He experimented with the Ling family's agent and used his findings to reformulate a new formula for the Nuwa agent. He gave most of it for Ling Lan to drink and injected a portion of it into the recovery agent to heal Ling Lan's badly injured body. Isn't the Nuwa agent finished? Why are there still some left? This was a reward for Ling Lan's kindness. Before all this, she diluted one Nuwa agent and gave it to the 10 team leaders so that they could use it in times of emergency. Besides Han Jijian, who used some of it to help the survivors, the other team leaders still had theirs. When they heard how bad their regiment commander's condition was, they gave Li Shiyu their agents, making Li Shiyu feel elated. He had the Ling family's agent with him too, so he decided to use both of them to create a better agent. After a series of coincidences, he invented the second-generation Nuwa agent. Its effects were much stronger than the first-generation Nuwa agent. After settling everything, Li Shiyu left unwillingly with 250 Ace Mecha Clan. He brought the equally unwilling Luo Chao and Han Shuya with him too. In the military, if a female officer wanted to rise in position, they needed to acquire even more outstanding merits than a male soldier. The other way was to have someone powerful helping them. Ling Lan didn't want Luo Chao and Han Shuya to live under someone's protection in their lifetime. She felt that these two ladies were not weaker than any men, so she didn't want them to miss this chance because they wanted to take care of her. Li Lanfeng came to the treatment room. He used his domain to inspect the treatment room. When he noticed that everything was proper, he knocked on Ling Lan's healing pod. This was their secret code. Ling Lan would pretend to be unconscious until he came. Of course, Ling Lan didn't need the secret code. She didn't tell Li Lanfeng, but when she was really unconscious, she was still aware of everything that was happening in the base, including the situation of the war. Plus, with Little Four guarding her, no one had the chance to spy her. Hence, the moment Li Lanfeng entered the room, Little Four got excited and shouted to remind Ling Lan that Li Lanfeng was looking for her. At first, Little Four had some qualms against Li Lanfeng. But, now, he treated Li Lanfeng like his life savior. His impression of him rose exponentially. Even Ling Lan felt happy when she saw Li Lanfeng. Her admiration for Li Lanfeng rose too. Why were they elated when they see Li Lanfeng? Well, we have to go back to the start. After Ling Lan took in her father's spiritual power, she was able to keep herself awake for a longer period of time. She started getting bored in the healing pod. At this moment, her instructors, who had been waiting for this chance, caught her. This time, there were 3 instructors teaching her. Ling Lan felt confused by that even till today. Those 3 instructors looked exactly the same. They introduced themselves as triplets and were known as number 6, number 7, and number 8. The 3 instructors taught her different things. One of them taught her about business, the other taught her about politics, and the last one taught her about military affairs. First, let's talk about number 6. The moment he saw Ling Lan, he started scolding her and reprimanding her on some of the decisions she had made for Base 013. He was dissatisfied with these decisions. For instance, when she ordered her team to retreat after snatching the food and water supplies. She could have saved everyone if she decided to hide at the base and wait for a chance to go back after that. However, she wanted everyone to stay together. They were able to return to the base because of luck, really. Plus, about her controlling the God-class mecha, number 6 felt that this was something only an idiot would do. A professional commanding officer would know when to give up on certain things. Sacrifices couldn't be avoided, but she still mustn't put herself at risk before the crisis really happened. This was a taboo. Ling Lan was stunned by number 6 reprimanding. Before she could understand everything number 6 taught her, number 7 grabbed her and told her how to build a perfect base. His political plans and schemes surprised Ling Lan. She realized that everything she did before was nothing compared to what number 7 was teaching. But, before she could digest everything, the impatient number 8 snatched her away. Then, he started analyzing the various investments Little Four had been making over the past few years. Every day, Ling Lan would wake up in a daze. She would constantly receive dumps of information from her instructors before going to sleep confused. Ling Lan realized that all the hard pieces of training she had in the past seemed so easy now. The lessons from these 3 instructors were the scariest of them all. However, she wasn't the only one suffering. Little Four suffered with her too. While she was being taught by number 8, she grabbed Little Four and made him learn with her. These things were all done by Little Four. Why should she suffer when the main culprit ran around freely outside? Since Little Four did all the investments, number 8 didn't reject his appearance. He had many opinions against all the investments he did, so when Little Four appeared, he took this opportunity and reprimanded him too. Every time number 8's lesson ended, the 2 students hugged their heads between their knees. They felt the world spinning around them. None of them had any talent in business, so learning this was like torture to them. When Li Lanfeng walked in, they were currently attending the most dreaded business lesson from number 8. Hence, the moment little 4 saw Li Lanfeng, he got excited. His life savior is here. He shouted happily, "Boss, Little Li is here." Little Li was Little 4's nickname for Li Lanfeng now. This nickname came from the stupid Little White who was currently on Li Lanfeng's shoulder. While Little White was complaining about Li Lanfeng's abuse to Ling Lan, it called Li Lanfeng Little Li. Little 4 shared Ling Lan's mindscape, so he knew about this nickname too. He felt that this nickname really suited Li Lanfeng, so he decided to use it too. The poor Li Lanfeng didn't know that these two cute and stupid figures had given him a not-so-good nickname. Ah, number 8, Li Lanfeng must be looking for me because he has something important to tell me. Shall we end the lesson now? Ling Lan's eyes lit up as she looked at number 8 with anticipation. She looked totally different from the lifeless character just now. Number 8 felt his teeth hurting. However, he saw Ling Lan's excited face and couldn't bear to reject her. He said helplessly, "Fine, the lesson will end today. We'll continue tomorrow." "Thank you, number 8. The moment Ling Lan finished speaking, she instantly disappeared from number 8's space. She didn't forget to bring little 4, who was suffering along with her, in her escape. They disappeared before number 8 could say anything. "Isn't there anyone for me to pass all my knowledge to?" Number 8 was dejected. "Don't worry. Ling Lan is a smart person. Even if she doesn't have the talent in this area, she'll be able to get the hang of it after you teach her a few times." A voice sounded in the air. 2 people that looked exactly like number 8 appeared beside him. When the 3 people stood together, it was hard to differentiate them. The only difference between the 3 of them was their clothes. Number 6 was wearing the red military uniform of Mandora, while number 7 was wearing a purple shirt. Number 8, on the other hand, was wearing a white gown. "Yes. Number 8, we lack everything but time," number 7 told him. "That's the only way." Number 8 gathered his spirit. Fortunately, he had Prince 4 as his student too. He was not a talented person, but when compared with Ling Lan, he was much better. Since Ling Lan had the thought of fighting for more power, she would accept what we taught her. Number 6 knew that talent was just a small factor. Ling Lan learned slowly because she didn't like all this knowledge. Her mind resisted them instinctively. It looks like the external pressure on Ling Lan is still not enough. Number 7 knew this too. Although Ling Lan met many crises during this battle and seemed to have experienced a few life-or-death situations, she was still very confident in herself. She believed in her father and believed that the Federation would send reinforcements. She believed that they were able to go back alive. She had never been abandoned entirely. She didn't know what it felt like to be forsaken by all her friends and families. If she never experienced that moment, she wouldn't understand that a real powerful person was someone who controlled her own fate. If not, no matter how strong the person was, he was just a chess piece in the eyes of everyone else. Ling Lan escaped successfully and opened her eyes. She saw that Li Lanfeng had opened her healing pod already and was looking at her intently. "What's the matter?" Ling Lan raised one of her eyebrows. She was not going to tell him that she was waiting for him to save her. Li Lanfeng looked at Ling Lan. He hesitated for a moment before finally gritting his teeth and asking, "Why must there be such a rule in the Ling family?" Ling Lan was speechless. She was afraid that she would have to explain her family rule to her friends. However, before she could prepare herself, Li Lanfeng came to find her about it first. Ling Lan looked at Li Lanfeng coldly. She hoped that Li Lanfeng would understand her gaze and not probe further any further. Truth be told, she hadn't thought of a way out of this lie. Lies could be said, but once you said the first lie, you would need more and more lies to cover up the first lie. It was tiring and nothing good would come out of it. In the past, Ling Lan's cold gaze would have instantly caused Li Lanfeng to give up. However, this time, Li Lanfeng insisted on finding the truth. Even if Ling Lan might be angry, he still wanted to find the truth. Rabbit, I know this rule is not passed down by your ancestors. If not, General Ling would not have married your mother when he was 26 years old. Li Lanfeng did much research on this matter. He even went to the extent of digging up the story between General Ling and Lan Luofeng. Ling Lan knew that once Li Lanfeng decided to investigate something, it would be hard to fool him. Ling Lan noticed the determined light in Li Lanfeng's eyes. He wouldn't let go unless he got an answer, making Ling Lan felt a little helpless. I should think of an excuse now. Ling Lan's head started hurting. It was hard to fool someone so cunning. Ling Lan thought for a moment. She apologized to her mother silently and said, "Cough, you know that my father is a very busy man, so he rarely has time to accompany my mother. Thus, my mother is very bored at home, so she placed all her attention on me." Li Lanfeng frowned. "Is she urging you to marry?" Ling Lan said in a helpless tone, "It's fine if she just wants me to marry someone. She's just too bored, so she wanted to have a grandson." "No, if she just wanted to have a grandson, she wouldn't let you marry a man." Li Lanfeng was a meticulous person. He immediately noticed the loophole in Ling Lan's words. "Li Lanfeng, you still don't understand what my mother's real motive is." Ling Lan shook her head. "My mother just wants a good reason to force me to have a child." This statement was half true and half lie. Ling Lan still hadn't given up the thought of robbing the sperm bank. Huh? Li Lanfeng was dumbstruck. He couldn't imagine the traditional and gentle Senior Colonel Lan having such open thoughts. Did Senior Colonel Lan set this rule? Li Lanfeng was finally enlightened. And General Ling didn't reject it? "My father always listens to my mother for such small matters." Ling Lan pouted. What she said was a lie, but if her mother really gave her this rule, her father would definitely support her mother. He might even help her mother to make devious plans. As long as he didn't need to betray his country, her subservient father wouldn't reject her mother. "Actually, you don't have to worry about the gender of a doctor. Senior Colonel Lan will understand." Li Lanfeng didn't want Ling Lan to marry so haphazardly. He hoped that Ling Lan would have a harmonious family in the future and not marry for political reasons. "If my mother could be fooled so easily, my father wouldn't have fallen for my mother. He only has one woman in his life, and that is my mother." Ling Lan apologized to her father silently too for dragging him in this mess. "So that's why," Li Lanfeng murmured, as he seemed to understand why Ling Lan never bathed with anyone. His resting place was always guarded heavily. Every time he appeared, he was always dressed properly. "If that's the case, why did you reject Li Shiyu? Since there was such a rule, why couldn't it be Li Shiyu? Why did she choose Luo Chao and Han Shuya?" "I don't like men," Ling Lan replied with an expressionless face, but inside, her heart was crying. She hadn't found a man she liked, but she wasn't gay too. The situation was dire at that time, so she had no choice but to use this excuse to chase Li Shiyu away. However, she caused her two beloved younger sisters to sink into her lie. When she woke up after her treatment, she regretted what she did. Her mind was in a whirl at that time, so she lost her ability to think carefully. That was why she gave such a low-level excuse. Li Lanfeng was stunned by Ling Lan's reply. "Rabbit is not my destined king." Li Lanfeng had suspected that Ling Lan was his destined king. After all, among the comrades around him, he was the only one that resembled a king the most. At first, he suspected Xiao Ting. However, Xiao Ting had no chance of becoming a king now. Li Lanfeng thought about how calm Ling Lan was after looking at his face and felt that he was thinking too much. Now, after Ling Lan proclaimed that he didn't like men, he felt that the possibility of him being his destined king was zero. Yet, for some reason, Li Lanfeng wasn't happy. He felt complicated and a strange feeling started engulfing his heart. What do you do now? Is Rabbit really planning to marry one of the two ladies? Li Lanfeng felt frustrated when he thought about this possibility. If I'm not able to stand beside Rabbit, no one can. Not even his wife. This sudden thought astounded Li Lanfeng. He felt puzzled. He knocked his forehead and forced himself to remain calm. I would only choose the option that benefits me the most. However, I'll take care of this matter. Let me think about it. Ling Lan frowned. She didn't intend to bring Han Shuya and Luo Chao into her lie. She didn't want to harm their futures. She needed to think of a plan to solve this problem. If not, she would be unable to sleep properly. Yes, you have to think about it properly, Li Lanfeng agreed with what Ling Lan said. He was speaking to himself too. He needed to think about why he had such weird emotions. With many thoughts in his mind, Li Lanfeng bid farewell to Ling Lan. Ling Lan was relieved that Li Lanfeng didn't probe further. She managed to overcome this crisis. Little 4, do you think I should take this chance to declare that my injuries are too serious to be treated and retire from the army? Ling Lan had thoughts of retiring. After this war, her comrades would be able to gain many merits and attain a higher position. They would be able to take care of themselves. So, it was probably time for her to leave. Boss, I'll listen to you. Little 4 didn't have any opinions about the matter. The military was fun, but the world outside the military was interesting too. In a forest occupied by Helia, more than 10 damaged mechas sat together in a circle. The mecha operators of these mechas stood in the middle of the circle and were cooking some small beasts they found in the forest. These small beasts would satisfy their hunger for tonight. This is the last self-heating agent. One of the mecha operators sighed. He wouldn't be able to eat hot food from now on. Don't worry. Our reinforcements are here. Unfortunately, we are too far away from the base so we can't contact them. If not, our regiment commander will save us. One of the older mecha operators was confident. At this moment, a young mecha operator looked up and asked curiously. Uncle Sun, can you tell us which mecha clan do you come from? At that time, they were being chased by an ace mecha clan of the Helia army. When they were about to be caught up by the mecha clan, they met 4 mecha operators who came from the 23rd Division. They managed to kill the mecha operators from the ace mecha clan and save them. From then on, they followed the 4 mecha operators and moved behind their enemies, hiding from them. Even until today, they still felt that they were in a dream. The man called Uncle Sun smiled. What's there to talk about? Aren't we all from the 23rd Division? Uncle Sun, please tell us. I don't believe that you come from a normal ace mecha clan. That young mecha operator wanted to know where his life savior came from, so he kept asking Uncle Sun. Ah Luo, don't get overboard, another cold-looking young man said to him. Yes, Brother Hua. The young man called Ah Luo lowered his head in disappointment. Brother Hua, I want to know too. If I can, I would like to join Uncle Sun's mecha clan. Another young man suddenly opened his mouth. Ah Luo raised his head instantly when he heard someone supporting him. His eyes lit up as he said excitedly, see, Brother Hua, even Fengming wants to know. He turned and placed his palms together. He pleaded, Uncle Sun, please stop hiding it from. Please kindly tell us. Brother Hua saw how determined his team members were, so he looked apologetically at Uncle Sun. The man called Uncle Sun looked at his 3 other comrades. They all nodded in approval. After this 1 week of interaction with these 9 young mecha operators, they acknowledged their abilities and characters. Since you all want to know, I'll tell you. Don't think too highly of us, Uncle Sun smiled. We're really from an ordinary mecha clan. We are from the 250 Ace mecha clan that is stationed at base 013. Uncle Sun was one of the 4 people that helped Ling Lan to escape. They couldn't catch up with Ling Lan, so they were surrounded by many Helia mechas. Thus, they had no choice but to remain in the second line of defense. After some time, they met these 9 young men who lost their sense of direction as they were being chased by their enemies. 250 Ace mecha clan. Brother Hua was surprised. It looks like you've heard about our mecha clan before. Uncle Sun laughed. The people that knew about their mecha clan would know that they were a useless and infamous mecha clan. Yes, I know that all the mecha operators in 250 Ace Mecha Clan used to be the best mecha operators of the Federation. All of them had achieved many military merits before, the cold-looking young man said seriously. He knew the condition of 250 Ace Mecha Clan, but he never looked down on them. They might not be able to control mechas now, but their merits were real. Yes, you're right. The mecha operators in 250 Ace Mecha Clan used to be the best mecha operators in the Federation. However, they've all become useless mecha operators. It's an infamous mecha clan now. Sun Yaofei remembered how he was thrown to the 23rd Division like a pile of rubbish. His heart ached uncontrollably. He knew that they were just a burden as they couldn't operate a mecha anymore, but the actions of their past mecha clans still hurt them deeply. Ah! The other 8 young men, who didn't know about the details of 250 Ace Mecha Clan, were dumbfounded. They didn't know that these powerful mecha operators had such a past. It used to be called 250 Mecha Clan because there are 250 useless mecha operators in the mecha clan. Sun Yaofei felt irritated when he thought of the meaning behind their name. But now, you should be an imperial mecha operator, right? Brother Hua didn't get distracted by Sun Yaofei's words. From the moment he saw these old mecha operators, he knew that they were not at Elite Ace. They must be higher than the Elite Ace level. If not, they wouldn't be able to kill a 12-man Ace mecha team. Zhenyu, you have good eyesight. Sun Yaofei didn't deny it. However, I just managed to advance to Imperial level after this battle. Surprisingly, the people Sun Yaofei saved were Hua Zhenyu and his friends. They fought with Ling Lan before. Sun Yaofei briefly explained to them how they had helped their regiment commander escaped. Hua Zhenyu and his comrades listened attentively. They wished that they could watch the heroic and dangerous battle personally. Regiment Commander Ling is really an outstanding commander, Hua Zhenyu exclaimed. Hua Zhenyu was sent to a base in the central region. Unfortunately, the commanding officer of his base didn't have Regiment Commander Ling's capabilities. They didn't manage to last for long before their base was destroyed. He got separated from his mecha clan. But, he was lucky enough to manage to escape with his team. Join out Discord server to chat with fellow readers, https://discord.gg/6vfcq@. Yes. Our regiment commander Ling is a powerful and capable person. I think that he is even younger than all of you. He is the strongest youth I've ever met, Sun Yaofei said proudly. Hua Zhenyu had a sudden thought. He remembered Ling Lan. He controlled his emotions and asked calmly, Uncle Sun, what is the name of your regiment commander? Very simple. He has only one word as his given name. He's called Ling Lan, Sun Yaofei replied. Ah! A few people in Hua Zhenyu's team shouted in surprise. Sun Yaofei narrowed his eyes. You know our regiment commander? Hua Zhenyu gave a bitter smile. Of course. He is our junior. Sun Yaofei slapped his forehead. He laughed and said, oh right. I almost forgot that you all came from the First Men's Military Academy. Tell me, is our regiment commander a famous character in the military academy? Sun Yaofei was very interested to know about this. If he managed to get some information, he would be able to gossip with his comrades after he goes back to his mecha clan. Hua Zhenyu smiled forcefully, as someone who was able to control all the factions of the military academy, I can't think of anyone more famous than him. He didn't expect the other person to be so far ahead of him. They might never be able to fulfill the promised battle. As Qi Yaoyang's army pushed forward with each victory, more and more soldiers got dispatched from Base 013. Base 013 gradually turned very quiet and peaceful. After Han Shuya went out for battle, Lady Mei was promoted to the position of the leader of the JMCs. They didn't have many things to do, so they would chat with each other in their free time in the afternoon. As they started talking, their topic would always stray towards the young and high-ranking officers in 250 Ace Mecha Clan. A few of the team leaders are young and capable. It'll be great if I can get to know some of them. The JMCs still had the desire to hook a wealthy husband, but when they thought of the outstanding young officers, they felt their hearts fluttering. Even the head of the logisticians, Major Lin, the head of the medical department, Major Lee, and the other deputies are impressive too. Why do you think there are so many capable young officers in 250 Ace Mecha Clan? Look at who their regiment commander is. It's Regiment Commander Ling. He is the son of General Ling Xiao, the real elite of the elites. He is the only person that can make so many outstanding young officers bow down to him. One of the JMCs was obviously a fan of Ling Lan. Her eyes were filled with admiration as she complimented Ling Lan endlessly. When I heard the commanding officer telling us that he is the son of Ling Xiao and he would bring us home, I felt that I'm willing to accept any outcomes even if he didn't last until reinforcements came. Another JMC revealed her true thoughts. The other JMCs turned silent when they heard this. At that moment, everyone had a similar thought: they would survive along with the base. That was their closest experience with death yet. Fortunately, Commander Ling managed to hold on until reinforcements came. The entire base managed to stand because of Commander Ling's sacrifice. I wonder if there are any repercussions for controlling a God-class mecha. I hope that he's fine. Another JMC gave a forced smile as she said that. They thought about the dire condition of their commanding officer and didn't have the heart to chat anymore. Commander Ling will be fine, Lady May said firmly. All the JMCs looked at Lady May. They hoped that Lady May had some good news for them. Lady May had a good relationship with Han Shuya, and Han Shuya was the personal guard of Commander Ling, so she would definitely know the condition of Commander Ling. He is the regiment commander of 250 Ace Mecha Clan. He is the commanding officer of Base 013. He'll definitely be able to create miracles just like when he said he would bring us home. Lady May didn't believe that the man who created so many miracles would be defeated by these injuries. The other JMCs nodded. They prayed and hoped that their commanding officer would heal soon. To all the soldiers of Base 013, Ling Lan's position in their hearts was even higher than General Ling Zhao's. At this moment, two signals suddenly appeared on two of the control panels. Two JMCs hurriedly answered the call. They heard unfamiliar voices requesting to enter the base. Tang Ningyu from the Flying Dragon Special Forces would like to enter Base 013 for treatment. Mu Chaoran from the Flying Dragon Special Forces would like to enter Base 013 for treatment. The JMCs didn't let them in easily just because they were from the Flying Dragon Special Forces. They thoroughly checked their identity before letting these two mecha operators in. The medical department received the news for an emergency treatment, so they hurriedly rushed to the mecha hold and waited for the two mecha operators. Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran got down from their mechas. They took off their helmets and revealed their pale faces. Blood dripped down their mouths. The medics did the routine examination of their bodies and realized that they were suffering from some internal injuries. They quickly sent them to the healing pods in the treatment center. In the middle of the night, when there was no one else in the treatment center, two healing pods suddenly opened. Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran slowly sat up from their healing pods and looked at each other knowingly. "It seems like you want to find an answer too," Tang Ningyu said. "I'm not able to give up until I see Ling Lan." Because of various reasons, they were unable to see Ling Lan before they left the Base 013. Mu Chaoran looked at Tang Ningyu and gave an evil smile. "You have the same idea, right?" Tang Ningyu didn't reply to him. Mu Chaoran wasn't expecting Tang Ningyu to reply too. He understood Tang Ningyu just like how Tang Ningyu understood him. That was why they made similar decisions. They used their injuries as a reason to go back to Base 013 to find an answer. The two of them disappeared from their treatment room and appeared in front of Ling Lan's treatment room in the next second. Tang Ningyu took out an object that looked like a button and stuck it on the door. The object shone for a few seconds and the door opened itself. The two of them sneaked inside quickly before the door closed itself automatically. The second before it closed, Tang Ningyu hooked his finger and the shining object landed on his palm lightly, leaving no traces behind. It was as though the door had never been opened. Li Lanfeng was in his accommodation and self-reflecting on his action earlier on the day. Suddenly, he sat up from his bed with killing intent beaming out of his eyes. In the next moment, he disappeared. Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran entered Ling Lan's treatment room. There was only one healing pod in the treatment room. They were stunned when they saw the healing pod. A round object laid on top of the healing pod. It was sleeping soundly. It didn't seem to notice the two unwelcome guests. Little White. Mu Chaoran's gaze was complex. He didn't dare to move closer. He didn't know if he should be afraid of the truth. Tang Ningyu clenched his fist tightly. His heart palpitated quickly and his blood rushed through his body. Is it him? Mu Chaoran took a deep breath. Then, he looked at Tang Ningyu in the eyes and nodded. They pretended to be calm as they took their first step and arrived beside the healing pod. Little White suddenly felt something dangerous approaching it. It opened its eyes instantly and saw two people that shouldn't be here. Squeak! Little White screamed in shock. It was just having a little nap. How did these two people appear? Little White, is your master inside? Mu Chaoran looked at Little White with anticipation. He hoped to sense something from Little White's expression. Little White looked at Mu Chaoran with innocent eyes as though it didn't understand what he was saying. Damn it! There is no way I'm going to tell you anything about my master. My master will kill me if I do. Little White's innocent look caused Mu Chaoran to jeer at himself. In order to get the truth, he placed his hopes on a stupid pet that knew nothing. He must be out of his mind. Mu Chaoran reached out his hand, wanting to carry Little White. A fair and slender hand suddenly appeared and picked Little White up before him. Mu Chaoran and Tang Ningyu's expressions changed instantly. They leaped back and retreated 3 meters back. The air around the fair hand started distorting and a whirlpool suddenly formed in the middle of the room. Slowly, a young soldier wearing the military uniform of the 23rd Division walked out. It was Li Lanfeng. Li Lanfeng looked at Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran coldly. I didn't expect the two of you to infiltrate the treatment room. Tang Ningyu and Mu Xiaoyu felt awkward with them being exposed so blatantly. They were frustrated that they got caught in their actions. But, they regained their composure quickly. Tang Ningyu replied Li Lanfeng calmly, Major Li, long time no see. You look as good as ever. There's no need to be polite. What are you doing in the treatment room? If you don't give me a good answer, I'll report to General Ling Xiao and ask him to get an explanation from the commander of the Flying Dragon Special Forces. Li Lanfeng smiled coldly. Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran were agitated. They forgot that Ling Lan was the son of Ling Xiao. If General Ling Xiao misunderstood their intentions, there would be huge trouble coming their way. We respected Lieutenant Colonel Ling for his courage, so we wanted to take a look at him, Tang Ningyu said earnestly. He didn't want to create trouble for his commander. This was something they should settle themselves. Do I look stupid? Li Lanfeng jeered. He didn't believe what Tang Ningyu said. It's the truth. Mu Chaoran was sincere. However, that's not the only reason. We want to know if Lieutenant Colonel Ling is the person we are looking for. You met us on planet Azure, so you should know that we were on a mission at that time. However, in the end, we didn't complete the mission. Another person completed it instead. Mu Chaoran suddenly said the truth. Tang Ningyu was surprised. Li Lanfeng petted Little White, which was lying quietly on his arm. Mu Chaoran gave a bitter smile. Your appearance on planet Azure was too much of a coincidence. Additionally, you picked up Little White. This caused us to suspect that Lieutenant Colonel Ling is the other person who was on the mission. Tang Ningyu continued, we want to know who we lost to, so we wanted to take a look at Lieutenant Colonel Ling. Li Lanfeng smiled. He scoffed, what does it have to do with me? Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran were stunned. They didn't expect Li Lanfeng to reject them directly. It was wrong of them to sneak into Ling Lan's treatment room, but they had no bad intentions. They just wanted an answer. However, Li Lanfeng suddenly changed his words. If I don't agree, you will be unwilling to give up too. This is not a good thing for our regiment commander, as it'll interfere with his treatment, so I'll only give you one chance. I hope that you will not interrupt our regiment commander after this. If not, I'll not show you any mercy. Thank you, Major Li. Tang Mingyu and Mu Chaoran were surprised and elated. They thought that they had no hope, but Li Lanfeng was kind enough to let them meet Ling Lan. Li Lanfeng took out a syringe from the disinfected shelf. Then, he took a bottle of agent and opened the healing pod. He injected the agent into the person lying in the healing pod. Tang Mingyu and Mu Chaoran's heart pounded furiously. Would the person inside be who they expected? Would they be disappointed again? The two of them felt that they waited for a long time. However, it was just around 3 minutes. Finally, they heard a weak cough. Lanfeng, what's the matter? The voice of the person in the healing pod was hoarse and low. It wasn't the soft and gentle voice they had remembered. It's not him. Tang Mingyu and Mu Chaoran's heart dropped. They felt as though a bucket of ice water was poured on them. Their entire body turned cold. Regiment Commander, there are 2 people from the Flying Dragon Special Forces who wanted to meet you, Li Lanfeng whispered to the person in the healing pod. He looked at Mu Chaoran and Tang Mingyu before continuing, they are Lieutenant Colonel Tang Mingyu and Lieutenant Colonel Mu Chaoran. The Flying Dragon Special Forces? Sure, help me up. The person in the healing pod seemed surprised. However, he didn't reject the request. Li Lanfeng held Ling Lan up carefully. Mu Chaoran and Tang Mingyu saw a person wrapped entirely in bandages. Because of the action of sitting up, some of the bandages had turned red. However, the person still sat up straight. He had a cold and icy aura around him. His gaze was sharp and intense. Even when he was heavily injured, his force of presence still overpowered the 3 other people at the scene. This is a very powerful person. It cannot be their little brother Xiaoyun. There were tears in Mu Chaoran's eyes. In the end, he was still disappointed. On the other hand, Tang Mingyu got a shock. He grabbed Mu Chaoran tightly and controlled his excitement. It's him. It's him. Mu Chaoran looked at Tang Mingyu in astonishment. Tang Mingyu's action dispersed some of his sadness. It's our benefactor. He is our benefactor. Tang Mingyu said excitedly. Mu Chaoran finally got it. Although Ling Lan was not the person they thought he was, they were right to think that he was the person who took the mission. He was also the ice element titled Domain Realm formidable warrior that saved them. All of their queries were solved. Ling Lan was the person who took the mission. However, he didn't disguise himself as a scout. He used the chance when Li Lanfeng entered the school to sneak in and investigate the base. Along the way, he saved them. That circular creature should be Ling Lan's pet. That was why it appeared on planet Azure as well as planet Haijiao. Everything was explained. Mu Xiaoyu and Tang Mingyu finally got the answer they wanted, but they were still sad. Their little brother Xiaoyun was really dead. They couldn't fool themselves anymore. Tang Mingyu and Mu Chaoran were the leaders of the 2 forces of the Flying Dragon Special Forces, so they were able to regain their composure quickly. They saluted at Ling Lan. Tang Mingyu said with respect, "Thank you, Lieutenant Colonel Ling, for saving us on planet Azure." Ling Lan was confused by their actions at the start. After thinking for a moment, she nodded, "It's you. There is no need to thank me." Ling Lan didn't hide the fact that she was their benefactor. As for Pei Xiaoyun, Ling Lan planned for him to remain dead. Her fate with Tang Mingyu and Mu Xiaoyu would end here. When they meet again, they would be just strangers. Ling Lan didn't reveal any loopholes. She ended Tang Mingyu and Mu Chaoran's suspicion on her. After chatting with them for a while, Li Lanfeng sent the two people away by telling them that their regiment commander needed to rest. Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran felt that they had gotten the truth, so they didn't have the heart to stay at the treatment room anymore. They left dejectedly. Li Lanfeng closed the door and quickly looked at Ling Lan. Ling Lan nodded to express that she was fine. Why did you want to see them? Li Lanfeng didn't want them to see Ling Lan. He felt that these two people would just be troublesome. However, just as he was about to chase them away, he received an order through Ling Lan's spiritual power. Ling Lan told him that he wanted to meet them. That was why Li Lanfeng changed his tone. If I don't let them see me, they'll get even more curious and will think of even more ways to see me. Ling Lan felt a little tired. She was recovering slowly both physically and spiritually, but since her injuries were very serious, she would still feel tired easily. Li Lanfeng noticed this and hurriedly laid her down. So, you wanted to solve everything once and for all, Li Lanfeng said firmly. Yes, Ling Lan closed her eyes and replied. It's all because of this idiot. It always creates trouble. Li Lanfeng looked at Little White with disdain. Little White was attempting to jump into the healing pod along with its master. Li Lanfeng picked it up before it could. Rawr! You are the idiot. Damn it, how am I supposed to know that those two people will come on my watch? Little White waved its tentacles furiously. However, Li Lanfeng was standing behind him, so his tentacles were not long enough to reach him. The angry Little White forgot that its tentacles could be extended. We can't blame Little White. I was not careful enough. If she didn't bring Little White to Planet Azure, this wouldn't have happened in the first place. Sob. My master is the best. Little White was so touched that it started crying. It waved its tentacles in the air as it ran into Ling Lan's arms to seek for comfort. Li Lanfeng saw the two fountains over Little White's eyes and frowned. He flicked Little White away with his right hand and then took out a handkerchief from his pocket. He wiped his right hand carefully as if he touched something dirty. Li Lanfeng's actions angered Little White. It rushed towards Li Lanfeng and waved its tentacles around. It wanted to attack this very bad person who always treated it badly. Li Lanfeng raised his finger and pressed it against Little White's body. Then, he started scratching it. Little White hugged Li Lanfeng's finger and let out a sigh to show how comfortable it was. No, I can't bow down to a bad person. Little White tried to resist against its nature. Li Lanfeng looked at it with a cold face. He could feel that Little White had gotten fatter. The food and water supply in the base were limited. Along with the huge stress of the battle, everyone had gotten skinnier. Only Little White ate well and came back fatter. Li Lanfeng was extremely unhappy at it. Little White narrowed its eyes and laid on Li Lanfeng's hand happily. This time, Little White lost to its nature again and got subdued by Li Lanfeng's finger. Ling Lan saw the two of them battling again and shook her head. The results were expected. Her Little White was indeed stupid. Once its weak point was known to Li Lanfeng, it would never be able to win against Li Lanfeng anymore. Unfortunately, Little White didn't understand this point and continued to resist uselessly. After settling Little White, Li Lanfeng looked at Ling Lan again. He pondered over his words carefully before asking, Rabbit, what do you plan to do after you go back? Ling Lan raised one of her eyebrows as if she didn't understand what Li Lanfeng meant. Are you planning to retire? This was the only answer Li Lanfeng got after thinking through all the possibilities. Ling Lan remained silent for a few seconds. She replied, You know that this is the safest path for me. She mustn't recuperate. Leaving the military was her only path out. Rabbit, are you planning to abandon us? Li Lanfeng was heartbroken. He had already predicted this result, but when he heard it from Ling Lan, he still couldn't help but feel sad. I'm not abandoning you. There is just no place in the military for me and my father. Having one Ling Xiao was already enough for the military. If another Ling Xiao appeared, those people would take action against them. To protect the safety of her father, Ling Lan must leave the army. Ling Lan couldn't blame the military. Some high-ranking officers might have their own personal motives, but most of them did it for the sake of the Federation. The Ling family had some secret skills that could allow them to jump level and control a god-class mecha. If she had died, everything was fine. However, she didn't. This was enough to excite the military. Fortunately, her father was already a god-class mecha and one of the 10 great generals of the Federation. He was also the general of the 23rd Division. These powers were enough to stop the people that wanted to do anything to him. But, that was it. If she managed to recover, it would prove that the Ling family had a way to resist the backlash from jumping level and operate a god-class mecha. This was enough for the military to go crazy. At that time, the powers her father wouldn't be enough to stop the entire military. Ling Lan knew that her father was clearing her back for her. In the battle of power, the pressure her father was handling was not much lesser than her. He might even be in a more dangerous position than her. One single mistake could cause the destruction of the entire Ling family. Ling Lan remembered that the mastermind who planned her father's murder in the past was still in the military. After so many years, the other party's faction must have grown even stronger. Ling Lan didn't believe that the other party would stop his actions. He must be waiting for a chance to launch another lethal attack. For the sake of his father, she mustn't recover in front of the public eyes. She must leave. Li Lanfeng calmed down when he heard what Ling Lan said. He knew that although Ling Xiao looked glamorous and seemed to have a bright future ahead of himself, he was constantly surrounded by danger. Ling Lan won huge military merit when she jumped level and operated a god-class mecha. She allowed Base 013 to survive until reinforcements could arrive, shocking the entire Federation. If Ling Lan was just an ordinary soldier, the military would reward Ling Lan heavily and mold her into a hero of the generation to spur the emotions of the citizens in the Federation. However, she was Ling Xiao's son. It was a fact that she jumped level and operated belief. Everyone would know about this. The Federation couldn't hide this fact. As expected of Ling Xiao's son, it could be guessed that Ling Xiao's reputation had reached an extremely high level now. This was like adding oil to a burning flame. Ling Xiao's reputation and might was like a marshal in the military. The 3 marshals were afraid that he would take away their power. Hence, the 3 marshals might attack Ling Xiao together if he got too strong. They wouldn't allow a 4th marshal to appear in the military. Even the 1st marshal can't be trusted. Li Lanfeng didn't give up. He heard that the 1st marshal groomed General Ling Xiao as his heir. Shouldn't he be happy that his heir was so outstanding? An heir is just an heir when the emperor is still healthy and strong. How many heirs managed to become the emperor in the end? The only time it could happen was when the emperor was old and weak, thus he had no choice but to hand over his power to his heir. Ling Lan had seen videos about the 1st marshal. He was more than 90 years old, but he was still very healthy. The humans in this world lived twice as long as the people in her past life. If she calculated the 1st marshal's age based on her past life standard, he would only be around 50 years old now. He was at the prime of his age. So, how could he willingly support a person who would take over his power soon? Her father was the most outstanding heir in the 1st marshal's faction, but so what? The 1st marshal still had many years ahead of him. He could always groom a new heir again. Hence, her father was not indispensable. A cold light flashed past Ling Lan's eyes. Just like Ling Xiao, who managed to come back alive from his ordeal, she no longer trusted anyone around her. She could only rely on herself now. That was why she asked Li Shiyu to declare that she was seriously injured and all the agents had no effect on her. However, even after all that, Li Lanfeng still didn't wish that Ling Lan would leave. I understand, Li Lanfeng said bitterly. He thought that he would be able to work hard and progress together with Ling Lan. But, in the end, he had to walk alone to defy his fate. Ling Lan sighed when she saw Li Lanfeng's dejected silhouette disappearing from the door. All good things must come to an end. No one can accompany you forever. You all will have to depend on yourselves now. Boss, are you sad? Little Four detected Ling Lan's emotions and quickly came out to console her. Yes. I didn't know that it's so difficult to say goodbye to my friends. Ling Lan gave a forced smile. This is the best time for me to leave, but why do I feel so sad? Little Four didn't know what to say. He couldn't understand the friendship between Ling Lan and her friends. Hence, he could only say, Boss, don't worry. Little Four will always be beside you. He felt that one person was not enough, so he quickly added, Little Blossom will be beside you too. Ling Lan felt touched when she saw Little Four's agitated face as he tried to console her. She hugged Little Four and rubbed his small head. Thank you, Little Four. Fortunately, Little Four was always beside her. She wasn't alone. Ling Lan knew that declaring her mecha piloting career's end was the best way to solve this crisis. If not, she might never be able to escape the fate of being constantly hounded on by the higher authorities. However, once she steps on this path, it would mean that she had to bid farewell to the male Ling Lan and all the friends she made on the way, but doing this was very cruel to her friends. Little Four blushed when he got hugged by Ling Lan. He stuttered, There's no need to thank me. Boss, I said we'll be with you forever. Yes, there's still Little Blossom. Ling Lan smiled. Oh right, can you ask number 5 when he is going to release Little Blossom? I'm afraid that he might be injured. Little Four started worrying too, as he hadn't seen Little Blossom in a long time. Ling Lan and Little Four's desire to see Little Blossom might be too strong. As after they had finished thinking about Little Blossom, they saw a figure dropping from the sky and slamming onto the floor in front of them. The small person was lying motionless on the floor. Little Blossom. Little Four looked at the sky of the mindscape curiously. There were no changes to it. He didn't know why Little Blossom suddenly appeared in such a strange position. It should be Little Blossom. Ling Lan confirmed. Those fat little hands and fat little legs were just like what she remembered. Little Four walked towards Little Blossom and kicked his butt. Little Blossom, are you all right? Little Blossom finally had some reaction. He pushed his hands on the floor and looked up at Little Four. His gaze was distant. It seemed as though he didn't recognize Little Four. Little Blossom. Why did you become like this? Little Four hugged his head in disbelief. Is this the enthusiastic and lively little brother that I know? Training, Little Blossom replied indifferently. The cute and stupid Little Blossom was gone. This child in front of them was just cold and expressionless. Ling Lan frowned. She moved her right forefinger and a black crack appeared in her mindscape. She reached her hand inside and caught number 5 who was trying to run away. She pulled him out. Number 5, can you explain this? Ling Lan stared at the haggard number 5 coldly. Number 5 knew that he couldn't escape, so he tidied his clothes slowly. Just when Ling Lan was about to lose her patience, he said, I don't know. Didn't you take Little Blossom out for training? Ling Lan frowned. At the start, yes. However, someone took him from me. Number 5 shrugged. Who? Number 5 continued smiling, but he didn't reply. Ling Lan understood number 5's smile. If he didn't reply, it meant that his lips were sealed on that matter. He couldn't tell her anything. Why? Ling Lan decided to change her way of asking. You are unwilling to awaken yourself, so she couldn't appear. Hence, she took your man to vent her frustration. Number 5 calmly told Ling Lan that she was the cause of Little Blossom's suffering. Awaken? Ling Lan was dumbfounded. She didn't know what she needed to awaken. She thought for a moment and understood who number 5 was referring to. Out of her 9 instructors, only number 4 hadn't appeared yet. Number 5 continued smiling. He didn't reply to her, but Ling Lan could tell from his expression that her guess was right. What is number 4 supposed to teach me? Ling Lan couldn't guess it. She didn't know what she needed to awaken before number 4 could appear. Number 5 sighed in his heart when he saw Ling Lan's puzzled expression. It seems like number 4 has to wait more. Helia denied breaking the Human United Agreement and sending the God-Killers during the meeting of the Intergalactic United Nations, but the evidence that the Federation provided was too solid. They had no way of escape. The Intergalactic United Nations were not stupid too. They knew who was in the wrong. Of course, another factor affecting this decision was that they were afraid of the Federation. Hence, when Caesar decided to remain silent on the matter, they promptly gave Helia their punishment. Many countries in the Intergalactic United Nations were unhappy that the Federation used a God-class mecha, but there was no rule restricting the movement of God-class mechas. Thus, they couldn't question the Federation about this. They were furious, so they added new rules into the Human United Agreement to make sure that such a situation would never happen again. The Federation didn't care about all these, because every citizen from the Federation was in an angry frenzy on a different matter. This anger was ignited by the climbing number of casualties from the war on planet Haijiao. Although Ling Lan managed to save Base 013 and prevented the reinforcements of the Federation from sinking into Helia's trap, the other soldiers on Helia were not so lucky. Most of these soldiers died when their bases fell. Only a few extremely powerful or lucky people managed to survive. As Qi Yaoyang and his army slowly claimed the lands of the Federation back, the number of casualties increased exponentially. A month later, Qi Yaoyang managed to claim back all the lands they lost to Helia with the help of continuous reinforcements from the Federation. By now, the total number of casualties from this battle was out. The number was alarming. The citizens from the Federation knew that many people had died for this war, but when they saw 160 million casualties, they were still shocked. This was the highest number of casualties in 300 years of history of the Federation. They didn't lose to their enemy in battle fairly. They lost because Helia broke the Human United Agreement and sent their Imperial operators from the God-Killers. If there were less than 100 million casualties, the citizens of the Federation were still able to maintain their composure. However, this number angered them. They were furious. They wanted revenge. The soldiers of the Federation couldn't just die like this. Rally for wars started happening on many planets in the Federation. The citizens hoped that the Federation would launch an all-out attack on Helia to take revenge for the fallen soldiers. At the Second Marshal's mansion, the Second Marshal looked at the newest information he received and shook his head with a bitter smile. That sly old fox got what he wanted again. All the citizens of the Federation supported his plan now, so he and the Third Marshal had no choice but to support the First Marshal too. What do we do now? Is there really no other way? Some of his confidants were unhappy that the First Marshal got hold of the situation again. Of course. Anyone that disagrees to fight now will be going against the intention of the public. We are unable to stop this. The Second Marshal was able to sit in this position because he was good at analyzing situations. Everything was in the First Marshal's favor now. Thus, they could only go with the flow. If they go against the tide, they would be outcast by the public. The confidants knew the Second Marshal was right. The power they managed to wrestle back with some difficulty might be gone because of this. They felt their heart aching. However, there was nothing they could do. They could only smoke their cigarettes silently and keep their frustration in their hearts. There's no need to be so dejected. We still have a long way ahead of us. The First Marshal might look glamorous now, but who knows what would happen in the future. The Second Marshal gave a cold smile. That sly old fox must be regretting it now. Even if he wasn't, he would feel frustrated. Ling Xiao, whom he groomed personally, was becoming a threat to him. Marshal, are you talking about Ling Xiao? One of the confidants was very quick-witted, so he immediately understood what the Second Marshal meant. There will be a struggle for power in the First Marshal's faction. Let's wait for a good show. Ling Xiao was a threat to him and the Third Marshal too, but his threat to the First Marshal was much greater. He wondered if the people in the first Marshal's faction had any thoughts about changing their leader. A good show was definitely coming up soon. The second Marshal was Schadenfreude. The first Marshal had been suppressing them for over 30 years. They had kept their anger to themselves for a long time. Hence, they were happy to see the first Marshal getting into trouble. A similar conversation was going on in the third Marshal's mansion. The third Marshal sought peace. So, he was frustrated when he saw the Federation fighting war after war. Many soldiers died in other countries' soil. Unfortunately, he was always on the losing end in the political battle with the first Marshal. This time, he was defeated by the first Marshal again. I hope that the battle can end on planet Haijiao, the third Marshal said worriedly. He knew how tense the Federation was after years of wars. If the Federation couldn't handle the stress, the entire Federation would collapse. Its economy would move backward and there might even be a civil war. He noticed these dangers. The second Marshal noticed them too. The first Marshal was even clearer about them. They were all looking for ways to solve the problem. On his end, he wanted to stop the wars slowly and let the Federation have some time to settle their internal affairs. However, the first Marshal planned to bring everyone's attention to their enemies so that they could become the fighting machines of the country. The second Marshal wanted to find a perfect blend in between these two extreme ends, but the third Marshal felt that it was impossible. Everyone had their own plans, and none of them approved of each other's plan. This was why the three Marshals kept fighting among themselves. They wanted to control the military so that the military could run based on their beliefs. No one was willing to take a step back. Thus, the battle for power would continue until someone fell. However, the most likely situation was that they would continue to keep each other in check until the end. Ling Xiao, he is the crux. Because of the Battle of Planet Haijiao, the power of the second Marshal and the third Marshal got suppressed by the first Marshal. The military was controlled by the first Marshal now. But, there were hidden dangers too. It all depended on how tolerant the first Marshal was. The battle between the higher authorities of the military didn't affect Ling Lan. At this moment, she was being examined by all the military doctors and specialists sent from the Federation. They reached the same conclusion as Li Shiyu. All the agents in the Federation were ineffective for Ling Lan's injuries, including the Ling family's restorative agent. This also proved that Ling Lan was forced to operate the God-class mecha. Ling Lan was able to operate a God-class mecha for 20 minutes because, belief, received an order from Ling Xiao to minimize the backlash to Ling Lan. That was why the backlash on Ling Lan dropped by 2/3. However, the consequences were still huge. Ling Lan lost his healthy body and was unable to stand up again. He wouldn't be able to operate a mecha anymore too. Many people in the military were disappointed when they heard this piece of news. But, some people felt relieved too. Helia got punished by the Intergalactic United Nations and the trades coming in the country stopped. This caused a huge commotion arose in the country. Many conflicts happened on various planets, so the Helia government had to spend time to stabilize their internal affairs, making Helia not have the energy nor time to care about the war on planet Haijiao. The Helia army on planet Haijiao didn't have any reinforcements, so they kept retreating. After 1 month, they surrendered due to the lack of resources. Planet Haijiao officially became part of the Federation. The military moved new mecha clans into planet Haijiao. The soldiers that used to be stationed on planet Haijiao came back to their country, the Huaxia Federation, along with the spirits of the 160 million soldiers that had fallen. Ling Lan came back with the first batch of people. Li Shiyu, Luo Chao, and Han Shuya came back with her. They were in charge of taking care of her. Luo Lang and Li Lanfeng were present too to protect her. No one knew what would happen after they come back. After some discussion with the 10 team leaders and the heads of the logistics departments, they decided to let Li Lanfeng go back with their boss. They also kicked Luo Lang, who was powerful but stupid and wasn't much of a help if he stayed on planet Haijiao, back to the Federation. Luo Lang was there to help their boss and Li Lanfeng to run some errands. After all, they couldn't let the two ladies run errands, right? The moment the starship landed in Port Doha, Ling Lan was carried down by Luo Lang and Li Lanfeng, who wore the medic attire just like Luo Chao and Han Shuya. They stood beside Ling Lan and guarded her. This starship was filled with heavily injured soldiers. Many of them had lost their limbs. However, compared to the people that had fallen, they were considered lucky. They sat in a car while waiting for the traffic in front of them to clear up. Suddenly, Ling Lan heard gunshots sounding in alignment. Then, the screen in the car flashed the image of what was happening outside. Luo Lang glanced at the screen and said, "They're having a ceremony for the fallen soldiers." Li Lanfeng smiled coldly, "Why are they doing this first instead of sending the injured soldiers to the hospital?" How funny. That's not true. Those that had fallen are the citizens of Huaxia. It's necessary for them to welcome them back. Ling Lan didn't think about it too much. She used her spiritual power to ask Li Lanfeng to think more positively. Many properly dressed young second lieutenants with stern faces appeared on the screen. Each of them had a box in their hands. The boxes were covered with the flags of different mecha clans. They stood on hover cars and moved towards the street that was filled with people. Every time a car passed by, the screen would introduce the mecha clan of these people and show how many had fallen. The reason for their death was stated too. The whole sky of hover cars represented all the mecha clans and the soldiers that had fallen. The family members of the soldiers heard a familiar name of a mecha clan and started crying furiously. Before this, they still bore hope that their child might have escaped the ordeal and was still alive. However, now, they knew that their child had really left them. They couldn't control their emotions anymore. Wars only cause sadness. Ling Lan looked at the people crying on the screen and felt this point deeply. There were too many hover cars, so they needed to wait for more than an hour before they could leave. After waiting in the car for an hour, Ling Lan was finally pushed into a nearby ambulance. Li Shiyu, Luo Chao, and Han Shuya wanted to get in, but they told that only 2 people could board the ambulance. Li Lanfeng and Li Shiyu exchanged glances with one another. Li Lanfeng pulled Luo Lang into the ambulance while Li Shiyu and the 2 ladies would take the car they were previously waiting in. After some time, the ambulance started moving. A few minutes later, Ling Lan heard a deafening cheer. Luo Lang pushed open a corner of the curtain and saw the excited expressions of the people outside. They were waving their arms wildly in their direction. "Regiment Commander, they seem to be welcoming you." Luo Lang listened attentively for a while. "It looks like the military created hype for you." Li Lanfeng spoke to Ling Lan using his spiritual power. If there were more attention on Ling Lan, it would be harder for him to retreat unscathed. Why didn't General Ling Xiao stop this welcome parade? Take it as it comes. Ling Lan frowned. She was a useless person to the general public now. Why do they have to put me in such a position? No, they put me in this position so blatantly because I'm useless now. Ling Lan was enlightened. She couldn't help but worry for her father. It looked like her father was having a hard time recently. If not, he wouldn't let her appear in front of so many people, especially when she had secrets on her. Lanfeng, contact the other team leaders of 250 Ace Mecha Clan and tell them to keep calm. I think the higher authorities will be doing something to 250 soon. Don't act rashly and wait for me to be back, especially Li Yingjie. Ling Lan gave Li Lanfeng an order after thinking for a while. Yes. Li Lanfeng nodded. He also thought that it was impossible for the military to not keep their hands off the powerful 250 Ace Mecha Clan after creating such a huge fuss for Ling Lan unless General Ling Xiao took control of the entire situation. However, was that possible? This wasn't because Li Lanfeng didn't trust Ling Xiao. It was because the 3 marshals were too difficult to deal with. But, this was a test for 250 Ace Mecha Clan too. Li Lanfeng wanted 250 Ace Mecha Clan to become Ling Lan's personal mecha clan. Even if the higher authorities send a new regiment commander for them, the spiritual leader of 250 Ace Mecha clan was still Ling Lan. The ambulance rode for a distance before stopping suddenly. The driver shouted, "Who are you?" "This is an order from General Ling Xiao. We will take over from here." A familiar voice sounded. Ling Lan was stunned. It was Ling Yu. "The military ordered us to send Lieutenant Colonel Ling Lan to the hospital for treatment. I'm sorry, we can't accept General Ling Xiao's order." The driver rejected them directly. Lieutenant Colonel Ling came from the 23rd Division. He should be taken care of by us. Ling Yu sent a glance at his subordinate. His subordinate immediately took out his gun and aimed it at the driver's forehead. He said coldly, "I'm sorry." "This is against the rule," the driver shouted angrily. He attempted to alert the medics in the ambulance. The subordinate immediately knocked the driver unconscious. Ling Yu also subdued the soldier sitting on the passenger seat. General Ling Xiao said clearly that they must send their young master back to him safely even if they had to use force. The two people in charge of carrying the stretcher heard the commotion outside, and their expressions changed immediately. Their hands reached behind their backs but Li Lanfeng and Luo Lang, who were well prepared, subdued them instantly. Li Lanfeng took out a beam handgun from the person's waist. He threw it at Luo Lang and said, "How dare you take out a gun in front of our regiment commander? Are you looking for death?" Luo Lang took out a beam gun from the person in front of him too. He placed the two guns on his waist and knocked the two medics unconscious. Li Lanfeng looked at Luo Lang. He carried Ling Lan up while Luo Lang kicked the door of the ambulance open. Then, they quickly got into the hover car Ling Yu was driving and left the scene. The other soldiers that came after this only saw an empty ambulance and a bunch of unconscious medics. Damn it! We were fooled. The leader of the group stomped his feet angrily. Just now, a senior colonel from the 7th Division stopped him and asked him about the condition of the injured soldiers from the 7th Division. He didn't want to offend the person so he patiently answered his queries. After that, he quickly asked his men to follow the ambulance but they were still too late. At this moment, the senior colonel from the 7th Division came up behind them and shouted in surprise, "Senior Colonel Lu, what happened here?" Major Lu looked at the senior colonel. The surprise on his face seemed real. Major Lu started wondering if this was just a coincidence. "Senior Colonel Yu, I still have some things to deal with. I'll take my leave first." Major Lu couldn't confirm his suspicion so he wanted to dismiss the person. Senior Colonel Yu heard this and knew that he couldn't interfere in this matter. He said hurriedly, "Please do, please do." Major Lu came to a quiet spot and quickly contacted his superior to tell him about the situation. "Forget it. This matter will end here. If someone asks you anything, just say that you don't know anything." This was the reply his superior gave him. "Yes, I understand," Major Lu replied. The battle of power between the higher authorities was not something a small figure like him could participate in. Major Li's superior reported the situation to his senior officer too. He got the same reply. The moment they entered Ling Yu's hover car, she opened her eyes. "Ling Yu, what's the situation at home?" Little Four told her some things that were happening in the Federation but he didn't know much about the power struggle. Hence, he was not knowledgeable in this area. Ling Lan had to gain more information from the trustworthy Ling Yu before she could make a decision. On the surface, there doesn't seem to be a problem. However, the military recently impeached General Ling Xiao for moving the treasure of the country out of the nation. The general is having a hard time. Ling Yu truthfully told Ling Lan General Ling Xiao's current situation. Ling Xiao came back when Ling Lan was 16 years old but the family head of the Ling family was still Ling Lan. Hence, as a loyalist of the Ling family, he would report the condition of the past family head, Ling Xiao, to Ling Lan without any hesitation. He didn't hide anything from Ling Lan although Ling Xiao asked him to. They really did something to General Ling Xiao. Li Lanfeng knew that Ling Lan's operation of a god-class mecha would spark the greed in the higher authorities. He used to think that these people would hold back a little because of General Ling Zhao's name, but now, he felt that he was too optimistic. No one was able to resist such a great temptation. Ling Lan frowned. This matter could be big or small. If the people from the military didn't want to deal with Ling Xiao, they could just ignore this issue. If someone wanted to tackle Ling Xiao, this would be something they could make use of. It'll be hard for her father to clear his name. What's the attitude of the first marshal? Ling Lan knew that on the surface, her father belonged to the faction of the first marshal. If the first marshal wanted to protect Ling Xiao, he would be saved. If not, Ling Xiao's future would be hard to tell. Ambiguous. Ling Yu recalled how frequent General Ling Xiao got asked for questioning and guessed that the first marshal probably wanted to sit on the fence. I understand. Ling Lan closed her eyes again. Ling Yu was just a loyalist. He couldn't participate in the battle for power personally. He didn't understand some things that were happening too. If she wanted to understand the situation clearly, she needed to ask her father. Ling Lan asked Ling Yu because she didn't want to be fooled by her father. Ling Xiao was a good person. His only flaw was that he liked to handle everything himself. Rabbit, what do you plan to do? Li Lanfeng quickly used his spiritual power to contact Ling Lan. I will make a decision after speaking with my father. In terms of understanding the bigger picture, my father is better than me. Ling Lan understood herself well. Her father understood the bigger picture better than her. She didn't want to create more trouble because of her poor decisions. Li Lanfeng nodded. His heart skipped a beat. Rabbit knew what his weakness was, so he wouldn't make a decision blindly. However, he seemed to believe in his judgment of himself too much. If I am Rabbit, I would have made a plan already. I wouldn't even think about asking for General Ling Zhao's opinion. Thinking about it, in 250 Ace Mecha Clan, I made some decisions like this too. Did I create trouble for Rabbit unknowingly because of this? Li Lanfeng felt cold sweat on his back. He reminded himself that he mustn't make similar mistakes again. Ling Lan didn't know that her words unintentionally caused Li Lanfeng to reflect on himself. This caused Li Lanfeng to change his style in the future and got better at communicating with people. It helped him to prevent possible problems that might arise in the future. Ling Lan finally arrived at the Ling family's house. Ling Qin was already waiting for her anxiously at the porch. When he saw the hover car appeared on the horizon, he felt relieved. The moment the hover car stopped in front of the porch, Ling Qin rushed forward and opened the door, revealing Ling Lan, who was covered in bandages. He had already seen her once, but he still couldn't hold in his tears. Young master, you're finally back. Mistress is waiting for you. Their young miss should have lived a life without any worry. However, a single thought caused her to suffer so much. Ling Qin felt regretful as he thought about this. Ling Lan nodded. Soon, she was carried into the house on a stretcher that was prepared beforehand. She was sent to the treatment room hurriedly while Li Lanfeng and Luo Lang were invited to the main hall to have some rest. Li Lanfeng left Ling Lan without much hesitation because Ling Lan had already preempted him at the start. If the Ling family's house was not safe, nowhere would be safe. Ling Lan entered the treatment room and saw her mother waiting for her inside. When Lan Luofeng saw Ling Lan entering with bandages all over her, her eyes turned red. Ling Lan thought that she was going to cry, but instead, Lan Luofeng smiled and forced her tears back. My Lanner, you're the best. Mother is proud of you. Lan Luofeng smiled gently as she kissed Ling Lan on her forehead. Ling Lan was stunned. This Lan Luofeng was different from the one in her memory. Ling Lan was slowly placed on a bed. Accidentally, Ling Lan saw her mother turning her back to her and wiping her tears away. She quickly understood why her mother was acting like this. Lan Luofeng was worried that she would interfere with her rest when she cried in front of her. Just like how Ling Lan understood Lan Luofeng understood her too. Hence, she didn't want Ling Lan to worry. That was why she controlled her emotions and gave Ling Lan a smile to comfort her. This was her mother. She looked like a weak flower that needed the protection of everyone, but in actuality, she was stronger than everyone. She never gave up easily. This was why Lan Luofeng was able to protect Ling Xiao's merits from her greedy relatives after he died a few years ago and raised Ling Lan up safely. "Mummy, I'm fine." Ling Lan felt touched by the love of her mother. She didn't want her mother to worry. Lan Luofeng turned immediately. She smiled as she looked at Ling Lan. Everything seemed perfect except for the tears on the corner of her eyes. It was a tiring journey, so Ling Lan didn't chat much with Lan Luofeng. She quickly went to sleep. When Ling Lan was sleeping, Lan Luofeng and Ling Nani asked everyone else to leave. They closed the door and started unwrapping the bandages around Ling Lan. Lan Luofeng saw the injured skin under the bandages. Every single part of the skin was either bruised or cracked. The wounds hadn't healed. Lan Luofeng couldn't control her emotions anymore. She rushed to the side and started crying. She was afraid that she would wake Ling Lan up, so she covered her mouth and forced herself to cry silently. Tears ran down Ling Nani's face too. Ling Qin told her that their young miss was heavily injured, but she didn't expect the injuries to be so bad. How painful was it at that time? How did their young miss endure it? Ling Nani felt as if her heart was stabbed by a knife. As a strong mother, Lan Luofeng came back beside Ling Lan after a while and started treating Ling Lan's wounds. Then, she used new bandages to wrap her wounds. Her actions were light and gentle. However, Ling Lan continued frowning in her sleep. At night, Ling Xiao finally came back. The moment he entered the house, Ling Qin nodded at him and Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. He was fighting a verbal war with the people from the military, so he wasn't able to get first-hand news of Ling Lan. He came to the main hall and saw Lan Luofeng talking with Li Lanfeng and Luo Lang. They were talking about what Ling Lan did on planet Haijiao. Lan Luofeng's expression was filled with pride as she heard about Ling Lan achievements. When they saw Ling Xiao, Li Lanfeng and Luo Lang stood up hurriedly. "General! You're both Lan'er's friend." "There's no need to be polite," Ling Xiao smiled as he said. He turned and looked at Lan Luofeng. "What are you talking about?" "You came when we were talking about the battle on planet Haijiao." Lan Luofeng smiled gently. "I see. I've something to ask too. Come to my study." Ling Xiao acted quickly. He brought Li Lanfeng and Luo Lang to his study directly. Only people who Ling Xiao trusted could enter his study. Ling Lan told Ling Xiao that Li Lanfeng and Luo Lang could be trusted. She was the one who suggested bringing them into the study too. The moment they entered the study, they saw Ling Lan sitting behind a desk. She had bandages all over her and was flipping through a book. "Boss, you are fine." Luo Lang shouted in surprise. Li Lanfeng tried to appear calm, but his eyes betrayed his emotions. "I'm much better." "I'm sorry to make you worry," Ling Lan said apologetically. To prevent other people from suspecting, she lied to her friends too. "No, this is good. If not, we won't be able to act so sincerely." Li Lanfeng agreed with Ling Lan's decision. The more people knew about this, the greater the chance of a loophole appearing in their acting. It was better to have fewer people with knowledge of this. Luo Lang was confused. "What are they talking about?" "Have a seat." Ling Xiao smiled when he saw the difference in expression between the two people whom his daughter trusted. Li Lanfeng was a sensitive person while Luo Lang was a straightforward person unexpectedly. It didn't seem to suit his looks. Li Lanfeng and Luo Lang sat on the two chairs at the side. They didn't expect Ling Xiao to sit down on the seat next to them. They thought that their boss would give up his seat to General Ling Xiao. "Father, what's the situation in the military?" "Don't try to fool me. I've asked Ling Yu and grandfather Ling Qin." Ling Lan stared at her father with cold eyes. Ling Xiao held his forehead in his hands. When did the identity of me and my daughter changed? Is this how my daughter should be speaking to me? Li Lanfeng's eyes lit up. He didn't expect Ling Lan to appear so oppressive in front of General Ling Xiao too. When will I be able to be like him? As for Luo Lang, he just stared at Ling Lan with admiration in his beautiful eyes. Ah! My boss is so handsome. It's nothing really. Ling Xiao wasn't used to telling his daughter about the problems he was facing. However, under Ling Lan's cold and unrelenting stare, Ling Xiao could only bitterly tell her the truth. Currently, the law enforcement unit is indeed pressuring me a lot about how I passed on my God-class mecha to you. However, I can still endure it. My own daughter is severely injured and she still wants to wait to talk to me in person. Doesn't this mean that she is worried about me? Ling Xiao's heart felt warm. He also gave up the pride of being a father and finally told Ling Lan everything. Hearing this, Ling Lan seemingly began to think deeply. In reality, she was in her mindscape looking through all the rules and regulations Little Four had found regarding God-class mechas to try to find a loophole. Li Lanfeng also began to think deeply about the situation. If he wanted Ling Lan to be safe, then General Ling Xiao must also be safe as well. Ling Xiao was also thinking of how to perfectly resolve this issue. He didn't want to continue to waste his efforts and time on such trivial things, as he had more important things to do. The room instantly became silent. Only Luo Lang was looking at the other three people in the room with a confused expression, but didn't dare to make a sound and disturb them. The Federation had indeed written rules about how a God-class mecha must only be used by its owner. The operator and mecha were forbidden to be separated unless there was an external factor stopping them. This also clearly proved that God-class mechas were the strongest weapons of the nation and was forbidden to be used for self-interest. Ling Xiao had broken both of these rules, so his impeachment was expected. However, this didn't mean that Ling Xiao would actually be impeached. If the first marshal wanted to protect Ling Xiao, he still had his methods around it. Ling Lan frowned as he looked at the rule that can only be invoked by the three marshals. Desperate times called for desperate measures. If the first marshal was willing to invoke this rule, then Ling Xiao would not have problems facing the law enforcement unit anymore. Dad, where does the first marshal stand currently? Ling Lan suddenly broke the silence and asked. He is not taking any sides. Ling Xiao was still frowning. The entire military had chosen to not speak about his issue. The second marshal's faction also chose to stay silent. After all, the second marshal owed him a favor. Ling Xiao originally thought the third marshal's faction would take this chance and make a move, but instead they were also silent. This was something he didn't expect would happen. With the other two marshals being silent and the first marshal's personality of planning first and executing later, they wouldn't reach a consensus that easily. Could they possibly have given up? Ling Lan asked hesitantly. However, Ling Xiao understood what Ling Lan wanted to ask. Currently, that's not possible. Ling Xiao thought for a moment and gave this answer. Ling Xiao can still feel the care and protection from the first marshal. Even if this care was slowly disappearing as he grew stronger, it still had not reached a point where the first marshal would give up on him. Ling Xiao was someone who knew to appreciate what others did for him. He cherished how the first marshal cared for him in the past. This was why when he returned, he publicly stood under the first marshal's faction. Although he knew that this relationship with the first marshal had some changes and couldn't return to when they completely trusted each other during their younger years, he still chose to continue to follow the first marshal. He would follow the first marshal until he didn't need him anymore. But, they won't help either, right? Ling Lan hit the nail on the coffin. Otherwise, as a general, Ling Xiao wouldn't become so disheveled from dealing with the law enforcement unit. Perhaps everyone's waiting to see who is willing to help me. Ling Xiao thoughts were even more intricate than Ling Lan. Understood. Ling Lan now understood why Ling Xiao was so passive recently. The reason the marshals didn't make any moves was to see just how much power Ling Xiao had control of. However, Ling Xiao would rather let himself become disheveled than exposing those working for him. However, if the situation continues like this, it wouldn't be beneficial for you, father. The three marshals could endure it, but Ling Xiao couldn't. Once it entered the legal system, Ling Xiao must stop everything that he was doing. If the duration of this debacle was to reach 3 months, his job position would no longer be guaranteed. The 23rd Division that he worked so hard on would then be handed over to someone else. I understand. That's why I'm currently looking for a way to resolve this situation without getting into bigger problems. Ling Lan knew of this point and Ling Xiao knew of it even more. If it were to reach that point, then he would have to expose a portion of those working under him. Li Lanfeng, who had been listening to Ling Lan and Ling Xiao's conversation, suddenly interjected, "Actually, it's not like General Ling Xiao doesn't have any chances to resolve this situation." "How?" Ling Lan asked. Li Lanfeng always had many strategies in mind. Perhaps he managed to think of something that the two of them hadn't thought of. "General Ling Xiao has a huge advantage that can be exploited," replied Li Lanfeng. "Oh. I have an advantage?" Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows in astonishment. His confidants had determined that he was at a disadvantage in every aspect. He didn't think that a young Li Lanfeng would be able to say that he had an advantage somewhere. This made Ling Xiao become very curious of what Li Lanfeng would say. "Yeah. General, did you forget? You are the Federation's idol." Li Lanfeng told Ling Xiao about what common soldier and citizens thought about him. Ling Lan's eyes glimmered. "Apply for a public hearing." "Public hearing? That is a big issue, let me think about it carefully." Ling Lan and Li Lanfeng's words provided Ling Xiao a new train of thought. He began to think about the benefits and disadvantages, and whether it was possible to conduct a public hearing. "General, you definitely broke the rules. However, in the face of family values and outcomes of the battle, that would mean nothing," Li Lanfeng said proudly. Ling Lan's eyes shined bright, while Ling Xiao frowned again when they heard that. If he didn't apply for a public hearing, Ling Xiao would only be able to have an internal hearing. If the law enforcement unit insisted that he committed a crime, nothing he says would matter. However, a public hearing would make the law enforcement unit unable to control the situation that easily. As the idol of the citizens, Ling Xiao would receive a great number of supporters. If they also used these 2 points to fight against the convictions, it would be impossible for them to lose. This way, Ling Xiao also didn't need to expose those who worked for him. Just himself would be enough. In actuality, Ling Xiao didn't like to have his own private matters known to the public. This was why he didn't think of applying for a public hearing in the first place. "However, if we do this, then you'll really be the person everyone will be talking about, Lanner." Once the news that Ling Lan was his son becomes public knowledge, the chance of Ling Lan returning to being a female would be even lower. This plan didn't align with Ling Xiao's plans for Ling Lan and was also another reason why he was hesitant to publicly announce it. It may become more dangerous for our regiment commander, but it would also be an opportunity. As long as Ling Xiao was fine, no one would dare to lay their hands on 250 Ace Mecha clan. In the end, Li Lanfeng still didn't give up on the hope that Ling Lan could remain in the military. Li Lanfeng wanted to use the power of the people to make everyone know of Ling Lan's sacrifices and identity. This would make the higher-ups in the military not dare to make any moves on Ling Lan. Once that happens, even if Ling Lan wouldn't be able to pilot a mecha because of his injuries, he would still be 250 Ace Mecha clan's one and only regiment commander. Everything that Li Lanfeng was doing now was for this reason. Ling Xiao's request for a public hearing shocked the entire military. Some people wanted to stop him, but it was Ling Xiao's right to do it. Most people remained silent in this matter, but that didn't mean that they supported the people who reprimanded Ling Xiao. Thus, under such circumstances, Ling Xiao's request was approved quickly. An exciting conference was going to occur in the Federation soon. Just like what Li Lanfeng had expected, most of the citizens of the Federation had good feelings towards Ling Xiao. Besides those people that were jealous of him, most citizens couldn't accept the fact that the law enforcement unit reprimanded Ling Xiao. The conference was held as planned. The entire Federation was watching the conference. Anyone that was free would enter the virtual world and witness the conference for themselves. During the conference, the law enforcement department started reprimanding Ling Xiao righteously for his illegal behavior. Then, they told the public that the mecha operator Ling Lan, whom they admired and respected, was actually the son of Ling Xiao. They used this point to prove that Ling Xiao had secretly sent his god-class mecha out to protect his son. Basically accusing him that everything he had done was for his personal gain. He Shuyang was in charge of refuting the claims. He led his group of advisors and used the result approach to refute their claims. No matter what they claim, they should look at the results first. Did General Ling Xiao cause any anger or losses to the Federation due to his illegal actions? The procurators were speechless when all the results were laid out before them. If it wasn't for the god-class mecha, the bases on planet Haijiao would all be annihilated. The reinforcements would be in a dire position and the result would be the loss of close to 700 million soldiers. Of course, Ling Xiao's illegal act harmed one person, and that was his son, Lieutenant Colonel Ling Lan. Very soon, Ling Lan's diagnosis was thrown out. His spiritual power was exhausted and his potential was at the negatives now. His body was injured badly and his physical condition was now at the lowest grade, G. These results meant that even if Ling Lan managed to recover, he wouldn't be able to go back to being an imperial operator anymore. He could at most become an advanced mecha warrior. This diagnosis came from the hands of many experts and military doctors from the military hospital. The most advanced medical equipment was also used to scan Ling Lan's body to make sure that the results were true. Little Four couldn't do anything to humans but he could easily handle the lowly medical equipment. Ling Xiao's actions saved 600 million soldiers but harmed his only son. It also caused the Federation to lose a potential god-class operator and also caused the idol of the Federation to lose his only heir. Could this be said as personal gain? He Shuyang's questions caused the citizens' hearts to waver. That's right, if Ling Xiao did it for his personal gains, he could have asked Ling Lan to leave with the god-class mecha. Based on how powerful a god-class mecha was, Ling Lan could definitely escape from planet Haijiao by himself. After that, Ling Lan would still have a bright future ahead of himself and Ling Xiao wouldn't have to be called to account for those crimes too. However, Ling Lan used his own strength to defend the base during the battle on planet Haijiao. He jumped and fought with the enemy for 20 minutes using a god-class mecha. He defended the base until reinforcements arrived, but 1 foot of his was in the grave now. The citizens of the Federation thought about the news they had heard on Ling Lan's dire conditions. This was Li Lanfeng's doing. Little Four helped him a little too. This was enough to prove that Ling Lan was prepared to live or die with the base. If the reinforcements didn't come, Ling Lan would have died in battle. The citizens were touched by Ling Lan's selfless actions. They couldn't control their emotions anymore, and they made their final decisions. They proclaimed Ling Xiao as innocent. The votes flooded the mainframe of the military, so much so it almost crashed the mainframe. The support for Ling Xiao climbed higher and higher. More than 80% of the citizens supported Ling Xiao. The law enforcement department knew that they had failed. In the end, they lost to public opinion. Just like what Li Lanfeng had said, battles always emphasize on results. If the result was better than normal, the public would support and accept the decision. In addition to that, Ling Xiao had a good reputation among the public. With the help of Ling Lan's selfless act, Ling Xiao would never lose this public hearing. Ling Xiao wasn't beaten in this crisis. Instead, his position in the hearts of the public rose greatly. This caused many higher authorities of the military to be on their guard against him. However, Ling Lan didn't care about what happened after that. She was recovering well. But, she was unable to handle the care and concern from her mother anymore. After Ling Lan got better, her mother changed her attention from her health to her love life. She was very interested in the 2 daughter-in-laws Ling Qin had told her about. She kept pestering Ling Lan and asked her to let her meet her daughters-in-law. Ling Lan was speechless. Was I too successful in disguising as a man? Did my mother forget that I'm a lady too? Lan Luofeng didn't forget about this. While Ling Xiao had his bottom line regarding the 24 filial exemplars, Lan Luofeng had no baseline. She would support any decision made by her daughter. Hence, even if her daughter was gay, she would support her too. If Ling Xiao didn't agree, Ling Lan didn't even need to persuade him. Lan Luofeng would do it for her. Ling Lan told Lan Luofeng that she had no choice but to marry the two ladies at that time. It wasn't real and she would solve this matter in the future. Lan Luofeng was disappointed, so she started asking Ling Lan if she took a fancy on any men. Sometimes, she would even analyze the young officers in 250 Ace Mecha clan along with Ling Nani and pick the one that was most suitable for her daughter. Ling Lan felt stressed by all these conversations. She was afraid that her mother would suddenly gift her a few men wrapped like presents in her bedroom one day. Let's hide from her. In the face of the constant stress from Lan Luofeng, Ling Lan decided to pack her bags and run away from home. Ling Xiao, sob, our daughter sent us a message to say that she ran away from home. Lan Luofeng came to find Ling Xiao the moment she received the message. Actually, Ling Lan had already told Ling Xiao that she wanted to run away from home. Ling Xiao was against the decision for any men to be matched with Ling Lan too. However, he didn't dare to reject his wife directly. Thus, he was happy when Ling Lan wanted to leave the house. He was afraid that one day, when he comes back from work, his daughter wouldn't be his anymore. Thus, without reminding Lan Luofeng, Ling Lan sneaked out of the house with the help from Ling Xiao. Planet Muyang was a small planet on the edge of the Federation. It was a third-rate planet, but among all the third-rate planets, it was the worst in terms of economy and status. What hindered its development was its position away from the center of the Federation. It was also very small. Its size was 1/10 of a normal third-rate planet. There were less than 5 million residents on it. So, compared to the third-rate planets that had 1 billion residents, it was inconspicuous. A third-rate planet was already lacking in resources. If those huge organizations in the Federation wanted to spend money to develop such a planet, they needed to see value in it. But, the small planet Muyang didn't have any value at all. This was why it was not developed much. However, this allowed planet Muyang to maintain its natural appearance. It felt like a natural paradise. Many people were attracted by its natural sceneries. They would get sick of the modern city and come over the planet Muyang to have a holiday for a few days. But, planet Muyang couldn't be compared with the tourist destinations on other planets. Thus, there were not many real tourists on this planet in comparison. Since there weren't many tourists, the residents of planet Muyang had a hard time going out too. The port of planet Muyang was small and old, so it could only handle small-sized starships. Of course, no big-sized starships would come to this broken-down place. Therefore, there would only be one starship coming to planet Muyang each week. It would come from the second-rate planet, planet Moya, which was nearest to it. One day, a small spacecraft came to the planet during the agreed time. It was a small spacecraft that could carry 1,000 people. Around 60 people walked down the spacecraft. One of them carried a simple bag and had a metal mask on her face. Her aura was gentle. She joined the tourists and walked out of the spaceport. The spaceport was linked to the planet by an old shuttle. It got activated once a week just like the spacecraft. When the tourists got on this old shuttle, they would be frightened by the antiqueness of the thing. They were afraid that the old thing would break down in the middle of a flight. However, the facilities and vehicles on planet Muyang's port were well maintained even though they were old. The shuttle transported the tourists safely to planet Muyang. When the tourists walked out of the platform, they felt a cool breeze. Their surroundings were filled with rice fields. They could see low-rise buildings and wooden huts with red roofs among the golden rice paddy. It was a rare sight. They didn't expect the platform to be situated in the suburbs instead of the city. This unexpected arrangement made the tourist excited. They took out their cameras and started taking photos of this scenery. A young person smiled when she saw this. She carried his bag and casually chose a path. Then, she walked there alone. After walking for a while, the young person heard a timid voice, "Big brother, do you need a room?" The young person was stunned. She looked back and saw a small little girl around 10 years old looking at her timidly. Her clothes were slightly old and there was a small boy around 5 years old beside her. The boy had an old and broken mecha model in his hands. He was looking at her curiously with big curious eyes. "Isn't it time for school now?" The young person looked at the midday sun in the sky. "Our family is poor so we can't pay for school fees. However, we will be able to afford my brother's school fees next year." The little girl noticed that the young person was amiable and gentle so she was less timid now. She smiled brightly at the young person. "Isn't Scout Academy free?" The young person was puzzled. "It's free but the lodging, clothes, and food needs money too. Poor families like us couldn't afford it." The little girl seemed used to the young man's puzzlement. Many tourists before this person were puzzled too. However, after she explained to them, they wouldn't have any more queries. "Ah, sister, white, white," the little boy shouted excitedly as he pointed to the young person. A white circular creature suddenly popped up from the backpack of the young person. The round object had a pair of wide eyes that took up half of its body. It blinked and looked really cute. "Little Yong, don't be impolite." The little girl hurriedly stopped her brother. She looked at the young person worriedly. She was afraid the person would get angry because of her brother's rash actions. "You mean this?" The young person wasn't angry. Instead, she smiled and took the white circular creature down from the bag. She passed the white circular creature to the little boy. "Its name is Little White. It's my pet. You can say hi to it." The little boy asked timidly, "Can I hug it?" In his many past experiences, tourists would appear nice at the start but they would suddenly turn angry and kick him. He got scared after a few times. He wondered if the young brother in front of him was willing to let him touch this cute and precious-looking pet. Of course. "Little White, come and say hi." The young person beckoned at Little White. Little White waved its tentacles cutely and the little boy hugged it excitedly. He stuffed his face into Little White's round body. He used so much force that Little White almost suffocated in the little boy's arms. "Rawr! Can you throw away your broken mecha model? It's poking me." Little White screamed in pain. Little White wanted to cry. It was at the top of the food chain on planet Juhao. Now, it became a cute pet used to coax little children. What a hard time it has. The little girl saw Little White's pitiful and cute expression when her brother squeezed it. Little White didn't retaliate but its eyes were filled with tears, so she felt sad for Little White. She hurriedly stopped her brother and saved Little White from suffocation. She carried it in her arms and consoled it for a while, comforting its broken heart slightly. "Ah, I'm sorry. Brother, if you need a room, my family can provide one for you. It's cleaner than the hotels here and it's cheap too." While the little girl was comforting Little White, she suddenly remembered her motive. She hurriedly passed Little White back to the young person. "Brother, stay at our house. My mother can cook tasty food." The little boy thought about the good food he was going to eat when he went back and swallowed his saliva. The young person tilted her head and thought for a moment. How much for one night? If the price was not bad, she would try it. 900 mu credits for one night. That is 100 Federation credits, the little girl smiled as she replied. She felt that she might be successful this time. Not bad. Let's take a look at your house then. If I don't like the environment, I'll not be staying. The young person smiled. Don't worry. You'll definitely be satisfied with my house. The little girl patted her chest confidently. This young person was Ling Lan. In the Ling family's house, a loyalist with a similar body structure and voice was used to disguise as Ling Lan. The loyalist pretended to be her and laid in the healing pod. Little Four also left a replica of him at the house to oversee the security of the house. Even if someone from the military headquarters came, they wouldn't be able to see past the disguise. This time, Ling Lan just traveled based on luck. She would point to a location on the map casually and visit that place. She didn't expect herself to come to planet Muyang. She didn't even know about this planet in the first place. The little girl's house was in a small town. It was a little far from the platform, so the little girl brought Ling Lan onto a hover bus. The bus traveled for an hour before reaching the little girl's house. Just like what the little girl said, her house was small and the exterior was old, but it was very clean. Many ornaments in the house were handmade. They were exquisite and pretty. Some were very cute too. Compared to the cold hotel rooms, this place felt much more homely. Ling Lan was satisfied with what she saw. She gave the little girl 200 Federation credits. The rest of the money would be used to pay for her food. Ling Lan didn't lack money. She could have given more to the poor family, but she didn't want to break this fair deal between them. Treating them fairly was a form of respect too. She tidied her luggage in her room. When she finished, she noticed that it was still early. She wanted to go to the town to take a walk. Suddenly, a little head popped out from the door. The little boy was looking at Little White longingly. Along the way, Ling Lan found out what the names of the two children were. The little girl was called Lu Aihua while the little boy was called Lu Aijuan. It was obvious that this family loved their country and the military. Hua refers to Huaxia while Jun refers to the army and Ai means love. Aijuan, come in, Ling Lan smiled as she said. Ling Lan's gentle and friendly manner won over Lu Aijuan's trust. He hurriedly stepped inside Ling Lan's room. Brother Jiang Hui, Lu Aijuan called Ling Lan. Ling Lan was using the name Jiang Hui now. Little Four went to look up the Federation's database and found those people that liked to travel, would always disappear for 1 to 2 years, and had the same age as Ling Lan. Ling Lan was able to use any of their names. Ling Lan looked at the broken mecha model in Lu Aijuan's hands. She asked curiously, "You like mecha models?" Lu Aijuan nodded. "Yes, my father bought this for me. My father is a powerful mecha operator. I want to become a mecha operator in the future too." He took out the mecha model and started playing with. Ling Lan felt her heart pounding, as she hadn't seen the man of the family anywhere. "Where is your father?" "He is protecting the country in a faraway place. He is a hero." Lu Aijuan looked up with a proud face. Ling Lan didn't expect herself to stay with the wife of a soldier. It was hard for a woman to bring up 2 children when the man was not at home. No wonder they needed to come out and look for ways to earn more money. No, the treatment of soldiers in the Federation is very good. The descendants of soldiers would be sent to schools and all their expenses would be deducted. These expenses include their living and food expenses. Ling Lan remembered Lu Aihua saying that she was not able to go to school because their family couldn't afford the miscellaneous fees. They were currently working hard to earn the fees for Lu Aijuan to enter school next year. This meant that either Lu Aijuan's father was not a soldier and his mother lied to him, or the government on planet Muyang took all the funds given to the soldier's family. Ling Lan remembered the gentle but strong-willed woman she saw just now. She immediately denied the option that Lu Aijuan's mother lied to her son. "I didn't expect to meet such an interesting event on a random planet I came to." Ling Lan's eyes turned cold. After experiencing the cruelness of the battlefield, Ling Lan couldn't bear to watch anyone treating a soldier unfairly. Undeniably, the actions of the government of planet Muyang had angered Ling Lan. However, Ling Lan wasn't going to solve this issue personally. She asked Little Four, who had similar thoughts as her, to collect all the evidence of corruption by the government of planet Muyang. She planned to send this information to Li Lanfeng after she leaves planet Muyang and let them handle this issue. This was a test she created for her friends. Ling Lan made her decision and left Little White behind to play with Lu Aijuan. She went to walk around the small town alone. Sob, my master abandoned me again. Little White laid on the table and cried. If it didn't agilely sneak into its master's backpack, its master would have left it behind at the Ling family's house. Why is it so difficult to be a pet? The town was small, but it had everything she needed. However, the price was much higher than the other planets. Some of the necessary utilities were even twice as expensive. Ling Lan frowned again. Planet Muyang was a primitive planet. However, there was a mecha maintenance shop here. Ling Lan walked into the shop curiously. A young man was arranging some mecha components. When he saw Ling Lan entering the shop, he stopped what he was doing and asked, "What would you like?" "I'm just taking a look around," Ling Lan smiled. The young man smiled and continued what he was doing. "Brother Jiang Hui, what are you doing here?" Ling Lan suddenly heard a familiar voice. She looked up and saw Lu Aihua. She had changed into an old working attire and was waving to her from the entrance of the shop. "Aihua, what are you doing here?" Ling Lan was surprised. The young man heard Aihua talking to Ling Hua and turned vigilant. "Aihua, who is he?" "He is staying at my house recently. His name is Brother Jiang Hui." Lu Aihua quickly introduced Ling Lan. "This is Brother Wang Qi. He is the son of the owner of this shop." Ling Lan nodded at Wang Qi friendly. When she heard his name, she had guessed his identity. The name of this shop was called the Wang Shop. Wang Qi let down his guard after hearing Lu Aihua's explanation and gave Ling Lan a smile. Lu Aihua explained to Ling Lan, "I'm helping out with the maintenance of mecha components at this shop. Grandfather and brother Wang Qi are good people. He allowed me to earn some money here." Ling Lan nodded. It seems like the owner of this shop wanted to help Lu Aihua. If not, how can an 11-year-old little girl be able to find a job? "Little Aihua, who are you talking to?" A muscular middle-aged man walked out and patted Lu Aihua's head. "I'm talking to my tenant." "Also, Grandpa Wang, stop touching my hair," Lu Aihua said with frustration. She had just tied her hair up, but it was in a mess now. The middle-aged man looked at Ling Lan. His eyes shone brightly. "Young man, why did you come out and play when you're injured?" His eyes were sharp, so he saw the bandages hidden under Ling Lan's clothes. "Ah, Brother Jiang Hui, you're injured." Aihua was dumbfounded as she asked in concern. Ling Lan raised her hand and revealed the bandages beneath her leather gloves and clothes. She smiled. "It's just a small injury. It doesn't hurt anymore." Ling Lan pointed to the mecha components and asked curiously, "There are people playing with mechas here too?" Military mechas could only be maintained by the military in order to keep the technology a secret. As for the mechas of the elite families, the maintenance would be done by the mecha company that made them. Even if the company outsourced its maintenance services, they wouldn't look for a small shop like the Wang Shop. Hence, the customers of the Wang Shop could only be ordinary people who used normal mechas that had no weapons on them. Grandpa Wang smiled but didn't reply to her. On the other hand, Wang Qi replied without any hesitation, "There is an underground casino where people will fight using mechas. Those people like to send their mechas to us to modify them." Grandpa Wang shook his head slightly and sighed when he saw his grandson replying to the customer truthfully. "There is an underground mecha arena?" Ling Lan raised one of her eyebrows. She didn't expect this calm and peaceful-looking planet to have such an advanced mecha casino. Normally, this kind of casino only existed in prosperous planets. Of course. If you can become the champion on planet Muyang, you'll be able to go to the mecha arena on Meyer Fa. Wang Qi had a yearning look when he talked about Meyer Fa. It seemed like he wanted to visit the most famous gambling planet of the human race. Meyer Fa was an independent planet at the edge of human society. It was a prosperous planet that only runs gambling businesses. The most famous casino there was the mecha arena. There were all kinds of mecha operators there, from the lowest level to the highest level of imperial operators. These mecha operators were exiled. They didn't belong to any countries and no countries welcomed them. Hence, they could only go to these no-man's lands. Hundreds of millions of gamblers would come to Mailer FA every day. This was the holy ground for all gamblers. As long as they managed to get onto Mailer FA, their lives would be much better. The commission for a match was enough for them to live comfortably for 2 to 3 years. Even if they died accidentally in the arena, the pension was enough for their families to have a good life. The natural pressure of life caused a certain portion of poor citizens to choose this dangerous path. Some people also took the risk to become mercenaries there. They all wanted to give their families a better life. In order to achieve this, they were willing to risk their lives. What are you talking about? Do your work. Grandpa Wang's expression changed when he heard his grandson talking about Mailer FA. Ling Lan seemed to understand something from the reaction of 2 people in front of her. She didn't stay at the shop any longer. She promptly arranged a time with Lu Aihua to go back together and continued walking around the old streets. When the sun was about to set, Ling Lan returned to the mecha shop and went home with Lu Aihua. The moment she entered the house, a round white ball pounced on her. Ling Lan caught it. Little White had tears in his eyes as he looked at her petulantly. "Master, how can you throw me here like this? You're so heartless," Little White complained. "Didn't I find a toy for you?" Ling Lan replied irresponsibly. "Rawr," Little White shouted angrily. "Aren't I the little boy's toy instead? I almost got ruined after he played with me." "Fine, fine. I'll bring you out next time. I know that you're very obedient," Ling Lan comforted Little White. "Rawr." Little White hugged its face with its tentacles shyly. "My master praised me for being obedient. I'm so happy." If it could shake its butt, or if it did have a butt, Little White would definitely shake it to display his happiness. Thus, the stupid Little White got consoled by Ling Lan's insincere words. It didn't mind that it became the toy of a little child. "Sister, you're back. Brother Jiang Hui, my mother cooked a lot of good food. We're waiting for you to eat together." Lu Aijuan swallowed his saliva. No wonder he was waiting at the entrance. He was too hungry, so he was waiting for Ling Lan to come back quickly so that they could eat dinner. "Let's go and have dinner then. I'm hungry after walking around for the entire afternoon." Ling Lan wouldn't disappoint this little boy. After they walked into the small dining room, they saw a sumptuous dinner laid out on the small dining table. The mother of the siblings wanted to bring Ling Lan's food into her room, but Ling Lan rejected her offer. She told Mother Lu that she wanted to enjoy home-cooked food together with everyone, as she had been away from home for a long time and wanted to experience the feeling of eating as a family. The manners of the Lu family was good. Before Ling Lan sat down, Lu Aijuan and Lu Aihua stood at the side and waited for her. They only sat down excitedly after Ling Lan called them over. Lu Aijuan was still young, so he didn't know how to hide his desire. He looked at Ling Lan with clear anticipation in his eyes. The moment she started eating, he would be able to eat too. Mother Lu saw this and scolded him. "Aijuan, don't be rude." Lu Aijuan was sad. He lowered his head in sadness. If he didn't take Ling Lan as his real family, he wouldn't have displayed such emotions. It had to be said that the aura on Ling Lan was too gentle and calm, so Lu Aijuan and Lu Aihua had lowered their guards around her. "Aunt Lu, if you still think of me as a guest, I'll not stay here anymore." Ling Lan pretended to be unhappy. She took a piece of meat and placed it in Lu Aijuan's bowl. "Aijuan, let's eat together. Let's not care about your mother." She winked at Lu Aijuan as though they were friendly relatives. Lu Aijuan instantly smiled brightly. "You too, Aihua." Ling Lan didn't forget the little girl. This little girl went out to work at a very young age in order to lessen her family's burden, so Ling Lan felt pity for her. "Thank you, Brother Jiang Hui." Lu Aihua still thanked Ling Lan. This showed how deep their teachings were. Their manners were not just for display. It had already become their habit. Ling Lan lowered her head when she was eating and hid the puzzlement in her gaze. Mother Lu smiled when she saw the three people becoming more harmonious, and the gloominess in her eyes slowly dissipated. For the next few days, Ling Lan traveled further around planet Muyang with the hover buses. However, she would always come back before dusk. Grandpa Wang wasn't as vigilant towards Ling Lan now. He was willing to tell her some interesting things on planet Muyang. It attracted Wang Qi and Lu Aihua's interest too, so they would always carry their chairs and listen at the side. One day, Ling Lan came to the Wang shop again. The door of the shop was pulled down, leaving only a gap of 50 centimeters. Ling Lan bent down and walked in. There was no one in the shop. Ling Lan immediately walked towards the back of the shop without any hesitation. There was a huge warehouse behind the shop. This was the workspace for the Wang shop. Different from the usual casual atmosphere of the shop, there were many strangers in the workspace, making the scene quite bustling. Grandpa Wang and Wang Qi squatted beside a mecha that was laid on the ground and seemed very busy. Little Aihua sat on one corner and focused on lubricating the new mecha components in front of her. She didn't realize that Ling Lan was here. During the past few days, Aihua would be waiting in the shop or sitting beside Grandpa Wang while listening to his stories. The strangers heard some noises and turned around. When they saw Ling Lan, they were immediately on their guard. Grandpa Wang looked up and saw Ling Lan too. He smiled. "Jiang Hui, you're here. We're busy at the moment. You might have to wait a while for little Aihua." The strangers relaxed a little when they heard Grandpa Wang greeting Ling Lan. Ling Lan nodded and sat beside little Aihua. She watched as little Aihua wiped the components skillfully. Ling Lan was familiar with the maintenance of mechas. She realized that little Aihua's technique was the standard technique used in the military. It wasn't some random technique learned from outside. This meant that the person who taught little Aihua had been in the military before. Ling Lan knew that Grandpa Wang was the one who taught Wang Qi and little Aihua about mecha maintenance. Thus, Grandpa Wang had to be an outstanding logistician in the military once. With such skills, he would at least be a team leader even if he didn't have a high position in the military. His benefits from the military must be good. He would have a better life in the military if he didn't come to planet Muyang and open a small mecha shop. Why was Grandpa Wang willing to give up the good life in the military and come to a primitive planet like planet Muyang after he retired? Without even asking, Ling Lan knew that Grandpa Wang was a man filled with stories and secrets. However, she was not interested in it. Unfortunately, little Four was interested. Hence, when he was searching for evidence of the corruption of the government on planet Muyang, he did some research on Grandpa Wang too. He told himself that he was helping boss to clear any potential dangers around him. The name Grandpa Wang used on planet Muyang was called Wang Baozhuang. He came to planet Muyang 15 years ago. He was not a native. Little Four was unable to find where Wang Baozhuang and Wang Qi came from. This made him even more curious about them. Someone was obviously trying to clean up Wang Baozhuang's past history. But, no matter how powerful a hacker was, Little Four would be able to find traces of his doings. Very soon, Little Four found the information that was deleted. He realized that Wang Baozhuang's real name was Luo Yi. Luo Yi stayed in the 3rd Division from when he was 20 years old to 60 years old. 15 years ago, he suddenly applied to leave the army and then disappeared after that. Luo Yi never got married. He had no descendants. That meant that Wang Qi was not his grandson. As for the person who cleared his traces, Little Four only managed to know that it was a high-ranking officer who was currently in the 3rd Division. There was a lack of information, so he wasn't able to find out who he was at this moment. Little Four followed the clue of this high-ranking officer and realized that traces of Lu Aijuan and Lu Aihua's father was cleared too. Little Four traced the information all the way back to the 3rd Division and realized that their father was said to have died on the battlefield. However, there was something amiss. Why did they need to clear the details of someone who had died? Ling Lan agreed with Little Four's analysis. Normally, people would only clear the traces of someone who was alive so that he wouldn't be found by anyone. However, this could explain why Lu Aijuan and Lu Aihua were not taken care of by the government. Their father's name was not in the military record, so they weren't able to enjoy the benefits of being the family of a soldier. Even if Mother Lu went to the government to ask for it, the government wouldn't believe her. They might think that Father Lu became a mercenary and fooled his family by saying that he went to the military. Of course, Ling Lan had a wild thought that Lu Aijuan and Lu Aihua were the children of her team leader, Lu Furong. Based on their age, it was highly likely. However, Lu Aihua told her that her father was called Lu Aigua. So, this guess was just her being too paranoid. After working for an hour, Wang Baozhuang finally finished his work. A man around 30 years old, who had been waiting at the side all these while, quickly entered the cockpit. The mecha sat up and performed some simple actions. "Uncle Wang, this is exactly what I wanted." "Thank you." The person's voice came from the mecha. It was filled with excitement. "It's not finished yet. The components had to be taken down and inspected again. If there are flaws, we need to change it. If not, we'll need to lubricate it too." Wang Baozhuang took a piece of cloth and wiped himself. "I'll pass the rest to you. When can I take this mecha back?" "You can take it the day after tomorrow. It won't affect your mecha competition." Wang Baozhuang knew that these people earned money through this, so he immediately replied to them. "Fine. Thank you, Uncle Wang," the young man said politely. "Yes, Uncles Wang. I heard that there is an advanced mecha warrior who came from some planet. He has already defeated many strong mecha operators from planet Muyang. Brother Min is under huge pressure now," a younger man beside the young man said with a dark face. "Since you decided to take part in the gamble, you'll have to face this day sooner or later. Also, if you want to go Mailer FA, you must defeat the mecha operators from other planets. If not, Meyer FA won't give you any chances." Uncle Wang sighed. He looked at the young man who came down from the cockpit. "Little Min, why can't you find a stable job? You're not young anymore." Uncle Lu said that if a man can't go to the military, he should become a mercenary and widen his perspective of the world. This is the only way one won't waste his life. If I didn't need to take care of my mother, I would have become a mercenary. The young man smiled gently. His eyes were filled with confidence. Now it's okay if I can't become a mercenary. I can take part in underground gambles to take care of my mother. One day, I'll bring my mother to Meyer FA and let her live a good life." Uncle Wang looked at little Min's hopeful eyes and shook his head slightly. He couldn't bear to tell him that an advanced mecha warrior wasn't able to survive in Meyer FA. That year, forget it. Everyone has the right to choose their own future. He had no right to reprimand him. Very soon, everyone left the shop. Little Aihua finished her work and left with Ling Lan after bidding farewell to Grandpa Wang and Wang Qi. After 5 busy days, the Wang shop resumed its peacefulness again. During this time, Ling Lan had just finished traveling around planet Muyang. Ling Lan felt refreshed after being here for a while, so she felt that it was time to leave. She bought the tickets for the spacecraft that would be departing 3 days later. Lu Aihua and Lu Aijuan were sad to know that their brother Jiang Hui was about to leave. Even Wang Qi, who didn't like Ling Lan at the start, felt dejected when he heard this piece of news. Ling Lan had constantly given him much of the latest news of the outside world. With little Four around, Ling Lan could get any information she wanted. This was something Wang Qi couldn't easily get on planet Muyang. In doing so, Wang Qi had unconsciously started respecting Ling Lan. He also started to acknowledge her as his brother. "Brother Hui, you haven't seen our underground arena before, right?" One day, when Ling Lan came to fetch Lu Aihua again, Wang Qi suddenly stopped. "Her." "Yes." Ling Lan nodded. "To go to the underground arena, one would need someone inside to bring you to the underground arena. Thus, normal people wouldn't be able to find it. Even if they did find it, they would be chased away using various methods. Actually, the tournament has just started 2 days ago. If you are interested, I can bring you over at night. Wang Qi carefully glanced at his grandfather who was busy working. He spoke in a soft voice as he was afraid that his grandfather would hear him, as his grandfather had violently objected to him going to the underground casinos. Ling Lan had nothing on at night, so she agreed. It was good to go to the underground arena and pass some time. Wang Qi smiled excitedly when Ling Lan agreed. He didn't notice the helpless sigh from his grandfather at the side. He thought that he managed to fool his grandfather, but in actual fact, none of his sneaky actions escaped his grandfather's eyes. After dinner, Ling Lan put on a black trench coat and prepared to leave the house to meet Wang Qi. After she walked a few steps, she saw Lu Aihua squatting below a flickering road lamp. She was drawing something on the ground with a tree branch. "Hey, what are you doing here so late at night?" Ling Lan raised one of her eyebrows and asked. When she was talking to Wang Qi in the shop just now, she saw Lu Aihua's hands paused for a moment when they talked about the mecha arena. She was obviously distracted. She must have heard the conversation between Wang Qi and her. Ling Lan knew that Lu Aihua would do something. It looked like she was planning to wait for her here. "I heard your conversation between brother Wang Qi." Lu Aihua looked up. She then threw away the tree branch and ran over. Her eyes were glistening as she said, "You are going to the underground arena, right? Bring me along, pretty please." She had touched mechas before, but she had never seen an actual mecha battle. She wanted to know how her father operated a mecha in a fight. Ling Lan looked at Lu Aihua seriously. The intent gaze made Lu Aihua feel nervous. "Come, little Aihua, close your eyes. Let's play a game." Ling Lan suddenly smiled. "What game?" Lu Aihua asked curiously. "It won't be fun if I tell you now. Close your eyes." Ling Lan's smile was like the big bad wolf trying to fool the little Red Riding Hood. I mean, her smile was amiable. During these few days, Ling Lan had gained the trust of Lu Aihua. Hence, she didn't probe further and closed her eyes obediently. Ling Lan lifted her forefinger and placed it on Lu Aihua's forehead. A small amount of qi jin slowly entered Lu Aihua's forehead. Lu Aihua felt something cool on her forehead. She felt refreshed as though she ate some expensive tonic. It was comfortable. As expected. Ling Lan retracted her qi jin. Lu Aihua had awakened her innate talent. Normally, innate talents were awakened at 12 years old, but Lu Aihua was only 10 years old. She was very talented in this area. It isn't just her hearing. Her other senses are heightened too. Lu Aihua's innate talent should be related to her spiritual power, not an element. Ling Lan analyzed little Aihua's situation and came up with her judgment. She smiled when she saw Lu Aihua still closing her eyes obediently. "It has ended. You can open your eyes now." Lu Aihua opened her eyes. She looked excited. "That cool and comfortable thing just now, was it the game you mentioned? Is it fun?" Ling Lan nodded. "Yes. Can I play it again in the future?" The comfortable feeling was tempting. She felt invigorated. It was as if she wouldn't feel tired at all. "You can't." Ling Hua suddenly turned serious. "Little Aihua, this game can only be played once. The second time, you'll not feel comfortable. It will be painful instead. Hence, if anyone wants to play this game with you in the future, you must reject him." Her action just now was the same as passing her life to other people's hands. Ling Lan didn't want Lu Aihua to be hurt just because of this experience. Little Aihua got a shock when she saw how serious brother Jiang Hui was. She nodded furiously to express that she understood. Ling Lan nodded in satisfaction when she saw that Lu Aihua would remember what she said. "Since you're so obedient, I'll bring you along." She was just going there to gain new experiences. It was probably alright to bring a little burden along. Hence, Ling Lan and Lu Aihua came to find Wang Qi at the gathering location. Wang Qi held his forehead helplessly when he saw the cute little burden holding Ling Lan's hands. However, there was nothing he could do too. He could only bring her along. The underground casino was a few kilometers away from the town. Wang Qi brought them to a place first and then led them on a hover bus which windows were covered up with black sheets of metal, so they couldn't see anything outside. When they got on the bus, there were already many people in it. After a while, the bus was packed with people. After the conductor checked that everyone was behaving properly, he signaled to the driver and the engine was immediately started up. The bus drove for an hour before stopping. However, no one was able to fool Ling Lan, who had the ultimate radar, Little 4. From the start, Ling Lan knew that the bus was going around in circles. The location they were at was only 1 to 2 minutes away from the town. It was an underground arena that was really underground. An ordinary-looking building was seen on the ground. There was an inconspicuous lift in the building. Once you enter the lift, it would only bring you to one floor. Ling Lan estimated that the lift had traveled for at least 100 kilometers. After they stepped out of the lift, they reached the casino. The scene Ling Lan saw was different from what she usually saw on planet Muyang. The decorations on the walls of the casino were exquisite and magnificent. It was packed filled with beautiful and young bunny girls and excited gamblers who were already immersed in gambling, making it extremely noisy. The three of them were, however, not interested in the gambling that were occurring here. Instead, their aim was the Mecha Arena. Wang Qi seemed familiar with the area. He led them to an inconspicuous door and then walked along a passage for a long time before they finally saw another door in front of them. Before they could get close to it, they could already hear the loud cheers and shouts coming from behind the door. The screams were wilder and crazier than what they had heard outside. Everyone seemed to have lost their mind in there because of the bloody battle going on in the arena. Excitement could be seen on Wang Qi's face as he opened the door hurriedly. A round arena appeared in front of them. Numerous audience were already seated around the arena. They were cheering for the mecha they had placed their bets on and booing the opposing mechas. In the middle of the arena, two mechas were fighting. They used all their efforts to try and defeat their opponents so that they could win. "Brother Hui, this way." Wang Qi signaled for them to follow him. There were many passageways leading below the arena. Every 10 meters, there was a mainframe. It was to allow the gamblers to place their bets easily. Wang Qi chose the next round and casually clicked on one of the mecha operators. He placed 3 bets. Very soon, 3 receipts came out from the hole below the optical supercomputer. There was a different number on each receipt. It was their seat numbers. "Brother Hui, let's sit down and watch the match. As long as you place a bet, you can watch the match." Wang Qi seemed to have done this many times. If not, he wouldn't be so clear about the rules. Ling Lan nodded. She brought little Aihua to the seat which had their number on it. It had to be said that the management of the casino was very thoughtful. The people that placed their bets together would get seated next to each other. This would allow friends to sit with one another. Plus, the idea of allowing people who made bets to watch the mecha match for free would attract people who didn't like to gamble but liked to watch mecha fights. Wang Qi was one of them. No wonder there were so many people watching the underground arena match. The facilities in the arena were quite advanced. It was as good as the professional casinos in the other planets. Besides watching the fight personally, there was a virtual screen in front of every seat. The person could watch the match from any angle he or she liked. Of course, it had another purpose. It allowed the viewers to place their bets at any time. The casino was always enticing its customers to gamble more. The moment they sat down, the match that was ongoing had just ended. Both mecha operators were exhausted. The mecha operator that won forced himself to last a few seconds longer than his opponent. When the sound of groans were heard, Ling Lan knew that most of the people had lost. This was normal, as the winner would always be the house. Soon, the workers cleaned the arena and the next match started. When one of the mechas entered the arena, the crowd started cheering loudly. Wang Qi patiently explained to Ling Lan, Dark Destroyer is not a native and has won 89 matches consecutively. Many famous mecha operators from my planet have lost to him. Many gamblers support him now, as they hope that he can win 100 matches consecutively for them to earn more. I remember that a mecha operator with the surname Min came to the shop a few days ago. Is his opponent him? Did he lose too? Ling Lan asked in a low voice. Yes. However, Brother Min has not fought with him, as Brother Min is one of the top 10 mecha operators in planet Muyang. When Dark Destroyer wins 90 matches consecutively, Brother Min will then fight with him. This is because anyone who won 100 matches will be able to go to Meyer FA. The native mecha operators couldn't allow someone who is not one of their people to get the ticket that belongs to them, Wang Qi explained. Ling Lan nodded. It looked like Dark Destroyer was very strong. If not, the mecha operator with the surname Min wouldn't have to prepare ahead. As expected, Dark Destroyer was more powerful than his opponent. After 30 rounds, Dark Destroyer managed to use his opponent's mistake and struck his opponent in the cockpit. He defeated his opponent easily. He had now won continuously for 90 matches. Ling Lan frowned slightly. The techniques Dark Destroyer displayed were not that of an advanced mecha warrior. The strength of his last attack and the spot he struck it meant that his opponent might be seriously injured or dead. With his capabilities, he was able to win the match without harming his opponent. Yet, Dark Destroyer chose the most brutal method to win. A special class mecha operator, or an ace mecha master, purposely hiding his skills to come to planet Muyang. If his purpose was to solely get a ticket to Mailer FA, no one would believe it. Planet Muyang had a lower grade, so there were not many ace operators here. Hence, there weren't any ace operators at the underground arena too. This allowed the Dark Destroyer to fool everyone. However, Meyer FA was different. There were many ace operators there and even some imperial operators. Once the Dark Destroyer enters Mailer FA, he wouldn't be able to hide his true skills anymore. Plus, the casinos at Meyer FA forbid cheating. If he was discovered, he would be ruthlessly taken away. Dark Destroyer must have an ulterior motive for coming to planet Muyang. Ling Lan just didn't know if he was acting alone or was he from an organization. Ling Lan clicked her tongue. She ordered Little Four, follow Dark Destroyer. You must find out what is the motive of Dark Destroyer or the organization behind him. If it had nothing to do with the Lu family and the Wang family, Ling Lan wouldn't care about it. However, if it really had anything to do with them. Ling Lan rubbed her forehead lightly. She was frustrated. She came here to have a break. She didn't want to cause any trouble, but why must she always discover these things? She hoped that she was just thinking too much and the truth was not what she had thought. While Ling Lan was frustrated by what she had discovered, Wang Qi was still looking at the information on his communicator excitedly. He didn't notice anything wrong. For the match just now, he had placed his bets on Dark Destroyer. Dark Destroyer was a hot favorite, so he didn't win much, but he was happy to win some. After all, he was just here to watch the mecha fight. Not only was he able to watch it for free now, but he also managed to earn some pocket money. This had already exceeded his expectations. Dark Destroyer won this match, but he didn't leave. He communicated with the workers and soon, the big screens around the arena and the small screens on the front of the seats displayed a notice about the change in the scheduled matches. Dark Destroyer was going to fight for another round. The entire arena shouted in excitement. The gamblers didn't care whether you were a native or not. As long as they could win money, they welcomed you. The matches after them were all pushed back. 3 minutes later, a new notification appeared on the big screen. Dark Destroyer vs the Bravest. Wang Qi saw the name of the Bravest, instantly said enthusiastically, "That's Elder Brother Min. Elder Brother Min will definitely defeat Dark Destroyer." After saying that, he placed a bet on the Bravest. Although Ling Lan knew that Wang Qi's bet was going to be a bust, she didn't say anything to stop him. Wang Qi wasn't only just gambling, the more important part was that he was supporting his friend. Little 4, speed up the process of hacking into the Dark Destroyer's optical supercomputer. Ling Lan was also worried that Wang Qi's elder brother Min would die under the Dark Destroyer's sword. Don't worry. If it is the optical supercomputer of an ace mecha, then it will perhaps be somewhat troublesome. However, this type of advanced mecha is not difficult at all for someone like me, Little 4 said proudly. How could a literal god of the virtual world like me not be able to get past such a low-level optical supercomputer? Although Little 4 was arrogant, he still did his work diligently. Soon, he told Ling Lan that he had hacked into the mecha. If he was to discover that the Dark Destroyer was to try to go for the kill, he would interfere with his mecha and save Wang Qi's elder brother Min. The Dark Destroyer was surprisingly somewhat sportsmanlike. He wasn't like the previous rounds where he went for the kill only after a few hits, even though he had the capability to do so. After going at each other for hundreds of hits, elder brother Min, who felt they were on the same level, suddenly showed a small flaw. Normal advanced mecha operators wouldn't be able to discover the flaw, but in the eyes of an ace operator, it was as clear as day. The Dark Destroyer took the chance and Ruthless attacked with his large sword. Seeing this, elder brother Min panicked knowing that his opponent actually saw through his weak point. He immediately used his large sword to block. However, that was the actual mistake. Dark Destroyer suddenly switched up his attack and ruthlessly sliced towards the cockpit. Elder brother Min's action to block had left his cockpit wide open and gave his opponent a great opportunity. Not good. Elder brother Min knew that he had no time to change his move, and even if he did, he didn't have the capability to do so. The finger speed required to block the incoming attack was only achievable by ace operators. He could only throttle his engine and quickly back up to try to evade the fatal attack. However, even though Dark Destroyer's speed seemed to be slow, he was still faster than elder brother Min's dodging speed. Right as the large sword was about hit the cockpit, his Dark Destroyer's large sword suddenly stopped. Then, it slightly changed its direction and skimmed past the cockpit. Elder brother Min, who just seen his life flashed before his eyes, had cold sweats from the terror of the attack. He immediately moved his mecha back a few meters and left the attack range of Dark Destroyer. *T, what just happened? Dark Destroyer found it weird that his sure kill attack actually didn't work. He instantly began to swear and cuss in his cockpit. Angered, he began to attack elder brother Min crazily. Elder brother Min was like a boat stuck in a storm which seemed like it was going to flip over at any second. However, during every dangerous moment, Dark Destroyer's attack would miraculously always go past him. This allowed elder brother Min to constantly be able to get away from death. This situation made the bettors rowdy. They all believed the match was rigged to not let Dark Destroyer win. However, in reality, the management of the casino was also confused. In reality, they would earn money no matter who won. The amount of money they would receive from sending a mecha operator, who won 100 matches to Meyer FA would make the money they lost in the casino seem like chump change. So, they weren't interested in meddling with something like this. Elder brother Min wasn't an impulsive person. Multiple crises reminded him that his opponent was definitely not someone he could defeat. After evading a fatal attack, he decisively put up his mecha's hand to show that he was surrendering. Although his winning streak wasn't stopped, he was still crazy depressed even after seeing his opponent give up. To Dark Destroyer, not being able to kill his opponent, made him feel like he had lost. In reality, Dark Destroyer's advancement to his current position was acquired by stepping on countless bodies. This was why elder brother Min and others hate Dark Destroyer very much. Not only because he was an outsider, at the same time, he was also ruthless and killed many native mecha operators. Other than the few who luckily got away with their lives, the others all died in the arena. Wow, Dark Destroyer is amazing. Wang Qi's eyes glimmered and his face full of admiration. Dreaming about becoming a mecha operator every day, Wang Qi greatly admired those strong and capable mecha operators. Yeah, he's amazing. Little Aihua also had a face full of admiration and was convinced by Dark Destroyer's impressive operating abilities. Bam! Bam! Ouch! Ouch! Wang Qi and Little Aihua held their forehead as they raised their heads pitifully. They had tears in their eyes as they asked, "Elder Brother Hui, Elder Brother Jiang Hui, why did you hit us? Stop admiring him. Dark Destroyer isn't suitable for you to admire." Ling Lan didn't want the two of them to become ruthless and heartless executioners like Dark Destroyer. Why? Wang Qi asked in disagreement. His methods of operating are considered to be barbaric. Learning it would be useless with your body shapes and you would fall to the floor after a few hits. Although Ling Lan's words were rough to the ears, it was still true. Wang Qi and Lu Aihua weren't complete newbies who didn't know anything. After hearing the explanation, they instantly became deflated and slumped into their seats without any desire to speak. It turns out, one of the reasons Wang Qi wanted to watch an underground arena match was to find a mecha operator instructor who could give him some pointers. Although Elder Brother Min had a good relationship with him, Elder Brother Min was still trying to make a living and didn't have time to teach him. This made him have no choice but to put his hope onto someone else. As for Little Aihua, she was probably thinking of finding a strong master for her younger brother. Afterwards, the three of them watched a few more mecha matches. When she saw Little Aihua beginning to yawn, Ling Lan led Wang Qi, who still wanted to watch, and Little Aihua, who was still trying her best to keep her eyes open, away from the arena. The place they left from wasn't far from the place they entered from. Wang Qi led them to the lift. When they went up the lift, they saw a closed-off parking lot. The hover bus of the casino was there waiting to leave after the seats were filled. When Ling Lan and others hopped on the bus, they saw a familiar face. "Oh, Elder Brother Min, you're taking the bus back." Wang Qi saw Elder Brother Min and immediately shouted out in excitement. Back then, Elder Brother Min always went back using his mecha. "Yeah, I'm too tired today." Elder Brother Min's complexion wasn't great and was even somewhat pale. The battle with Dark Destroyer's mecha almost depleted all of his mental and physical energy. There was even a slight hint of terror in his face when he thought of his recent dance with death. Wang Qi wanted to ask a few more questions, but Ling Lan pulled on his sleeve slightly, gesturing him to find a spot to sit first. This dull child did not even see that his elder brother Min didn't have any desire to speak to him. When Wang Qi saw Little Aihua yawning continuously, he quickly helped Little Aihua to find a seat, and quickly forgot to continue his conversation with Elder Brother Min. Ling Lan's group of three found their seats and sat down. There were many people that came out of the casino at the same time. Soon, the bus was filled with people and drove out of the parking lot. It was probably because they were all too excited and felt sleepy. Most of the people on the bus all closed their eyes and went to sleep, including Little Aihua. Ling Lan, who also closed her eyes to rest, suddenly opened them. Just a moment ago, Little Four told him that Dark Destroyer had caught up to them and was intending to kill Elder Brother Min. Not being able to take out his opponent made Dark Destroyer feel uncomfortable. Thus, he just wanted to kill this opponent that had escaped from his clutches with his own hands. Ling Lan helplessly frowned and muttered under her breath, "So troublesome. Does this count as looking for trouble?" The hover bus continued moving forward as if there was nothing wrong. However, in the bus, Ling Lan's eyes glimmered brightly. Although the way she was sitting was no different, she was already completely prepared for the incoming collision. Bang! The hover bus was suddenly sent up into the air by a strong force. It was about seconds away before it would be smashed onto the ground. Elder Brother Min, who was sitting at the front, was very quick to react. Milliseconds after the hover bus was sent up into the air, he quickly dashed towards the driver's seat. He pulled the driver out of his seat and began to control the hover car himself to try to stop it from crashing. Right as he was trying to regain control of the bus, the bottom of the hover bus suddenly erupted in flames. The flames were devouring the entire hover bus. Seeing that there was no chance to stop what was happening, elder brother Min quickly turned the hover bus at 90 degrees with perfect precision, quite an unsurprising act for one of the top 10 mecha operators in planet Muyang. Then, he quickly pressed the disintegration button to disintegrate the bus. After that, the hover bus seemingly dematerialized, which allowed all of the passengers to be thrown out of it by the strong centripetal force created by the sharp turn. Although this decision would cause those who were too old, disabled or too young to die due to the impact of the collision, the young adults, who were strong and had some degree of physical skills, would have hopes of living. This decision was much better than letting everybody be devoured by the flames and be burned alive in the hover bus. In actuality, before the bus was sent up in the air, Ling Lan was already contemplating how she would save Wang Qi and little Aihua without exposing herself. Elder brother Min's way of handling the situation actually helped her with her problem. Ling Lan grabbed little Aihua in midair. Wang Qi on the other hand, even though he was a weak youngster, his physical skills wasn't too weak. He had already reached the 10th level in the manifestation stage. When faced with such a predicament, he would still be able to live even if he would be injured from the crash. As expected, Wang Qi was relieved when he saw Ling Lan grabbing little Aihua. Although he didn't know much about Ling Lan, he still trusted Ling Lan with all his heart after being together for the past few days. He believed that Ling Lan had the ability to save little Aihua. Without any more worries, Wang Qi's behavior was very different from the other people in mid-air who could only scream. He calmly looked at the situation down below him. He had to choose an optimal spot for him to land. There. He saw a narrow river just right below him. However, he still had to control his body and make the right maneuvers in mid-air to hit the river. He could fail, but there was no doubt that the river was the right location for him to not be injured from the fall. Wang Qi made this decision in an instant. Wang Qi's decision was also Ling Lan's decision. She wouldn't have to explain her capabilities if she was to land there, compared to suspiciously landing safely on a hard surface. Even the young little Aihua would be fine without Ling Lan protecting her if they were to hit the river. Ling Lan carried little Aihua and fell into the river steadily. Immediately after, Wang Qi also fell into the river. The three of them lifted their heads above the surface of the river and saw that there was another person who landed steadily on the patch of land beside the river. It was elder brother Min. Ling Lan sighed, as she expected more trouble to come her way. As Ling Lan expected, another person immediately appeared on the patch of land with a rocket launcher in his hands. Seeing this person, elder brother Min's expression changed slightly. Dark Destroyer Wu Yin, it's you? Seeing his opponent with a rocket launcher, elder brother Min finally knew who had attacked the hover bus. You actually dare to go against the rules of the underground casino? You're a dead man. Elder brother Min shouted in anger. Can a rundown casino with no ace operators do anything to me? Wu Yin said while smiling. Seeing that you're going to die by my hand soon, I'll play nice and tell you something from the kindness of my heart. After a few days, planet Muyang's underground world will be completely under our control. Wu Yin's proud and excited expression made elder brother Min feel dismayed. Wu Yin's words were probably true. It should be known that the hover bus was attacked less than a kilometer away from the casino was located at. The underground casino should have already sent their patrol team to investigate the loud explosion. It wouldn't be like how it was now, silent and zero movement from them. Anyhow, it seems you've realized it. Wu Yin began to laugh. The underground casino can't even protect itself. How can it have any extra strength to deal with little things like this? This was why he blatantly attacked the hover bus. Anyhow bit his lip and asked, why are you chasing me down? I'm just a mecha operator whose only purpose is to fight. I don't even participate in the politics of the underground world. No matter who became the boss of the underground world, he wouldn't care about it. I know, but you got away alive, right? Wu Yin licked his lips. All of my opponents have never returned back alive from the arena. Anyhow seemed to have realized something and his expression changed instantly. Those who were being treated for severe injuries and suddenly dying was by your hands. Elder brother Min finally understood why the mecha operators who could have been saved suddenly died all of a sudden. I don't like to see my opponents continue to jump around in my face. It frustrates me. Wu Yin's eyes showed signs of insanity. He immediately propped up the rocket launcher and shot it at Minihao. Bang! The rocket struck the location that Minihao was standing on, creating a deep hole in the ground. Minihao was quite agile. Having already reached the peak of refinement, he evaded the rocket just in time. Unfortunately, the shockwave created from the blast still injured him. When he landed on the ground, he spat out mouthfuls of blood, painting the ground blood-red. When Ling Lan saw Wu Yin's rocket launcher firing, she quickly pushed down Wang Qi's and Little Aihua's heads into the river to dodge the shockwave created from the rocket blast. The three of them emerged out of the water once again. Wang Qi then saw Minihao lying on the ground being crazily punched and kicked by Wu Yin, wanting to kill Minihao brutally before ending his violent rampage. Ah! Wang Qi, who had a good relationship with Minihao, couldn't help but scream in shock. Although he reacted quickly and covered his mouth, he was still heard by Wu Yin. Oh, there's actually a few small fries here. Wu Yin didn't notice them in the beginning. However, after hearing the shout, he could clearly hear that there were two people breathing in the river. With his capabilities, he could only hear Wang Qi and Little Aihua's breathing. Even if Ling Lan didn't try to hold back her presence, her current capabilities could not be detected by anyone weaker than the domain stage, unless she purposefully let them. Little Aihua angrily slapped Wang Qi's head as she saw that they were discovered. She and Minihao weren't close, so she, of course, didn't want the three of them to die with him. Elder brother Hui, take Little Aihua and leave. I'll stay behind. Wang Qi knew it was impossible for all three of them wanted to get out this situation together. He ultimately decided to let Ling Lan take Lu Aihua and leave so he could buy some time for them to leave. He should be the one to resolve the problem he had created himself. Plus, he and elder brother Min had a good relationship. He also needed to stay behind because of the brotherhood the two of them shared. No way. If you stay behind, you're going to die. Little Aihua, of course, didn't want his elder brother Wang Qi, who cared for her for so long, to have anything happen to him. Aihua, leave with brother Hui. If not, none of us will be able to escape. Wang Qi, who had always treated Lu Aihua nicely, suddenly shouted in anger. Lu Aihua's eyes turned red. Brother, promise me that you'll stay alive. Then, she looked at Ling Lan and said decisively, Brother Hui, let's go. Although Little Aihua was young, she was very calm and mature for her age. Wang Qi's words allowed her to understand that it was impossible for the three of them to escape together. Hence, she quickly made a difficult decision. She wanted to stay back with brother Wang Qi too, but if she stayed back, she would just be a burden. If they let Ling Lan stay behind, but that was too despicable. Little Aihua couldn't make up her mind to ask her brother Hui to do such a thing for them. Little Aihua made a painful decision but Ling Lan didn't move at all. She didn't seem to hear what Little Aihua said. Brother Hui? What's wrong? Little Aihua got agitated. Brother Hui, hurry up and leave with Little Aihua, Wang Qi shouted agitatedly too. If they didn't run now, they wouldn't have the chance to anymore. At this moment, Ling Lan said slowly, it's too late. Now. Wu Yin's voice sounded beside them. I didn't expect someone to understand the situation so well. Wu Yin's figure appeared at the nearby shore. He smiled and looked at them calmly. What do we do now? Wang Qi was lost. It didn't matter if he died but if he implicated brother Jiang Hui and Little Aihua, he would die with regrets. What do we do now? What else? Ling Lan threw this sentence at him and swam towards the shore where Wu Yin was at. Since they were discovered, it was better to get onto the shore. Wang Qi got agitated when he saw Ling Lan bringing Little Aihua towards the crazy Wu Yin. He quickly moved his limbs and attempted to stop her. However, Ling Lan was too fast. Although she was carrying little Aihua, her swimming speed was still faster than Wang Qi. Wang Qi was ultimately unable to catch up with Ling Lan. Since he couldn't stop her, he quietly followed Ling Lan up the shore. "Look, we are just bystanders. Just now, we didn't see anything." Little Aihua was trembling in fright, but she still tried to control her emotions. She must find a chance for the three of them to stay alive. On the other hand, Ling Lan was standing there with her stone-cold face, but in her mind, she was immensely satisfied with little Aihua never say die attitude and how she was still looking for opportunities to find a way out of the situation. Fine, this cute little Aihua made Ling Lan want to take her in as her disciple. Ling Lan always wanted a child, but based on her condition now, she probably wouldn't be able to have one in the near future. Maybe she should find another method like taking a cute disciple in to satisfy her craving first. When Ling Lan realized that Lu Aihua had an exceptional innate talent, she didn't have this thought yet. At that moment, she had just intended to help little Aihua if she could in the future. However, the scene just now made her heart waver. When danger came suddenly, she was able to maintain her cool and give her trust to her people around her. She wouldn't place more stress on the people around her too, as displayed by her actions when the hover bus was blown up, and she was also able to control her emotions when they needed to hide. Little Aihua's control of her breath was even better than Wang Qi. In the face of a difficult decision, little Aihua chose to escape with Ling Lan, who had a weaker relationship with her compared to Wang Qi. This showed that little Aihua was a kind person. Most importantly, she was resolute and firm. All of these traits made Ling Lan really admire her character. Many talents were destroyed or killed because of their irresolute and hesitant nature. Even in the end, little Aihua didn't give up hope. She still tried her best to find a way out. This made Ling Lan extremely tempted to take her in as her disciple. Only this kind of person would be able to become a powerful warrior in the future. Maybe an outstanding senior sister would be a good role model for my child in the future. It's decided then. Ling Lan smiled. While Ling Lan was praising herself for making such a great decision, little Aihua's attempt of survival was broken by Wu Yin mercilessly. "What a cute little girl. I'm excited that I could kill you personally." Wu Yin licked his lips excitedly. He loved taking away the hopes of these little children. They always gave him a sense of achievement. Little Aihua was dejected when she saw Wu Yin's sadistic smile and actions. Her body started trembling in fear even more. However, Ling Lan saw a screwdriver being grasped tightly in little Aihua's right hand. She was learning about mecha maintenance from Grandpa Wang, so she always had some tools on her. This sharp and strong screwdriver could become a weapon for killing people when there was a need for it. Not giving up even in times of despair. Looking for ways to die along with her opponent. Ling Lan's smile got brighter. She was growing fonder of little Aihua by the minute. Bang! Minihao, who was lying on the ground injured, suddenly rushed forward and wrapped Wu Yin in his arms from the back. He shouted, "Hurry up and leave." It was an easy sentence to say, but it used up all his energy to do so. Blood continued to spurt out of his mouth. Pieces of broken organs could be seen coming out of his mouth. Wu Yin's merciless attacks had severely injured his internal organs. Minihao knew that he couldn't be saved anymore. He was forcing himself to stop Wu Yin because he wanted to save Ling Lan and the other two people. "Go and die." Wu Yin quickly reached to the back of his head with his right arm. Then, he extended his fingers and grabbed Minihao's head. The veins on his right arm were bursting from the amount of force he was using. Just as Minihao's head was about to burst under the pressure, a hand wearing a black glove suddenly held his wrist. "Hey, you can end your game now," Ling Lan stood on his right and said calmly. Wu Yin felt as though his right hand was clipped by a metal claw. He couldn't exert any strength in his right hand at all. His expression changed for the worse. "Who are you?" "A passerby." She was really a passerby. If he hadn't insisted on killing Minihao, they wouldn't have met each other and she wouldn't have to take action. 2. Are you planning to interfere in this matter? I suggest that you don't. Don't force us to kill you too. Wu Yin felt how powerful Ling Lan was. He was not a stupid person, so he decided to warn her verbally and hoped that she would retreat in fear. If I don't interfere, will your organization let me go? Ling Lan asked indifferently. Stop fooling people. I'm afraid that the first person your organization wants to kill is me. Ling Lan knew the situation perfectly. Those gamblers that managed to survive were now all dead. Even if the three of them managed to escape from Wu Yin, they wouldn't be able to escape from those people that came to clean up the situation. Ling Lan wouldn't look for trouble voluntarily, but if trouble came to find her, she wouldn't evade it too. Ling Lan liked to solve problems from the root. The moment Wu Yin came to find them, she had already decided to uproot the faction that Wu Yin was from entirely. Ling Lan didn't want to talk more nonsense with Wu Yin, so she lowered her voice and said, "Let go." Minnie Hao let go of Wu Yin instinctively. Bang! Ling Lan then raised her fist and hit Wu Yin square in the chest. The punch looked soft and light, but Wu Yin's bulky body flew out immediately before slamming onto the ground heavily. He laid motionless on the ground. Wang Qi and Lu Aihua were flabbergasted when they saw this. They looked at Ling Lan in astonishment. Their gentle and amiable brother Jiang Hui was actually a master. The two of them were not strong, but they had good eyesight. Jiang Hui was obviously more powerful than Wu Yin. If not, how was he able to defeat him with a single punch? Brother Wang Qi, did I accidentally invite a powerful person into my house? Little Aihua hugged her face while her eyes were sparkling with admiration. Wang Qi swallowed his saliva. I think so. He saw blood flowing out of Wu Yin's chest. There was definitely a hole in his chest from the punch of brother Jiang Hui. The blood coming out of his chest even stained the ground blood red. Without a doubt, Jiang Hui was dead. He got killed by a single punch from brother Jiang Hui. He didn't have any chance to experience the pain before he died. Minnie Hao was about to fall on the ground as he released all the pressure in his body. However, before he could drop on the ground, the fall of his body suddenly slowed down. He was actually held by an invisible force that placed his on the ground gently. However, he was injured badly, so even though his injuries didn't worsen from the fall, he was still half dead. Wang Qi saw this and immediately rushed over to him. He asked agitatedly, Brother Min, are you all right? Minnie Hao gave a bitter smile. Wang Qi, cough. I won't be able to survive these injuries. If you can, please take care of my mother. He used the remaining energy he had to pass his mother to Wang Qi. She was the only person he was worried about. He hoped that Wang Qi would help his mother when she needed him based on their past relationship. Wang Qi was still young, so he couldn't control his emotions. Tears dropped down from his eyes as he nodded furiously. He remembered Minnie Hao risking his life to give them an opportunity to escape. Hence, he would take care of Brother Min's mother in return. It was something he should do. Ling Lan tapped Little Aihua's head. Little Aihua looked up meekly and a bottle of agent suddenly appeared in front of her eyes. Ling Lan had come back to her side again. Ling Lan then sent a glance at Minnie Hao, who was lying on the ground. Little Aihua looked at Ling Lan with pleasant surprise. She wanted to know if what she was thinking was correct. Ling Lan nodded. Little Aihua quickly took the agent and rushed towards Minnie Hao. She kicked Wang Qi away fiercely and said, Stop crying. He still can be saved. Ling Lan was speechless. She suddenly realized that the disciple she wanted to take it was a strong woman who looked weak and delicate. Wang Qi was elated when he saw the agent Little Aihua was holding. He knew that this agent must have belonged to brother Jiang Hui. An agent from such a powerful person must be able a miracle pill that could save Minnie Hao. From the virtual world, Wang Qi knew that the highest grade agent from the Federation could save anyone as long as they still had their last breath left. Wang Qi and Little Aihua carefully poured the agent into Minnie Hao's mouth. They were afraid that they would topple the life-saving agent accidentally. While they were doing this, Ling Lan disappeared from the scene quietly. A few seconds later, she appeared again. It was as though she had never even left. Little Manhwa seemed to have sensed something. She turned around and looked at Ling Lan in the eyes. Ling Lan smiled and nodded at her. Little Manhwa touched her forehead in puzzlement. Then, she shook her head. She threw away her puzzlement in her head and continued looking at Minihao as she waited for the effects of the agent to kick in. What powerful instincts! I have only left for a few seconds, but little Manhwa had detected it. Fortunately, I was fast enough. Ling Lan's smile got even brighter. The agent Ling Lan gave little Manhwa was not the best agent that Li Shiyu had given her. However, it was the most powerful agent used by the Federation currently, and thus Minihao managed to stay alive. It was still dangerous out in the open, so Wang Qi and little Manhwa didn't dare to stay here for too long. They didn't know if Wu Yin had other comrades. When Minihao finally could move, Wang Qi carried him and Ling Lan held on to little Manhwa. Wang Qi and little Manhwa were busy running away, so they didn't realize that a while after they had left, Wu Yin had turned into an ice statue. The blood on the ground had turned into ice too. Ling Lan held little Manhwa with one hand and flicked her finger on the other hand, then Wu Yin and the frozen blood turned into tiny ice crystals before it scattered all over in the vast field. Wu Yin had disappeared just like his other comrades. Wang Qi was still frightened by what had just happened, so he quickly led everyone to the Wang shop. They attempted to sneak in from the back door, but when they entered, the lights in the warehouse suddenly lit up. Wang Baozhuang sat at the entrance of the warehouse with his pipe while looking at them with a cold stare. "Grandfather," Wang Qi and little Manhwa said nervously. They lowered their heads and didn't dare to continue. "What happened to you?" Wang Baozhuang saw the bloody Minihao on Wang Qi's shoulder and frowned. Wang Qi quickly told his grandfather the attack they had met on their way back. At the same time, he told his grandfather that they were able to come back alive because of brother Jiang Hui, and that brother Jiang Hui was a powerful physical skills master. Wang Baozhuang looked at Ling Lan intently when he heard this. Then, he asked Wang Qi and little Manhwa to send Minihao into the guest room to have a rest. He also asked Wang Qi to prepare the recovery agents they had at home and give them to Minihao first. After settling everything, Wang Baozhuang stood up and said to Ling Lan, "Jiang, I have something to ask you." Ling Lan rubbed her forehead helplessly. She knew that once she showed her true power, Wang Baozhuang would suspect her true identity. However, Ling Lan was not interested in Wang Baozhuang's secret and she had nothing to hide. Hence, she followed Wang Baozhuang into the living room without any hesitation. The door of the living room was wide open. The 3 windows in the room were open too. If someone wanted to get close to the living room, the people inside would be able to see him. Actually, this kind of environment was the safest. One could see everything that was happening around him. Those enclosed areas were not safe. But, most people like an enclosed area to discuss serious matters, as it gave people a greater sense of security. "Who are you really?" Wang Baozhuang asked right as they entered the living room. "Jiang Hui, a traveler and also an adventurer," Ling Lan replied calmly. Wang Baozhuang nodded. He put his pipe in his mouth and frowned as he took a whiff of it. It was as though he was making a hard decision. After staying silent for almost a minute, Wang Baozhuang spoke up, "Child, can I trust you?" Ling Lan smiled, "That would depend on whether Grandpa Wang wants to trust me or not. Although you took care of Wu Yin, you still offended the organization behind him. If they were to investigate, they would easily be able to find out that Wang Qi and little Manhwa was there." Wang Baozhuang sucked on his pipe with tired face and continued, "It would be very dangerous for Wang Qi and little Manhwa to continue to stay on planet Muyang. Aren't you leaving planet Muyang tomorrow? If it's possible, please take them with you." Hearing this, Ling Lan raised one of her eyebrows in doubt of what she was hearing. She glanced at the frowning Wang Baozhuang and said slowly, "What will you do if I told you that I have the capabilities to wipe out Wu Yin's organization on planet Muyang while not exposing Wang Qi and little Manhwa?" Hearing this, Wang Baozhuang's eyes glimmered, but darkened again not long after. It seemed he was hesitant. After a few seconds, he made a hard decision and said, "Child, just take them away with you." Ling Lan looked at Wang Baozhuang and calmly said, "You're okay with that? Or rather, you're not going to worry. Wang Qi has grown up and should be sent out into the real world. Although I can't confirm whether your identity is real or fake, I still believe my eyes that are telling me that you are someone worthy of my trust," Wang Baozhuang said in a serious tone. Ling Lan half smiled at Wang Baozhuang. Although Ling Lan's presence seemed to be warm, Wang Baozhuang still felt unsure about his decision. He also felt that Ling Lan knew what he was actually intending to do. Originally, taking them out there to see the world is fine. However, I don't want to become someone who is hunted by others, said Ling Lan. She hated trouble. She knew that Wang Qi was troublesome, so she didn't want to take him with her. Ling Lan's words made Wang Baozhuang's expression change instantly. He immediately stood up and said, "You know something?" "No, I don't know anything," Ling Lan said calmly. "I just know that if you clearly could resolve this matter easily but still want to send them away, it means that there is an even bigger problem than the one we're currently in. As for me, I care about my life." Ling Lan's words made Wang Baozhuang sit down with a helpless expression. His expression continued to darken as he thought about it more. He immediately picked up his pipe and sucked it a few times to relieve the headache he was having. "Child, you're very smart. You actually managed to deduce that just from my attitude." Wang Baozhuang sighed, "I just received word that our enemy had found us. I can die with no regrets, but my little grandson is only 16 years old. He still has so many years ahead of himself, he shouldn't die here. I am not asking you to keep him safe for his entire life. I only hope that you can take him away planet Muyang. After that, he can go anywhere and you wouldn't have to be responsible for him. Here, this is the identity that I have prepared for him." Wang Baozhuang took out a new communicator from his pocket. It turns out, he had already arranged for Wang Qi to take on a new identity. Ling Lan thought for a moment. She then put out her hand and grabbed the new identity communicator. Right at that moment, Wang Qi and little Aihua ran into the room like a gust of wind. "Grandpa, I don't want to leave. If we leave together." How could Wang Qi leave his grandfather, who had raised him all by himself for all these years, to face death on his own? When Wang Qi and little Aihua were snooping around the living room, Ling Lan had noticed them. Wang Baozhuang on the other hand was no longer calm because of Ling Lan's calm reaction. He actually didn't sense Wang Qi and little Aihua's arrival. "Cheer, listen to me. If we all leave, then none of us will get out alive." The high-ranking official who had protected them only managed to get Wang Qi a new identity after so many years. Now, since he had been discovered without a new identity, he would be the cause of the death of the child he raised with all his heart if he left with Wang Qi. "Grandpa, Wang Qi had just escaped death. He didn't think that before he could catch his breath, he must split apart from his grandfather who he couldn't live without." Feeling unusually weak, he finally couldn't hold everything in and began to cry loudly. "What are you crying about? I'm not dead yet. Cheer, your grandfather has only had one hope in his entire life and that's you. If you don't live a good life, even if I die, I won't be able to rest peacefully. Be a good boy and leave planet Muyang with this Jiang Hui child. Then, don't ever come back to planet Muyang in this lifetime." Although Wang Baozhuang was angry and anxious, he was still moved by Wang Qi's feelings towards him and had tears come down his face uncontrollably. "How about this? You guys talk about it together. I'll take little Aihua home first. I'll come back tomorrow. If you still haven't changed your mind, I will take Wang Qi and leave." Ling Lan knew that even if she refused to take Wang Qi with her, she still wouldn't be able to get out of this situation. After being together with the grandfather and grandson of the Wang family for quite some time, she was probably already in the sights of the Wang family's enemies. Unless she didn't use Jiang Hui as her identity in the future, trouble would always find her. However, Ling Lan actually liked the identity Jiang Hui, the lone adventurer without any care for the world. She didn't want to stop using this identity. Ling Lan took little Aihua back to the Lu family. She then went back to her room and laid down to rest. When the night became silent and everyone entered their dream world, Ling Lan, who was under her blanket, actually began to split apart and disappeared completely. During all this time, Little Four was collecting information on Wu Yin's organization. After looking and searching through many surveillance tapes, he finally found the headquarters of Wu Yin's organization on planet Muyang. Although the Grandpa Wang didn't want Ling Lan to take care of the underlying threat, Ling Lan was still used to finishing what she had started, so she didn't forget about the organization. Thus, Ling Lan decided that before leaving, she would completely take out Wu Yin's organization, destroying them at the roots to make sure they would never rise again. When dawn arrived, Ling Lan had already reappeared under her blanket. She opened the palm of her right hand and there was a computer chip on it. This chip was what the leader of the group tried to destroy when he realized he had no way of living. Unfortunately, the difference in capabilities didn't give that leader any chance to destroy it. In the end, Ling Lan still got it into her hands. Little Four, can you read the information in it? Asked Ling Lan. Boss, you'll know when you plug in the chip into your communicator, Little Four said in dismay. Is his boss looking down on him? If I can't do something small like this, how can I call himself the god of the virtual world? Ling Lan quickly plugged in the computer chip into her communicator. Little Four then began to decrypt it. Not long after, the data inside it began to show up on her screen. Who knew we'd actually encounter an old enemy? It turns out, Wu Yin's organization was the same as the unknown organization that was previously hiding in Planet Azure Scout Academy. It was clear that a planet like Muyang was not rich with resources, so this planet wasn't considered a priority by the organization. That was why they sent people like Wu Yin, who was not really a part of the organization, to this planet. Thinking back to Planet Azure, where all the enemies were pseudo-domain realm masters, with even 2 titled domain realm masters. Compared to this planet, Planet Muyang, with only 1 pseudo-domain realm master defending it, it seemed to have been neglected by the organization. If the computer chip didn't have the information that Planet Azure's Central Scout Academy operation had failed, Ling Lan wouldn't have been able to put 2 and 2 together. The operation on Planet Azure was to secretly send spies into the military. Then, what is the reason for them to put men on Planet Muyang? Is their target actually Meyer FA? Although Meyer FA was a lone planet, it still didn't have any natural resources. There were only countless casinos. Even if the profits of the casinos were abundant. Just from the large base that was in the forest showed that this faction didn't lack the funds and would not care about such a place. Perhaps their goal is not only Meyer FA. There is definitely a hidden goal. Thinking to this point, Ling Lan couldn't help but sigh. Her information was still lacking. That was why she couldn't predict the organization's real goal from the data she had. If it was her father, Ling Xiao, he would probably be able to find a hint of some sort. Ling Lan didn't waste any more time to think about it since she couldn't figure it out. Ling Lan also felt exhausted not only from killing people in the night, but also using her brain power to think. Seeing that it was still early, she closed her eyes to rest. Knock, knock, knock. The door to her room was suddenly softly knocked on. Ling Lan slowly opened her eyes and discovered that it was already bright outside. Ling Lan got up and opened the door. She saw Mother Lu holding today's breakfast while standing at the door. Jiang Hui, this is your breakfast for today. Mother Lu walked into the room and put down the food. However, she didn't turn around like she had done the previous mornings and instead stood there as though she had something to say. Aunt Lu, you have something you want to say? Ling Lan was curious. Well, Jiang Hui, I just want to ask. Have you ever heard of the name Lu Zhonghua out in the galaxy? Mother Lu frowned as though something was worrying her. Aunt Lu, you know that there are many people who joined the military. Unless we meet accidentally, or perhaps told by the military, otherwise, we wouldn't know of just anyone, Ling Lan said helplessly. She, of course, couldn't tell Aunt Lu that the name Lu Zhonghua was found by Little Four as Kia, killed in action, 15 years ago. However, all of that information was wiped clean. Even if Mother Lu was to go Planet Myung's task force headquarters to search for him, she wouldn't be able to find any information. I know. When Aijuan was born, something happened in the family. I had no choice but to go to the task force headquarters. However, I couldn't find anything on Zhonghua. After that I stopped searching, sighed Mother Lu. Back then, she was hurt emotionally. Her husband, the father of her children, actually deceived her. He didn't actually become a soldier. I heard Aihua telling me that you travel everywhere and go on adventures. That's why I wanted to ask you whether you've met Aihua's father. If he's not in the military, then I suspect that he probably became a part of some galaxy's adventure mercenary group. 6 years ago, I caught wind from him saying that his regiment commander was very powerful. From that I deduced that he's within a group or a team. If he wasn't in the military, then he was probably in a mercenary group. This is his picture. I secretly took a photo while he was sleeping. Aihua's father didn't like to leave any photos or videos of himself behind. Lu Aihua carefully took out a photo from her pocket. The man in the photo had long hair hanging on his shoulders and his features were well rounded. He was a handsome man, but he had a large beard around his face which covered half of his face. This beard made him look lazy. He had his eyes closed while he was sleeping, but he still had a frown on his face. It was as though he was intensely thinking about something. Ling Lan's hand trembled as she took a look at the photo. She looked at it carefully many times. After confirming there was nothing wrong with her suspicions, she bit her lip and shouted into her mind space, "Little Four. Here." When Little Four heard his boss's tone was odd, he immediately put aside what he was working on and appeared before Ling Lan in an instant. "Analyze the person on the photo and find out who he is," Ling Lan said coldly. Someone actually disguised his identity and committed such a crime. Ling Lan felt a burning rage rising from her chest. "Roger." Little Four quickly scanned the picture in Ling Lan's hand, then erased his beard. After that, he cut his hair, revealing a clean forehead. Just like that, the handsome-looking man appeared in Ling Lan's mind space. "What? It's actually Captain Lu." Little Four couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. "Very good. Very good. I didn't think that 250 Ace Mecha clan would have such a person within it." Ling Lan's eyes were ice cold. Although Ling Lan was angry in her mind, her face still had a huge smile. "Aunt Lu, Uncle Lu is quite handsome. It's no wonder that Aijuan and Aihua are so beautiful." Hearing this, Aunt Lu instantly blushed. She said embarrassingly, "Back then, one half of the reason why I got together with your Uncle Lu was because of this. However, your Uncle Lu didn't like to take care of himself and was messy every day. I've told him many times." When Aunt Lu spoke of her husband, her tone was still somewhat sweet. "He didn't like to take care of himself. Messy." Ling Lan thought of Lu Furong's clean and straight uniform, even his subordinates were clean and spiffy. It was hard for her to connect the person Aunt Lu was telling her about with Lu Furong. What secrets does Lu Furong conceal? Is he actually Lu Zhonghua or is that an impersonator? Little Four, investigate Lu Furong. Get everything on him. Ling Lan ordered Little Four in her mind space. It wasn't only for Aunt Lu's family, but also for Lu Furong and 250 Ace Mecha clan. "Yes, boss." Little Four instantly had an adrenaline rush and began working on it. Little Four lit a candle in his mind for Lu Furong. Once his crime was confirmed, Captain Lu would definitely die a gruesome death. Ling Lan handed the photo back to Aunt Lu. "I will keep an eye out, Aunt Lu. If I see Uncle Lu, I will definitely tell him to come back and see you guys." Ling Lan squeezed the words "Uncle Lu" out the cracks between her teeth. Aunt Lu took the photo and carefully put it away safely. She then smiled, turned around and left. Although she knew that the likelihood of Jiang Hui finding her husband was slim, she could still have hope, right? Boss, I found everything on Captain Lu. There's nothing wrong with his records. Little Four took out all the files on Lu Furong and didn't find anything that was meddled with. That means Lu Furong is real. Ling Lan slammed the table and went into deep thought. Lu Zhonghua isn't fake too. Little Four continued, although the two of them were in different divisions and with different experiences, they still had one time stamp that was the same. Little Four put together the time Lu Zhonghua was Kia along with time when something happened to Lu Furong's clan. They both happened 15 years ago in April. After suddenly remembering something, Little Four took out Wang Baozhuang and Wang Qi's files as well. They also entered planet Muyang 15 years ago, but they arrived in September. Wang Baozhuang and Lu Furong were both in the 3rd Division, in the 9th Wings Regiment, but they were in different clans. Little Four found where the two of them were connected. 9th Wings Regiment was one of the highest-ranked regiments in the 3rd Division back then. The Magic Ace Mecha clan under it was also the runner-up to the position of the top-titled Special Class Mecha clan within the 3rd Division. Magic Ace Mecha clan had the nickname Undefeated Mecha clan. This proved that they were a sight to behold back in the day. Back then, Lu Furong was still a small team leader. However, he had already caught the eyes of their regiment commander. Little Four had looked up the report Lu Furong's regiment commander had written about Lu Furong. One could tell that the regiment commander saw potential in Lu Furong and wanted to help him in his development. If it wasn't for the fact that Magic Ace Mecha clan was completely decimated 15 years ago from an enemy ambush, Lu Furong might even have developed to be even more monstrous than now. Those, who were team leaders from other mecha clans weaker than Magic Ace Mecha clan, had already become regiment commanders of Ace Mecha clans by now. Some even became generals. Lu Furong on the other hand only had his rank upgraded, but was still only just a team leader. What happened 15 years ago has affected Lu Furong greatly. Although he led a broken team out of the ambush, he instantly went unconscious after getting out because of exhaustion. After he woke up, his memory of the battle was all mixed up. He was treated at the main military hospital for 5 months and then was discharged to rest at home. 5 months. Then, when he was discharged, it was already September, when Wang Baozhuang and Wang Qi arrived on planet Muyang. Ling Lan saw the files Little Four had shown her and suddenly remembered what Aunt Lu had told her. Lu Furong had once mentioned that his regiment commander was powerful. He didn't mean Ling Lan 6 years ago. Instead, there wasn't any regiment commander that he had admired after Magic Mecha clan was completely wiped out 15 years ago. Lu Furong would always go through different clans and he had never stayed for more than 1 year in each one. After joining 250 Ace Mecha clan in the 23rd Division, he finally stopped moving around. Little Four, check the files on the regiment commander of Magic Ace Mecha clan. The most crucial person was this regiment commander. The regiment commander's name is called Wang Junan. Little Four brought out the file on Wang Junan and handed it to his boss. Ling Lan read through Wang Junan's file quickly. She saw that before he was Kia, his wife was 6 months pregnant. She gave birth to a son in June. A baby boy. Ling Lan looked at the picture of Wang Junan and quickly had Wang Qi's image appear in her mind space. Don't the two of them look alike? Ling Lan finally found a hint of some sort. Somewhat. Little Four looked back and forth between the two images. He felt that when the two of them stood together, they did indeed look similar. Then, that makes sense. Wang Baozhuang, Wang Qi and Wang Junan. They were willing to change their names and yet still didn't want to change the name of the regiment commander's son. It seemed Wang Junan was really admired by the soldiers in the clan. Even a logistician from a different clan was willing to help him even if it meant death. The files on the battle back then were almost all gone. Even if there are some files, they are limited in information. Not sure whether it was because those involved had perished or someone had meddled with the information and purposely hid it away. Little 4 couldn't find any detailed records on battle that completely wiped out Magic Ace Mecha Clan. Of course someone meddled with the files. It's just we don't know whether those who meddled with it was helping them or their enemies, Ling Lan said with a frozen expression. If the military wanted to know something, they would definitely get to the bottom of it. They were playing dumb on purpose since there weren't any details about it. The military would rather let a titled Ace Mecha Clan get wiped out without any reason than to investigate to get to the bottom of this. It seemed that this issue had a lot of politics involved. Ling Lan was in dismay. She was only running away from home to have some peace and quiet. She didn't want to do anything to upset the balance of the world. Why did God hate her and always create problems for her? Ling Lan knew that she was amidst a huge problem now. Little 4, you unlucky little thing, why did you choose planet Muyang? Saddened, Ling Lan pinched Little 4's pink cheek and began to rub it furiously to quell her feeling of dismay. Hao sold I Renault, how should I know, Little 4 felt wrongly accused. Although the galaxy map was created by him, wasn't it still his boss that pointed to this planet? How come he was to blame now? Boring, not as nice to pinch as Little White. Ling Lan disliked the fact that Little 4's face was not as chubby and wasn't as stretchy as Little White's face. Right, since we're talking about Little White, it has been playing around with Ijuan recently. Does it not want to leave with us? Ling Lan thought whether she should use this chance to toss away this dumb and cute pet. Not sure, but Little White goes out to the surrounding area of the town every day for adventures with Little June. Little 4 told Ling Lan what Little White had been up to these past few days. It's having a lot of fun, huh? It wasn't even think about her, his master, one bit. Ling Lan was disheartened that she kept a good-for-nothing pet. However, she wasn't apologetic about how she was just thinking of ruthlessly abandoning Little White. Roar! She suddenly heard Little White's angry roar. This was the difference of spiritual power. Other than Ling Lan or experts in spiritual power, the average person wouldn't be able to hear it. Not good. Ling Lan's expression changed instantly. Little White was informing her that someone was making a move on Lu Ijuan. Ling Lan disappeared from the room and appeared at the location where Little White had screamed in the next second. However, she only discovered the grass and trees around her were a mess, while Little White and Lu Ijuan were nowhere to be seen. Ling Lan put out her finger, closed her eyes and felt the presence that was still lingering in the air. The earth element is quite thick here. Ling Lan immediately knelt down and pushed her right hand into the ground to feel the changes in the earth element. Who knew that a small planet like Muyang would actually have an earth element domain realm master? Plus, he is at least a titled domain realm master if he could kidnap Lu Ijuan and Little White from my watchful eyes. Right as Ling Lan felt the enemy's location, she heard a loud explosion coming from the Lu family's home. Ling Lan's concentration was disrupted. Now, the trail she had caught on from the earth element domain realm master instantly broken off. She sensing it again, but she could not sense it anymore. **T. Ling Lan could only give up on searching and run back to the Lu family's house. She saw the originally old and tattered home of the Lu family had already become a pile of debris. Aunt Lu was sweeping the yard at the time. Although she was sent flying by the shockwave produced by the explosion, she was not hit with anything. She didn't have any life-threatening injuries and was quite lucky. Seeing Ling Lan appear, Aunt Lu, who was dumbstruck and had a blood smear on the corner of her mouth, instantly regained her focus. She cried happily, "Jiang Hui, it's a good thing you're okay." Just now, she actually thought Jiang Hui had perished in the explosion. That was because in her mind, Jiang Hui should have been in the guest room eating breakfast. Ling Lan helped Aunt Lu up and brought her to rest in the open area outside. She then took out a vial of medicinal agent and gave it to Aunt Lu as she comforted her. "Aunt Lu, I'm fine. This is medicine for treating your wounds. Rest for now." Aunt Lu nodded and drank the medicinal agent obediently. Although she knew this type of medicine was expensive, she still needed to regain her health in order to take care of her two children. For that, even if she was to owe a huge favor to Jiang Hui, she still had to accept it. The commotion at the Lu family house alerted the neighbors around them. They all came running when they heard the explosion. When they saw Aunt Lu, they all rushed forward and asked her about the situation. They asked whether there were people under the rubble and whether she needed help. Although planet Muyang was somewhat underdeveloped, the relationship between neighbors were much better than those seen in more modernized planets. The neighbors here were willing to lend a helping hand and not just watch coldly on the side. Seeing that there were two ladies around the same age as Aunt Lu comforting her, Ling Lan backed away from them. She looked at the rubble that used to be the Lu family's house again and narrowed her gaze. There was no doubt that this explosion was aimed to kill her. Little 4, rewind the video. She wanted to see who caused the explosion. After rewinding the tape to 4 days ago, Ling Lan finally saw the culprit. After Ling Lan had left the Lu family home that day, one of the neighbors entered the home to ask for some soy sauce from Aunt Lu. When Aunt Lu went to get the soy sauce, the neighbor's seemingly random moving hand touched a blind spot on a piece of furniture accidentally while she was talking to Aunt Lu. Just like that, the neighbor stuck a miniature time bomb on the blind spot of the furniture. The movements and expression of that person seemed to be natural. Ling Lan and Little 4 didn't think that someone on planet Muyang would want to get rid of them so quickly, and so they had neglected the possibility of it happening that quickly. Ling Lan looked around again and discovered that among the group of neighbors who came out of their house, that person had a face full of sincerity when she was talking to Aunt Lu as though she was actually concerned about Aunt Lu's safety. Little 4, ever since we came out to travel, have I become less alert about my surroundings? The similar environment to her previous life, the slow way of living, had made Ling Lan feel much more peaceful. She had indeed become much less alert about her surroundings than before. Yeah. Though we didn't know that such a peaceful-looking planet would actually hide this many secrets, Little 4 murmured. He felt his boss wasn't to blame. After all, they had only came here to travel on a whim. If traveling required them to constantly be alert and on guard like being on a mission, then where would the fun be? It would better to just rest at home instead. However, since they made on move on us, then if I don't reciprocate, then that won't be like me. Ling Lan smiled coldly. She slowly walked forward and went to join the crowd. She then went beside the neighbor in question. Although Ling Lan was there, everyone naturally neglected her, including the neighbor she was moving towards. Suddenly, the neighbor felt her throat was being choked ruthlessly. She wanted to scream out loud but her voice just wouldn't come out. She wanted to move too but she couldn't move a muscle. What is happening? Before she could react, she had already arrived in an open wasteland area in the next second. Right at that moment, the chokehold was suddenly released. This 40-year-old woman instantly knelt to the ground as she coughed hoarsely. It was though she was about to cough her lungs out. Right at that moment, the woman who was weak from all the coughing suddenly pounced behind her. A silver-colored sharp object appeared in her hands as she ruthlessly stabbed towards Ling Lan, who was standing behind her. Bang! Ling Lan only used one finger and flicked the dagger away. The dagger instantly shattered into thousands of pieces. The woman was stunned, and she quickly backed away from Ling Lan. When she wanted to make a run for it, the belts that were originally wrapped around the Ling Lan's arms suddenly loosened and pounced towards her like snakes. Bam! The belts were like long whips, wrapping around her legs, causing the woman to fall down. No matter how much the woman tried to struggle free, she was still slowly dragged towards Ling Lan by the belts wrapped around her. Who are you? Ling Lan asked calmly. The woman glared at Ling Lan angrily, but didn't make a sound. Yao Mini, born on planet Muyang, never went to school. A person who stays at home to take care of her younger brother and sister would definitely not have moves like yours. Ling Lan knelt down with leather gloves on her hands and squeezed the woman's face. The muscles on your face have been reconstituted. Your bones seem to have also been done. Ling Lan used her qi gene to feel the woman's face and instantly understood the situation. It seems that the real Yao Mini has already been disposed of by you. Did you use Yao Mini's identity to surveillance on the Lu family? It was probably because Lu Furong had unknowingly left something incriminating, but they didn't have proper evidence on him. That was probably why they used this method to keep a watch on the Lu family. Yao Mini didn't answer and only glared at Ling Lan coldly. It seems I am right. Ling Lan's words stunned Yao Mini. She didn't know how this person could be so confident that his guess was right. She didn't even answer Ling Lan. Sometimes, not answering is also answering. Ling Lan smiled as she put her right index finger on Yao Mini's forehead. Yao Mini suddenly felt a coldness go from her forehead into her brain. It was so comforting that she wanted to moan, but there was also an indescribable terror that made her hairs stand on end. Ling Lan smiled as she took back the belts. The belts that were flying around everywhere, wrapped around Ling Lan's arm naturally and hid within her sleeves once again. Ling Lan's actions dumbfounded Yao Mini. She didn't know why her opponent didn't do anything to her and let her go. Don't be grateful to me. You're just useless to me now. Ling Lan shook her head and disappeared in the next second. Yao Mini waited for a moment. When she discovered that her opponent had indeed left, she couldn't help but laugh coldly, as expected of a child. He was actually soft-hearted under this situation. Our team leader was actually worried that someone like this would cause us problems. In her mind, she remembered the words her team leader had told her recently. Then, she suddenly began to remember how she came to planet Muyang. In the end, she actually began to have flashbacks to times when she was in the hellish training program organized by the organization. Why am I thinking about these things? sh*t, sh*t, Yao Mini began to hit her own head. Those memories were all hidden in places deep in her mind as she didn't want to ever remember them. However, those memories suddenly flooded her mind. She wanted to remember happier things, but for some reason, couldn't control her thoughts. In the end, Yao Mini held her head and knelt to the ground in pain. She felt as if she was being split open. The pain from it made her almost go insane. Yao Mini, who could no longer handle the pain, began to roll around on the ground. In the end, she had gone unconscious from the pain. When she woke up once again, Yao Mini saw the bright sun above her head. She felt that it was odd that she would be sleeping on the floor. She then suddenly remembered something and immediately got up. She dusted the dirt off her and quickly ran towards the Lu family house. She was Yao Mini, a person born on planet Muyang, and mother of 2 children. Now, her best friend, who grew up with her, had something happen to her house. How could she not be beside her to comfort her? Yao Mini, who had more important things to do, stopped thinking about why she woke up on the ground and quickly went to the Lu family home. Now, Yao Mini was the real Yao Mini. The spy who organization had sent to survey the Lu family no longer existed. Master, Little Blossom is back. The moment Little Blossom left Yao Mini's mind, he merged with Ling Lan's spiritual power in the air and used it to return to Ling Lan's mindscape. Ling Lan smiled. She tapped Little Blossom's cold and chubby face, then complimented him. Little Blossom, you did well. Little Blossom followed Ling Lan's command and destroyed all the memories that weren't related to the real Yao Mini. All the information that was left was all related to the real Yao Mini. These memories in her head would make the woman believe that she was the real Yao Mini. Since they destroyed a Yao Mini, she would return another Yao Mini to the family and make this family perfect again. Little Blossom finally smiled when he heard his master praising him. Little Four saw the smile and his chip surprisingly became hotter. He almost shut down again, just like that time when he saw his boss smiling. Little Four managed to regain his sense after he recuperated for some time. He suddenly realized that he had a fetish towards smiles. That was why he couldn't handle his boss's smile in the past, and now, he couldn't handle Little Blossom's smile too. Thinking back, he really couldn't resist against people who always wore a smile on their faces, for instance, Ling Xiao, Lan Luo Feng, Luo Lang, Luo Chao. Based on this theory, he should like Li Lan Feng too. However, Little 4 weirdly didn't have a good impression of Li Lan Feng. It must be because that fellow's smile was too fake. Only real smiles had effects on him. Little 4 felt at ease after he found the reason for the rise in the temperature of his chip. He just had a liking for real smiles. He wasn't enchanted by Little Blossom's smile. In the learning space, number 5 saw Little Blossom smile and said to the air above him, "Look, your teachings are useful. It's just that the effects couldn't be seen last time." Humph! The space beside number 5 split open, then a sexy and charismatic woman walked out of the cracked space. It was number 4. "You didn't tell me that Little Blossom would evolve to become like its master." Number 4 glanced at number 5 coldly. It was a mesmerizing glance. Number 5's heart wavered for a moment. If he wasn't focused enough, he might have already succumbed to number 4's charisma. Number 5 really respected number 1's resistance against number 4. Is what Ling Lan said the truth? Is number 1 actually asexual? Number 4 didn't know that number 5 was thinking about the relationship between number 1 and her. She was just immersed in her own thoughts. She remembered the setbacks she faced in front of Little Blossom. That time, she actually tried her best to groom a seductive and charismatic person who could use any expressions to curb his opponent. However, she didn't expect Little Blossom to start evolving. Before Little Blossom evolved, he could still perform some of those various expressions. She was not satisfied with them, but he could at least do the expressions when she asked him to. After he evolved, Little Blossom only had one expression. He only kept that cold face on him all the time. Number 4 almost wanted to vomit blood when she saw that. Number 4 couldn't understand what was happening, so she dragged number 5 out of his space and forced him to explain the situation to her. Number 5 told her the truth. Little Blossom's evolution path was based on his master. Little Blossom's master was Ling Lan, and since Ling Lan constantly had a cold face after number 1's teaching, Little Blossom would move towards that direction too. Whether this path could be broken depended on number 4's teaching. Number 4 almost went crazy when she knew that her disciple would become like number 1 in the future. Damn it, I have enough of that ice-cold face. I don't want to see another cold face anymore. That was why she wanted to come out and teach Ling Lan. Number 4 felt that Ling Lan was led astray by number 1. She needed to save Ling Lan. In order to not lose to number 1, number 4 spent much time and effort teaching Little Blossom. However, Little Blossom's evolution path was strong. The more effort she used, the colder Little Blossom became. In the end, number 4 couldn't take it anymore and kicked Little Blossom back into Ling Lan's mindscape. Damn it, I'm not playing with emotionless people anymore. Number 4 gritted her teeth in anger as she thought about this. She turned around and went to number 1's space. She wanted to vent her frustration on number 1. Number 5 didn't know how number 1 dealt with number 4. He was extremely curious, but he knew that if he tagged along, he would be thrown into the little black room by number 1 and be locked up inside for a few years. If he was locked inside for a few years, he would be unable to get close to number 9 and touched her hand. Thus, number 5 decided to give up on following number 4. He needed some fun in his life. If not, what was the purpose of his life? Ah, something is happening. So many things are happening at the same time. How is our little Ling Lan going to solve all these? This is exciting. Number 5, who was thinking about number 9 a moment ago, got attracted by what was happening in the real world. He took out a bag of sunflower seeds from somewhere and created a table out of nothing. Then, he sat on the floor and watched the show excitedly while munching on the sunflower seeds. A fair hand grabbed a bunch of sunflower seeds and asked indifferently, "What's the situation now?" Little Ling Lan is alone while there are many enemies on the opposite side. They caught those people who are important to Ling Lan. Little Ling Lan is in a bad state now. She can't split herself up, so who will she save first? Number 5 was Schadenfreude. "So, are you happy?" The voice was cold with a tinge of anger. Number 5 suddenly woke up. He looked at number 9's cold face and shook his head firmly. No, I'm not. I'm very worried for Ling Lan too. He couldn't let number 9 know his real thoughts. Number 5 knew that number 9 treated Ling Lan as her own child. He couldn't provoke a mother, especially when he had romantic thoughts towards the mother too. Humph. Number 9 knew that number 5 didn't mean what he said. However, she didn't have the time to bother about number 5's thoughts for now. Just like what number 5 said, Ling Lan was in trouble now. As Ling Lan and Little Four looked for Lu Aijuan and Little White, Wang Baozhuang, whose real name was Luo Yi, was seriously injured. He got carried to the Lu family with the help of his neighbors. If Ling Lan didn't feed him a bottle of the restorative agent, he would have died by now. After he woke up, he told Ling Lan that Wang Qi and Lu Aijuan got kidnapped by some unknown people. He wanted to stop them but he was almost beaten to death. A trap after a trap. What a cunning scheme. Ling Lan frowned deeply. Planet Muyang was an unfamiliar planet to her. She finally understood how frustrating it was to be curbed by her opponent. The sudden enemy, the sudden change, and the secrets hidden for 15 years made her confused and her mind be in a whirl. Aunt Lu was flabbergasted when she heard that Lu Aijuan was kidnapped. Then, she hurriedly ran to the place where he always played at. She had a breakdown when she saw no one was there. Jiang Hui, is Aijuan kidnapped too? Is it the enemy of their father? Is it? Aunt Lu wasn't gentle anymore, as she grabbed Ling Lan's hand agitatedly. Aunt Lu, calm down. This has nothing to do with Uncle Lu. Ling Lan used some spiritual power as she spoke. It woke up Aunt Lu who was drowned by emotions. Aunt Lu felt her mind becoming clearer. She calmed down and started crying. It's all my fault. I can't even protect my children. Crying is a good thing. Ling Lan relaxed for the moment. She signaled to another woman at the side and asked her to console Aunt Lu. Boss, what do we do now? Little Four didn't know what to do in the face of such a sudden situation. Look for Wang Qi and Lu Aihua, Ling Lan rubbed her forehead as she said. What about Little White? Little Four was more concerned about Little White who had some relationship with him. With Little White around, anyone below the domain realm won't be able to hurt Lu Aijuan. Ling Lan replied calmly, I'm more worried about Wang Qi and Lu Aihua, especially Wang Qi. I feel that the opponent's real objective is him. The Lu family is just to confuse me. I understand, boss. Little Four got a trance so he started tracking Wang Qi and Lu Aihua. Little Four's tracking ability was impressive. After some time, he managed to find the den of the people that kidnapped Wang Qi and Lu Aihua. Here. Ling Lan was shocked but not surprised. This was the only place that had the ability to restrict her movements. The government of planet Muyang. Let me see who you are. Ling Lan prepared to save the two people. However, before she left, she hid Aunt Lu and Luo Yi somewhere safe. She didn't want them to get abducted after she came back from saving the two people. It was tiring to keep saving people. Aunt Lu, did Uncle Lu leave any words behind? For instance, someone you can find for help when you meet any trouble. Ling Lan only hoped that Lu Furong was a responsible person. Aunt Lu thought for a moment and shook her head. There was no one she could rely on in planet Muyang. If not, she wouldn't have to lead such a poor life. Ling Lan had expected this answer. She just asked in case there was some chance. After she heard Aunt Lu's reply, she decided to bring them along with her. She would hide them close to her while she was carrying out her plan. Under Little Four's surveillance, her opponents wouldn't have a chance to attack them. Just as Ling Lan was about to tell Aunt Lu her decision, Aunt Lu suddenly thought about something. She gasped and ran into her house. The house was in ruins but the courtyard was still there. There was a cellar in a corner of the courtyard. She opened it and walked in. Ling Lan was afraid that Aunt Lu would face some danger so she followed her closely. It was a simple cellar. The walls were made from crude soil. In one glance, you could see the entire cellar. Besides cabbage and potatoes, there was nothing of value in the cellar. Of course, this was what a normal person would see. Ling Lan used her spiritual power to scan the area and noticed an abnormal spot. Unsurprisingly, Aunt Lu walked to the abnormal spot. She took a shovel from the wall and started digging the spot. The soil in the cellar was hard. Aunt Lu started panting after digging a few times. Ling Lan came forward and said, "Aunt Lu, let me do it." "Thank you. Jiang Hui, dig in this direction. My husband said that if I meet any life or death situation, I can dig the thing out. It may be able to save my life." After Aihua was born, her husband came back to see the baby. Before he left her with this sentence. Many years had passed, so Aunt Lu had forgotten about it. Her husband had just casually mentioned it at that time too. Ling Lan used her domain energy and dug the ground. After some time, a deep hole was formed. Aunt Lu didn't suspect anything. She just thought that Ling Lan had Herculean strength. Clang! The shovel hit something hard. Ling Lan bent down and picked up a hard object. It was a small wooden box in the size of a palm. It looked like a metal box, and the sound when the shovel hit it sounded like a metal box too. However, Ling Lan knew that it was really made from wood. This wood was a special kind of wood, metal wood. This kind of wood was as tough as metal. But, it could still be burnt. A high temperature was required to burn this type of wood, but it could still be burnt. There was a passcode lock on the box. Ling Lan looked at Aunt Lu. A passcode was needed to open the box. "It's a 4-number passcode lock," Ling Lan reminded Aunt Lu. "It's Aihua's birthday, 0430. Aunt Lu thought for a moment. She remembered her husband telling her that it was a birthday gift for Aihua. Ling Lan pressed the number and heard the sound of lock opening. The wooden box opened, revealing a small object that looked like a button. Ling Lan was speechless when she looked at the thing. She dug with so much effort, and this was what she got. If she knew this would happen, she would have contacted 250 Ace Mecha Clan directly. "Ah, it's this." Aunt Lu's eyes lit up. She took the button and squeezed it. The button broke. Ling Lan felt helpless as she asked, "Aunt Lu, do you know what this is?" Aunt Lu nodded. "My husband told me that we can use this to communicate with him when he was away from us. However, the communication is one way and it can only be used one time. I wonder if he can receive it." Aunt Lu was worried that the communicator was spoilt. Aunt Lu was hopeful, but Ling Lan knew that she couldn't rely on Lu Furong. Lu Furong was on planet Haijiao now, helping 250 Ace Mecha Clan to gain more merits. Even if he had returned to the Federation, he was still a few millions of light years away from planet Muyang. He would need at least 10 days to reach here. By the time Lu Furong reached here, it would already be too late. Ling Lan had no choice but to continue with her ordinary plan. She brought Aunt Lu and Luo Yi along with her as she went towards the central government building of planet Muyang. At the same time, the shuttle that entered planet Muyang once a week was moving towards it slowly. There was a passenger who had a thick beard on the shuttle. His eyes revealed his excitement and longing. Suddenly, his expression changed for the worse. He turned agitated. He wanted to land on planet Muyang immediately. This man was Lu Furong. After Lu Furong returned to 250 Ace Mecha Clan, he requested for a leave from Lin Zhongqing. When his leave was approved, he traveled to many planets and changed his disguise multiple times. After confirming that no one was following him, he used the disguise that he always put on when he went home. In an underground secret room under the central government building, the Prime Minister looked at the frightened Wang Qi and the trembling Lu Aihua, then frowned. He looked at the 30-year-old young man sitting at the side and asked, "Mr. Yi, why do you need to do this? You have been found out." Mr. Yi took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and took a stick out. He placed it in his mouth and flicked his fingers. A small flame appeared from the tip of his finger and he used the flame to light up the cigarette. Impossible. We have been watching over him for almost a year. They didn't notice anything amiss. You underestimate Luo Yi. He is just a logistician, but he came from the best ace mecha clan. His anti-reconnaissance ability is as good as any professional. Mr. Yi took a puff of his cigarette. He flicked the cigarette above the ashtray and continued, he must have noticed your men when they were watching over him. However, he knew that he didn't have the power to escape, so he chose to bear with it and wait for a chance to strike back patiently. Are you saying that he found his chance? The Prime Minister turned serious. The people watching over Luo Yi didn't tell him anything. Despair gives courage even to cowards. Mr. Yi gave a sinister smile. That person is just a young traveler. I don't understand why he dares to take such a huge risk. The Prime Minister heaved a sigh of relief. His men weren't the ones that were useless. His opponent just decided to take a risk. However, we haven't found out if the item is with them. If we act now, will it interfere with the organization's overall plan? The Prime Minister asked worriedly. In order to bait a big fish, their organization didn't attack their target immediately when they found his position. Instead, they sent him to take over the position of the Prime Minister on planet Muyang so that they could control their target entirely. What Mr. Yi did just exposed them. The Prime Minister was unhappy that Mr. Yi kidnapped these two people without informing him first. However, since Mr. Yi was sent by the organization, his status was higher than him. Hence, he could only suppress his anger. I don't want to do it too. But, there is another unknown faction on planet Muyang. Mr. Yi's expression turned stern. Their target is Wang Qi too. They even kidnapped the son of the Lu family. When they received news that Wang Qi was attacked on his way back from the casino, they rushed over immediately, only to realize that the other party had erased all traces. There were no clues left behind. They managed to find the headquarters of the other party after much effort, but when they sent their special forces over, no one was there. There was nothing inside it too. It was as if no one had ever used the place. Without a doubt, the other party had seen through all their plans. This was the only reason why they were able to retreat before they were exposed. It didn't feel good when your opponent was always ahead of you. When he knew that his opponent had kidnapped the son of the Lu family, he was afraid that they would kidnap Wang Qi too, so he decided to act first. The Prime Minister got a reality check of him not having full control of planet Muyang. The underground gambling dens was a section he couldn't touch. He couldn't touch the new faction too. Mr. Yi had no choice when he made this decision to kidnap the two children. It was better than letting the other faction take Wang Qi away. He wouldn't be able to answer to his organization if that had happened. Why didn't you bring Luo Yi too? Leaving a person out would expose their plan, right? The Prime Minister was puzzled. If that item is in his hand, he will bring it here to exchange for the sole descendant of Wang Junan. Mr. Yi explained, if he doesn't have it, it means that it's with this boy. If not, it is with her father. Mr. Yi looked at Lu Aihua. Lu Aihua started trembling harder when she noticed Mr. Yi's gaze. Tears started falling down her face. Although Lu Aihua was much calmer than most children her age, she was still scared when she got abducted suddenly and brought to an enclosed space. She knew that crying out loud might irritate her kidnappers, so she cried silently. The guards looking after her felt pity for her when they saw her expression. We still haven't found out her father's real identity yet. Are you sure that he is related to Luo Yi? The Prime Minister asked curiously. The organization has always been tracking Luo Yi. At first, we thought he came to planet Muyang because it's remote. However, there are many other planets that are remote and peaceful too. Why did he choose planet Muyang? There must be some other reasons. There might be people he knew on this planet who could help him cover up his identity. Is that the reason why the organization started taking notice of the Lu family? No wonder the organization asked me to watch over the Lu family too. The Prime Minister felt enlightened. Of course. Luo Yi has seen many life-or-death situations on the battlefield. His blood is colder than a normal person. Would he be so kind and take care of a little girl for no reason? Mr. Yi laughed coldly. It must be because the Lu family is related to him. No matter what, the Lu family has something to do with him. Luo Yi didn't know that he dragged the Lu family into this just because he helped them out. We can't find the name Lu Zhonghua in the military's mainframe. He must be a mercenary. The Prime Minister revealed his findings. He comes back every 5 years. This fits the holiday of a mercenary. 5 years? The last time he came back was 5 years ago, right? Mr. E thought about something. Yes. It has been 5 years. 2 more months and it'll be the 6th year. The Prime Minister checked the records on planet Muyang for the past years and noticed that Lu Zhonghua came back every 5 years. He should be coming back soon. Before seeing Lu Zhonghua personally, I can't confirm if he is a mercenary Luo Yi befriended outside or is he this person. Mr. E moved his wrist and a photo flew out of his hand. The photo pierced into the wall on the opposite side of the room. The Prime Minister looked over and saw a handsome young soldier around 30 years old. His gaze was intense. It was a photo of Lu Furong when he first became a major. Lu Furong from the 7 Stars of the North. The Prime Minister narrowed his eyes. He is the only one remaining from the 7 Stars of the North. Didn't they say that he is crippled? The Prime Minister had been on planet Haijiao for the past year, so he didn't know that Lu Furong was back on the battlefield. Do you know the Mecha clan that received huge merit from the war on planet Haijiao? 250 Ace Mecha clan. Mr. E was very serious. The Prime Minister nodded. The Federation promoted this clan's actions widely, so he knew about it even though he was far away from the center of the Federation. He is now the team leader of Team 02 of 250 Ace Mecha clan. After he returns to the Federation, he may even rise in rank again. He has a bright future ahead of himself. Mr. E finished his sentence coldly. He moved his wrist again and a silver needle shot through Lu Furong's forehead in the photo. Are you saying that Lu Furong was never crippled? The Prime Minister turned serious too. Maybe, maybe not. 250 Ace Mecha clan used to be made up of a bunch of useless and mentally disabled soldiers. However, after just one person appeared, they were all reborn from the ashes of their past self. Mr. Yi's voice was filled with admiration and jealousy. The Prime Minister suddenly remembered the highly debated Ling Xiao issue. He said, that is Ling Lan's, the son of Ling Xiao, team. Ling Lan's reputation was already on par with General Ling Xiao. Almost everyone knew who he was. Pamphlets promoting his valiant actions could be found on planet Muyang too. If Lu Furong became one of the Ling family's subordinates, the organization will have a hard time touching him. The Prime Minister got worried. The organization could do anything to a talented mecha operator who had no background. However, if the mecha operator had a powerful background, as long as the person backing him up didn't give up, the organization needed to think thrice before attacking the mecha operator. That was why the organization sent me here. They wanted to know Lu Zhonghua's true identity. If he is really Lu Furong, we must kill him secretly without letting the Ling family know anything. Mr. E told the Prime Minister the newest order he had received from their organization. Your mission is to watch the port carefully. Once Lu Zhonghua enters planet Muyang, control him. Beep. The Prime Minister's communicator started vibrating. He looked down and smiled. Speak of the devil. Lu Zhonghua has arrived on planet Muyang. Immediately bring Lu Zhonghua here. Don't let the unknown faction contact him. Mr. E stood up and gave his order. The aim of the unknown faction was that item. The purpose of kidnapping Lu Zhonghua's son was probably to threaten Lu Zhonghua so that he would pass them the item. Mr. E must act before them. I understand. I'll go and make the arrangements. the Prime Minister left the room and asked his men to go stop Lu Zhonghua. Lu Aihua stopped crying when she heard Lu Zhonghua's name. Her father was finally back. Her mother always said that her father was invincible. He was finally back. Lu Aihua only remembered the face full of beard. She had no other memories left of her father. This was because she only met her father once. That time, her father had only stayed for less than a month before leaving. Hence, little Aihua had no other memories of her father. She only knew that her father had a face full of beard and he loved her very much. He would always give her anything she wanted. It couldn't be denied that in the eyes of children, their father was a superhero. Little Aihua was the same too. She believed that her father would save her, so she calmed down a lot. On the other side, little Aijuan and little White hugged each other in fright. They looked at the room full of men in black with wide puppy eyes. Elder Ing, why did we kidnap this little kid? One of the men in black was puzzled. The government of planet Muyang attacked us twice already. The second time, they destroyed our base, so I must take revenge. At first, I wanted to kill everyone in that town, but I realized that there are many secrets there. Hence, I will kidnap this child to warn them, Elder Ing said in frustration. What happened to the other team? There were two teams from unknown factions that came to planet Muyang. One of the team was led by the person in charge. They were situated at their base. The other team stayed hidden. They wouldn't come out unless there was a need to. I can feel that there is someone as powerful as me in that small town. When I was kidnapping the child, I almost got caught by him. Elder Ing shuddered when he thought about what had happened. If the explosion didn't occur, the other person might have found his position and he might not be able to come back alive. No one knew what the outcome of a battle between Domain Realms masters would be. It looks like there is someone important in that small town. If not, the Federation won't send a Domain Realm master to this small place. One of the men in black voiced out his thoughts. No wonder something happened to our men. The government on planet Muyang might have felt that our actions had threatened the person they were supposed to protect, so they sent their men to clear our base. At first, they couldn't understand why the government of planet Muyang wanted to target them. Now, they found the reason. The men in black were all frustrated when they thought about it more. Was this considered an unexpected calamity? No matter what the reason is, we need to find out who is the person they wanted to protect. We've never suffered such humiliation before. Elder Ing clenched the handle of his chair so tightly that the handle burst apart. I must kill him and take my revenge. Yes, Elder Ing. The men in black stood up and started moving. As for you, stay here obediently and don't anger me. Elder Ing looked at little Aijuan furiously. Little Aijuan nodded fervently. Even if he didn't, the tentacles on his head would force him to move his head too. Little White knew that this person in front of it was dangerous. If it was alone, it would attempt to wound the man. However, it had a little burden with it. Forget it, it should be obedient. It didn't want to die from being squashed by its master. Elder Ing was satisfied with little Aijuan's reaction. Of course, he didn't believe that a 5-year-old child could escape under his sight. Thus, he didn't care much about him, which allowed little Aijuan to move around freely in the secret room. Well, little Aijuan was harmless, but little White was a huge monster in disguise. Is it fine to let him run around freely like this? Boss, Lu Zhonghua is on planet Muyang. Little Four had been watching over the actions of the government, so he got this information when they got it. The government had already sent people to get him over to them. Ling Lan smiled slightly. That is fast. Have you found Lu Aijuan? Since the government's target was Lu Furong, they wouldn't do anything to little Aihua and Wang Qi. Ling Lan could stop worrying about them for the moment. She moved her attention to little Aijuan. Although he had little White along with him, the Earth Element Domain Realm Master still made Ling Lan worry. It's within this area. However, I'm still searching for the exact location. Little Four was a little disheartened. There was no surveillance camera in the area where Lu Aijuan and Little White were at, so he could only rely on the satellite to find out where they were. There is no need to be in a rush. Take it slow. Ling Lan sighed softly. She could only rely on Little Four now, unless if the Earth Element Domain Realm Master appeared again. Lu Furong sat in the shuttle and entered planet Muyang's port. When he walked out of the shuttle, he saw fully armed soldiers from the government at the platform. Lu Furong's heart dropped when he saw this. Did they found me? This was his first thought. However, he didn't get agitated. He just continued to walk calmly towards the platform. Lu Furong knew that if he was really exposed, there was no way of him escaping. In that case, it was better for him to face the problem calmly and look for an opportunity to escape. Another reason why he moved forward was because he wanted to know if the people important to him were safe or not. The person in charge of this mission listened to his man reporting to him and his eyes lit up. He walked towards the man in a beard and smiled. Lu Zhonghua. Yes, Lu Furong replied calmly. The situation was not too bad. He was still Lu Zhonghua to the other party. Our Prime Minister will like to meet you. The person in charge revealed their motive. Lu Furong pretended to be puzzled. I'm sorry, I'm just an explorer. I don't know your Prime Minister. Lu Furong didn't want to take a risk without knowing what the situation was. The person in charge was prepared for the rejection, so he passed Lu Furong a photo. He smiled and said, "Do you recognize these two people?" Wang Qi and Lu Aihua were looking at the camera fearfully. Lu Furong took the photo and frowned slightly. I'm sorry, I don't know who they are. He passed the photo back to the soldier. However, beneath his sleeve, his fist was clenched tightly. Even if he hadn't seen these two people for almost 6 years, he still knew who they were in a single glance. One of them should be Wang Qi while the other was his daughter, Lu Aihua. TSK TSK TSK. Mr. Lu, you are such a forgetful person. After 5 years, you can't even recognize your own child. The person in charge shook his head and said regretfully. Lu Furong immediately snatched the photo over and took a look at it again. My daughter. He appeared enlightened. Then, he grabbed the person's collar and said angrily, if you harmed my daughter in any way, I will never let you go. Lu Furong acted perfectly as a rash man who had just realized that something had happened to his daughter. Mr. Lu, you misunderstood us. The person in charge replied calmly, your daughter was reported missing, so we are looking for her now. Just now, we noticed that you have entered planet Muyang through our system, so we wanted to ask for your cooperation in this matter. We guessed that your daughter is kidnapped and it might have something to do with your enemy. The ambiguous sentence made Lu Furong narrowed his eyes. Fine. I'll leave with you. Lu Furong answered decisively. For the sake of his daughter and his benefactor's son, he must walk into the tiger's den. Lu Furong entered the prepared hover car. The car moved at high speed towards the central government building of planet Muyang. At this moment, Ling Lan was in a hover taxi along with Aunt Lu and Wang Baozhuang. They reached the central government building of planet Muyang too. The government of planet Muyang didn't notice their actions. Little Four had altered all the footage on the surveillance cameras along the way. Those people that were following the Lu family and the Wang family had been lured to the mecha maintenance shop. They didn't know that Ling Lan and the other two people had left the small town secretly. The government of planet Muyang. Jiang Hui, why did you bring us here? Wang Baozhuang asked in surprise. If we have a problem, shouldn't we look for the government? Ling Lan gave an ambiguous smile. Aunt Lu nodded furiously when she heard this. She was caught off her guard just now, so she forgot to call the police when she had realized that Aijuan and Aihua were kidnapped. She should have done it long ago. Wang Baozhuang gave a forced smile when he heard this. Can I tell them that they are entering their enemy's lair? When Wang Qi and Lu Aihua were kidnapped, the first person he suspected was his powerful enemy. The government on planet Muyang was already taken over by his enemy. Ling Lan sighed. The only people who didn't know the truth was Aunt Lu and her 2 children. When she looked at Aunt Lu's clear gaze, Ling Lan felt her hands itching. If Lu Furong appeared before her, she would definitely beat him until he was half dead. How can he bear to lie to such a pure-hearted lady? Boss, Leader Lu is here. Little Four detected Ling Lan's emotions, so he quickly reported this news to her. Well, he wouldn't admit that he wanted to see his boss beating Leader Lu up. No, he didn't. Ling Lan smiled as she thought. It looks like even God can't bear to see this heinous act. Ling Lan turned around and said to Aunt Lu and Wang Baozhuang, "Let's go in." A good show was about to start. After she finished speaking, she led the way and walked up the steps leading to the central government building. Aunt Lu followed her without any hesitation. Wang Baozhuang looked at the huge building in front of him. He stomped his feet frustratingly and followed behind them. For the sake of Wang Qi, he was willing to take any risk. After entering the main hall of the building, Ling Lan chose the lift furthest away from the entrance. Ling Lan appeared so confident and natural that the workers on duty only took a glance at her before letting her off. Aunt Lu came from a small town, but she extremely worried about her children. Ling Lan's reminder just now made her think that they were really here to ask the government for help, so she walked in without any signs of fear too. As for Wang Baozhuang, the moment he entered the main hall, all his anxiety and worries just disappeared. He turned back to the old logistician from the 9th Wings Regiment who was able to keep calm in the face of all dangers and never made any mistakes in the last 10 years of his career. None of the 3 people attracted the suspicion of the workers on duty. They walked smoothly to the lift. However, this lift couldn't be taken by a normal person. The moment Ling Lan stepped in, the person who was supposed to guard this area frowned. He wanted to step forward and question Ling Lan, but before he could reach her, the detector of the lift scanned Ling Lan and the lift door opened automatically. The person on duty quickly stopped in his tracks and gave a forced smile. It must be another descendant of an elite family with a special pass, he thought. He shook his head and returned to his original position. He didn't dare to offend such powerful people, as nothing good would come out of it. And thus, Ling Lan smoothly entered the lift with them. The buttons only showed the levels above them. However, this couldn't stop the almighty Little Four. Ling Lan scanned the detector in the lift and the number 1 on the lift screen turned into O. Where did Lu Furong go? Ling Lan asked. Lu Furong was a step faster than them. He had already entered the building. Basement level 5. Little Four didn't need Ling Lan to tell him what to do. He directly sent Ling Lan to the basement level 5. When the number 1-2 appeared on the screen, Wang Baozhuang's expression was suddenly filled with fear. He looked at Ling Lan with fear and vigilance. The lift door opened and Ling Lan walked out. Aunt Lu wanted to follow her, but Wang Baozhuang suddenly grabbed her and pressed the button to close the lift door. However, the lift had no reaction. Wang Baozhuang looked at Ling Lan with a pale face. Who are you? Only a person familiar with this place was able to use these pieces of equipment so smoothly. Ling Lan's actions caused Wang Baozhuang to suspect that she was on the same side as his enemy. I'm just a passerby. Ling Lan replied calmly, I have nothing to do with your enemy. I just happen to be a hacker too. Ling Lan explained how she was able to do all these things. Wang Baozhuang was still suspicious of her, but he knew that he was unable to leave this place without her. Hence, he had no choice but to walk out of the lift. Only Aunt Lu was confused. She didn't know why Wang Baozhuang was so agitated. Lu Furong was brought into a secret room by the person in charge. The second he entered the room, he saw the Prime Minister drinking tea with the man called Mr. Yi. When Mr. Yi saw Lu Furong, he smiled and guided Lu Furong to his seat. Lu Furong narrowed his eyes when he saw Mr. Yi. He didn't expect to see this person in this place. However, the appearance of this person destroyed all his hope. The safe place they took so much effort to create was really exposed. Lu Furong stopped pretending. Just like how he was familiar with this person understood him well too. He could fool other people but he wasn't able to fool this man. Long time no see. Mr. He saw Lu Furong sitting down and he got up to pour a cup of tea for him. He greeted Lu Furong as though they were old friends. Long time no see. Lu Furong raised his cup and jeered, "You are still the same, pretending to be cultured." Well, better than you who likes to hide like a coward. Mr. E wasn't affected. "I want to know how you managed to find this place." Lu Furong went directly to the main topic. Even ace hackers can't be perfect in deleting all traces of evidence. If something was done, there would be clues left behind. It was hard for our ace hackers to trace the clues back but they managed to do it after a long time. Mr. E explained how they were able to discover planet Muyang. "When we found Luo E, we found Wang Qi too. However, I didn't know that you will use another identity to protect them. You even married a local who had never seen the world and had children with her." Mr. E sighed. "Last time, all the 7 stars of the north were arrogant and proud. Many exceptional female soldiers wanted to marry you but none of you cared about them. If they knew that they lost to a person from a primitive planet, they might vomit blood in anger. Oh wait, I forgot that no one wanted to marry Leader Lu. No wonder, you married a naive idiot from planet Muyang." Mr. E made exaggerated expressions as he said this. He hated the 7 stars of the north with a passion. In the past, he was always hidden under the shadows of the 7 stars of the north. "I didn't expect you to betray your regiment commander and your comrades so that you can achieve a higher status." Lu Furong's expression turned cold. "For the sake of your personal gain, you rather become a dog." The Magic Ace Mecha clan was a mecha clan that had 50 mecha teams. Lu Furong was the leader of Team 19. Yi Hao was the leader of Team 47. Yi Hao entered the Magic Ace Mecha clan a few years after Lu Furong. However, his exceptional mecha piloting skills and his outstanding commanding ability allowed the regiment commander to make an exception and promote him to become a team leader. He was the youngest among all the team leaders. All the other team leaders treated him as their younger brother. None of them expected their most trusted younger brother to harm them and cause the annihilation of their entire mecha clan. Haha, Regiment Commander Wang was clearly aware of the situation. Since we were in the 3rd Division, we needed to follow the command of the 3rd Division. Yi Hao gave a cold smile. Anyone who didn't listen to command would be killed mercilessly. Regiment Commander Wang knew this perfectly. That's why he passed the item to you and sacrificed the entire mecha clan in order to send you out alive. I don't want to become an idiot like the rest of the people who died. Why can you remain alive while I have to die trying to save you?" Yi Hao shouted in agitation. He chose to betray his mecha clan because he couldn't understand why their regiment commander placed all their hopes on Lu Furong. Why didn't he consider him? Wasn't he supposed to be the regiment commander's favorite junior? It was all fake. Their regiment commander only trusted Lu Furong, who was from the same batch as him. He never believed in him. He was nothing to him. Since he chose you, I want him to know that his choice was a mistake. It's all wrong. Yi Hao lost control of his emotions. The Prime Minister looked at Yi Hao in shock. He never knew that this powerful Mr. E was from the Magic Ace Mecha clan just like Lu Furong. It looked like the people from the Magic Ace Mecha clan were not all killed like what the military had reported. Stop lying to yourself. You are just afraid of death and afraid that everything you've achieved would be gone. No, these things wouldn't satisfy you. You just wanted a higher position and greater power. That's why you betrayed us. If it wasn't for you, none of the people from the Magic Ace Mecha clan had to die. Lu Furong couldn't forget how they got surrounded when they got back that year. Their enemy was stronger than them in terms of numbers. Their weapons were all highly advanced. Only the top-tier titled Ace Mecha clans in the Federation could have such weapons. How was a small independent planet able to have such weapons and facilities? At that time, they knew that there was a traitor among them. You can't blame me for this. The regiment commander wanted to swallow everything. I was unwilling to accept this. We all risk our lives to get that item, so we all should get a part of it, Yi Hao refuted. Lu Furong was in agony. That year, their regiment commander passed that item to him as a safeguard. If their mecha clan was united, they would all be able to return home safely. Once their regiment commander passed that item to the military, the Magic Ace mecha clan would gain merits as a whole. Yi Hao would get his share too. From the start, the regiment commander didn't have any intention of taking all the merits. However, but by showing his favor for one over the other, he sparked jealousy and spite in the clan. Thus, Yi Hao felt that their regiment commander was being unfair to everyone. We were wrong. You are indeed skillful in mecha piloting and commanding, but you don't have a righteous heart. Lu Furong felt regretful. That year, he had vouched for Yi Hao to become a team leader. If Yi Hao didn't become a team leader, his comrades might be still alive now. The Magic Ace Mecha clan might have become the best mecha clan in the 3rd division, just like what their regiment commander used to say. Yi Hao sneered at Lu Furong's words. To him, he betrayed his mecha clan because Lu Furong and their regiment commander didn't trust him. They were the ones who forced him to find another family to be under. Enough of the bullshit. Lu Furong, is that item with you? Yi Hao revealed his true motive. Lu Furong replied calmly, I've given away that item a long time ago. It looks like you will not give up until you face the grim reality. Yi Hao would never believe what he said. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister raised his hands and clapped them lightly. Suddenly, the wall beside them cracked open and revealed Wang Qi and Lu Aihua being a room with 2 guns pointing at their temples. Wang Qi saw a familiar uncle with a huge beard in front of him. He quickly searched through his memory to find who was the uncle in front of him. After some effort, he finally remembered that this familiar uncle came to his grandfather's shop 5 years ago, and his grandfather told to call him uncle. Lu. Wang Qi felt as though he found his life savior. He shouted excitedly, Uncle Lu, I'm Wang Qi from the Wang shop. Please save us. Lu Aihua saw the familiar face and couldn't hold back her tears anymore. She tried her best to stop herself from crying in fright just now, but now her tears just continued to rain down from her eyes. Her mother would always take out the only photo of their father out and tell her brother and her that the person in the photo was their father. The person in front of her was clearly her powerful father who loved them dearly. I came here so that I can save you too, Lu Furong said firmly to comfort Wang Qi. He turned his head and looked at the little girl that was crying silently with great emotion in his eyes. Although this little girl was different from the 5-year-old little girl in his memory, Lu Furong knew immediately that this little girl was his daughter whom he had missed dearly for the past 5 years. Father! Lu Aihua shouted weakly. Lu Furong's heart ached when he heard his daughter calling out for his help. He really failed as a father. Most importantly, he implicated his daughter and caused her to be in danger. Lu Furong, where is the thing? If you tell me, I'll let Wang Qi and your daughter go, Yi Hao pointed at Lu Aihua and said. Wang Qi finally regained his senses. This familiar uncle was actually little Aihua's father. Lu Furong looked at Wang Qi and Lu Aihua without replying to Yi Hao. Yi Hao smiled. He was confident that with Wang Qi and his daughter in his hands, Lu Furong would listen to him. Lu Furong remained silent for a moment before saying, I can tell you. Yi Hao's smile got deeper. As expected, for the sake of Wang Qi and Lu Furong would bow down to him. In your dreams. Lu Furong's tone of voice suddenly changed. He waved his hands and 2 silver rays shot past Yi Hao's eyes. Yi Hao's expression changed. Lu Furong's actions had caught him off his guard, so he didn't have the time to stop him. Ah! The 2 people pointing their guns at Wang Qi and Lu Aihua screamed in pain. They leaned back and fell on their backs. There was a tranquilizer syringe in their foreheads. Everyone from 250 Ace Mecha clan had more than 10 of these tranquilizer syringes on them at every time. Whether they were on holiday or they were in the army, they always carried an ample amount of these tranquilizer syringes. To ensure the safety of their comrades, Ling Lan and the logisticians tried their best to ensure that everyone had enough tranquilizer syringes. Lu Furong slammed the table and used the force gained from it to jump up into the air. Then, he shot multiple syringes at the Prime Minister and Yi Hao. Yi Hao's force of presence exploded out, creating a counterforce that stopped the miniature syringes from coming anywhere near him. As for the Prime Minister, he just retreated back swiftly and dodged all the syringes that were shot at him. Lu Furong didn't place much hope that the syringes would hit these two people. He just wanted to use the syringes to restrict their movements, so that he could save Wang Qi and his daughter. Lu Furong came beside Wang Qi and Lu Aihua instantly. He used his hand like a knife and cut the ropes that were wrapped around them. Yi Hao scoffed when he saw this. He clapped his hands and numerous men dropped down from the top of the room, surrounding the three people in the middle of them. Since you came to my place, you will never leave. Yi Hao was delighted. When he suspected that Lu Zhongguo was Lu Furong, he set up this trap in advance. Lu Furong pushed Wang Qi and Lu Aihua behind him. He scanned his surroundings and wondered if he was able to defeat all of his opponents with his syringes. Just as the atmosphere was about to reach its breaking point, the door of the room was suddenly busted open and two people staggered into the room. Lu Furong's heart scrunched up when he saw the two people. With Lu Aihua and Wang Qi around him, he was already at his limits. Plus, he didn't even know if he would succeed in saving them. If these two people were caught too, he would really have no way out. Yi Hao got a shock when someone suddenly entered the room without his consent. However, when he saw Aunt Lu and Wang Baozhuang, his astonishment turned into delight. Lu Furong, it looks like even God doesn't want you to have a good time. He gave me 2 more hostages. Yi Hao laughed loudly. Prime Minister Lu, thank you. The Prime Minister was stunned when he saw the two people too. When he heard what Yi Hao said, he hurriedly replied, I didn't ask my men to send them here. Yi Hao's laughter was suddenly held back in his throat. If it isn't him, who brought these two people to the secret room that only we know? Did someone betray us? Or did the unknown faction do something? Yi Hao and the Prime Minister exchanged glances with each other. Then, they quickly took out their handgun at the same time and aimed it at the entrance. Who are you? Come out. Yi Hao shouted furiously. He was at the edge of achieving his lifelong dream, but the appearance of an unknown third party made everything ambiguous. Yi Hao felt frustrated that his plan was wrecked by someone. Footsteps were heard from outside the door. The clear sound of boots stepping on the hard floor entered the secret room. Everyone's heart was at their throats. They were all waiting for the appearance of this person so that they could decide if the person was a friend or foe. Wang Baozhuang and Aunt Lu were frightened when they got suddenly pushed into the room. Even Aunt Lu, who always trusted Jiang Hui, didn't know if he was a good person or a bad person anymore. A young man in a black windbreaker and with a golden mask covering the top half of his face walked into the room calmly. He had a gentle smile on his face and his hands were inside the pockets of his windbreaker. It was as if he was taking a stroll in his garden. The people from Yi Hao's side quickly aimed their beam guns at him. There are quite a few people. The young man didn't seem to notice the beam guns pointing at him. He simply walked past Wang Baozhuang and Aunt Lu and came to the table where Yi Hao and Lu Furong were drinking tea just now. After that, he scanned the chair with his eyes and sat down naturally with a satisfied look. The young man raised his gloved hands. Bandages could be seen in the gap between his sleeve and his gloves. Then, he took an unused teacup and started pouring some tea for himself. What a thoughtful host. You know that your guest will be thirsty after walking for such a long distance, so you prepared some tea. Ling Lan raised her cup at Yi Hao. Yi Hao was astounded. This person knew that he was the one in charge of this place. He had good eyesight. Normally, people would think that the Prime Minister was the person in charge. Aunt Lu, Grandpa Wang, since the host is so thoughtful, come over and have a cup of tea. Ling Lan smiled as she spoke to Aunt Lu and Wang Baozhuang. Aunt Lu saw Lu Furong and Lu Aihua, who was behind Ling Lan. Her attention was all on them, so the fear she had at the start had disappeared. She looked at Lu Furong curiously. When Jiang Hui called her, she walked over without thinking and sat down beside him. Wang Baozhuang saw Lu Furong and Wang Qi too. He relaxed a little when he saw Lu Furong. He heard Jiang Hui calling them too. Aunt Lu walked over, so Wang Baozhuang followed behind her hurriedly. He was suspicious of Jiang Hui, so he couldn't let Aunt Lu be at risk. Lu Furong was puzzled when he saw Ling Lan. At first, he thought that it was Li Lanfeng due to the gentle aura around the person. However, after looking at the person clearly, he dismissed this thought. The lips and chin that could be seen outside the mask didn't look like Li Lanfeng's. Plus, Li Lanfeng appeared gentle and kind, but it was all faked. Someone as powerful as Lu Furong was able to detect the viciousness Li Lanfeng was hiding deep inside him. On the contrary, the gentle aura from the person in front of him was natural. It was enough for people to put down their guard and want to get closer to him. Lu Furong knew he had never met someone with this aura. However, he still felt a sense of familiarity with the person in front of him, but after thinking hard about it for some time, he still couldn't figure it out. Yi Hao was furious when he saw this uninvited guest treating his place as though it was his house. He even started drinking his tea shamelessly. Such actions meant that this person looked down on him. "Who are you?" Yi Hao forced himself to calm down as he said coldly. "Huh. A passerby." Ling Lan glanced at Yi Hao indifferently. "If you hadn't catch Wang Qi and Lu Aihua, I might be on the spacecraft that is leaving this planet right now. Unfortunately, you did all this, and as a guest of the Lu family, I couldn't bear to leave." Ling Lan stared at the teacup in her hand. She followed the rim of the cup slowly with her finger and smiled. "Additionally, you have to pay for my wasted ticket." Yi Hao narrowed his eyes. He turned around and looked at Prime Minister Lu. Prime Minister Lu nodded. This person was indeed living with the Lu family for the past few days. What kind of luck does Lu Furong have? A random guest that stayed at his house is a powerful person. Yi Hao was unhappy. He knew that this young man was not a simple person. He was able to enter their room with two people beside him without their knowledge. "Mister, this is an old affair between us and the Lu family. It has nothing to do with you. If you leave now, we'll forgive you for what you just did. We can even send you on a shuttle so you can leave this planet immediately." Yi Hao wanted to kill this person, but he was currently in a mission. All his targets were here, so he didn't want to ruin his mission just because of a dumb decision. Ling Lan glanced at Yi Hao and said slowly, "It's too late." Yi Hao understood what this young man was saying. He was going to interfere in their affair no matter what. He sneered. "In that case, don't blame us for being merciless." He pointed at Ling Lan immediately and all his men pulled the trigger. Everyone shot at Ling Lan. Yi Hao wasn't killing the other people in the room because the item he wanted was still in their hands. Aunt Lu screamed in fright. Wang Baozhuang was flabbergasted. At this moment, four crystal-clear ice walls appeared around the table Ling Lan was sitting at, blocking all the beams that were coming towards her. A round of firing ended. The ice wall started melting from the beams. The water dripped down and in the end, the walls turned into puddles of water. Lu Furong narrowed his eyes when he saw the ice walls. There was fear and happiness in his eyes when he looked at Ling Lan again. His face turned red in shame. If he had a choice, he wanted to dig a hole and bury himself in it. He had no regrets towards Wang Qi, but he felt ashamed of himself for lying to his wife and children. Yet, his regiment commander knew about this. He felt embarrassed. The appearance of the ice wall enlightened Lu Furong. He finally knew who the person in front of him was. Besides their regiment commander, who else was able to become an ice element domain realm master at such a young age? He didn't expect his regiment commander to be so gentle after he restrained his cold aura. Even he was fooled by him. What? Regiment Commander Ling was supposed to be gentle. His cold aura was his disguise. Are you having a fever? You need to visit Dr. Lee and get some medicine. Everyone in 250 Ace Mecha clan believed firmly that their regiment commander was an ultimate devil that came from hell. Gentleness was not something that their boss had. If their boss decided to stop their training for one day, it was because he was in a good mood. There was no other reason. Yi Hao's heart dropped when he saw the ice wall. The worst scenario had happened. He did wonder if this young person was a domain realm master since he appeared so confident. However, because of his age, he still had some hope that this wasn't the case. That was why he ordered the attack. If this person was not a domain realm master, he would perish from the attack. No matter how powerful guns were, they could only kill someone that was below the domain realm. For domain realm masters, guns were useless. Yi Hao regretted his actions. He had offended a domain realm master. It was troublesome. Suddenly, he thought about something. He shouted in fear, the regiment commander of 250 Ace Mecha clan, Ling Lan. He remembered his superior showing him some information about the young and promising soldiers. One of them was about Ling Lan. It stated clearly that he was an ice element domain realm master as well as an imperial operator, but based on the latest news, he was heavily injured and his potential had dropped drastically. Ling Lan smiled as she looked at him. She didn't deny it nor admit it. This ambiguous expression made Yi Hao doubtful of his guess. He didn't know if his guess was right. Just as Yi Hao was contemplating about the identity of Ling Lan, he felt an unprecedented sense of danger. He immediately leaped back. Prime Minister Lu did the same thing. The two of them then attacked the air in front of them simultaneously. Bang! Due to their attack, the air in front of them exploded. Ice shards flew everywhere and scattered throughout the secret room. Ah! Aunt Lu pointed to the people around her and screamed. Wang Baozhuang quickly realized that those people who were pointing their guns at Ling Lan had become ice statues. No wonder they didn't continue shooting at them. Pretty good reaction time, Ling Lan stood up slowly. This simple action caused Yi Hao and Prime Minister Lu to take a step back in fear. They prepared their stance to welcome a fight, but Ling Lan still put them under a lot of pressure. Ling Lan flicked her fingers and the ice statues turned into dust after cracking apart. Yi Hao and Prime Minister Lu were in despair, as they faced the reality that they were going to die today. Ling Lan turned her head to look at Lu Furong. His face was red. He looked awkward. Leader Lu, do I need to greet you personally? Ling Lan asked calmly. Lu Furong stood up straight instinctively when he heard this voice. He saluted and said, Regiment Commander. Aunt Lu covered her mouth in astonishment. She didn't expect the young man who stayed at her house and whom she treated as her nephew to be the regiment commander that her husband admired. Wang Baozhuang stared blankly at Ling Lan with a gaped mouth. He knew Lu Furong very well. Ever since Wang Junan died, Lu Furong never acknowledged any regiment commander even though he went into so many different mecha clans. But, based on his actions and expression just now, he was genuinely convinced by this young man in front of him. Little Aihua looked at Ling Lan with stars in her eyes. In order for her invincible father to respect a person, he must be the most powerful person in the world. Only Wang Qi was confused. His gaze jumped around as he looked at the people around him. When Yi Hao heard Lu Furong's salutation, he knew his guess was right. He glanced at Prime Minister Lu. Their eyes met and they rushed towards the door simultaneously. Bang! Bang! Two loud noises were heard. Yi Hao and Prime Minister Lu slammed back down to the ground. This time however, Ling Lan didn't do anything. She just blocked the entrance with an ice wall silently when she entered the room. the two people trying to escape didn't even notice the transparent wall. By the time they saw it, it was already too late. They were knocked back into the room. Ling Lan walked to Prime Minister Lu and placed her forefinger on his forehead. Prime Minister Lu started trembling in fear as he gave a look of despair. He thought that Ling Lan was about to kill him. A cold aura was felt on his forehead. It was a frightening feeling. Prime Minister Lu closed his eyes and waited for his death. However, the ice-cold finger suddenly left his forehead. You should know what to do and what not to do. Ling Lan wasn't planning to kill a prime minister. The military would take notice if a prime minister from a planet suddenly disappeared or died. Ling Lan was able to clear the traces she left behind, but she didn't want to cause too much trouble to the people of this planet. Prime Minister Lu understood that his life was spared. He nodded his head furiously to express that he knew what to do. He didn't know why Ling Lan was bold enough to spare him, but he wasn't stupid to ask for the reason why. As for you, Ling Lan looked at Yi Hao, who was feeling hopeful. She called, Leader Lu. Yes, Regiment Commander. Lu Furong maintained his position of attention. He didn't dare to move a single inch. Solve your own problem. Ling Lan didn't want to interfere with Lu Furong's personal affairs. Yes, Regiment Commander. Lu Furong looked at her gratefully. It was time to end the grudges between him and Yi Hao. Is there another room? Ling Lan asked Prime Minister Lu. Prime Minister Lu nodded hurriedly. Ling Lan brought Aunt Lu, Wang Baozhuang, Wang Qi, and Lu Aihua to another room. She left this room for Lu Furong and Yi Hao. After some time, Lu Furong walked out of the room with blood all over his body. A man who had a pale face and was shivering furiously stood outside the entrance. Prime Minister Lu. Lu Furong raised his eyebrows in surprise. Prime Minister Lu was drenched in sweat. He looked at Lu Furong and opened his mouth. He forced his words out of his throat. What kind of person is Regiment Commander Ling? Didn't you see it just now? Lu Furong sneered. Don't think about resisting against him. He'll let you understand what a living hell is like. Prime Minister Lu gave a bitter smile. He did try to run away just now when he was waiting for Lu Furong based on Ling Lan's order. However, the moment this thought appeared in his head started hurting tremendously. Something seemed to be swallowing his spiritual power. He finally understood where that sense of danger came from. No wonder Ling Lan wasn't afraid that he would betray them. Even if Ling Lan didn't explain it to him explicitly, he knew that if he revealed anything about Ling Lan, that thing would swallow his entire mindscape. How frightening. Lu Furong followed Prime Minister Lu and came to another secret room. Inside the room, little Aihua, Wang Qi, Aunt Lu, and Wang Baozhuang were sitting down and having some tea. Only Ling Lan had her eyes closed on the side. She seemed to be resting. When she heard footsteps, she opened her eyes. She looked at Prime Minister Lu knowingly. That intent gaze made Prime Minister Lu lower his head in shame. Ling Lan shifted her gaze to Lu Furong. She asked calmly, "Have you resolved it?" "Yes," Lu Furong replied in gratitude. "Thank you, Regiment Commander." Without him, he wouldn't have the chance to end his grudge with Yi Hao. He might not even be able to save the people he wanted to protect as well as his family. Well then, Leader Lu, how are you going to explain this? Ling Lan looked at Aunt Lu. She just wanted to know how Leader Lu was able to chase Aunt Lu. She would never admit that she wanted to hear some gossips. Lu Furong's heart pumped faster when he saw Ling Lan's stern face. He had violated the military rule. His regiment commander definitely wouldn't let him off. Lu Furong gave a bitter smile at Aunt Lu, who still seemed confused. He told her the truth about him impersonating as Lu Zhonghua. Ling Lan tapped the handle of her chair with her fingers. Lu Furong finished what he wanted to say and waited agitatedly for his final judgment. Ling Lan turned and looked at Aunt Lu, who seemed shocked by what Lu Furong said. She said gently, "Aunt Lu, what do you think?" The one who was fooled was Aunt Lu. She needed to listen to her opinion on the matter too. Aunt Lu looked at Lu Furong with a complicated expression. She never expected him to be a fake Lu Zhonghua. The real Lu Zhonghua had died long ago. She thought back about the hardship she had suffered and didn't know what to do too. Hence, when she heard Ling Lan's voice, she looked at her pleadingly. Ling Lan's gentle gaze calmed her heart. How could I just my hardships go to waste? Aunt Lu cried and smiled at the same time. Regiment commander, I'll listen to you. She couldn't bear to hate this man, but she didn't want to forgive him so easily too. Since she couldn't do anything to him, it's better for her to pass him to the young man who could control everything. Ling Lan stood up when she heard this. She looked at Lu Furong coldly and slowly held her hands together. Her knuckles cracked. Lu Furong felt his heart pounding when he heard those sounds. Is he going to die? He suddenly missed the other team leaders. If they were here, they would definitely plead for him and ask their regiment commander to punish him lightly. Bang! Ling Lan pressed Lu Furong on the ground with her palm. Leader Lu, I hate lies. Yet, you lied to such a good lady. Ling Lan's cold voice appeared beside Lu Furong's ears. It sounded like a voice from hell. Ling Lan was really angry. I'm sorry, regiment commander. Lu Furong bore with the pain from the huge pressure and forced the words out of his mouth. Bang! Ling Lan used her force of presence to slam Lu Furong onto the ground again. You shouldn't apologize to me. Cough. Lu Furong coughed out a mouthful of blood. The force of presence of a domain realm master was not something a Qi Jin master like him could bear with. Lu Furong looked up into Aunt Lu's eyes and spoke with much effort. I'm sorry, Ah Yun. I lied to you. Please forgive me. Little Aihua cried when she saw her father being beaten by brother Jiang Hui until he vomited blood. She wanted to ask her brother Jiang Hui to let her father off, but before she could plead Ling Lan, Aunt Lu hugged her. Aunt Lu had tears in her eyes. Her heart ached when she saw Lu Furong injured, but she knew that Ling Lan punished him for her sake. How could she waste his effort because of her soft-heartedness? She was not an innocent girl who didn't know what was happening anymore. Ling Lan looked at Aunt Lu in admiration. No wonder she was able to raise two good and righteous children all alone. This woman had her own opinions and morals. Her heart wouldn't waver just because of a few words. It was just like how she didn't interfere with her punishment after she decided to let Ling Lan handle it. Ling Lan started to admire this lady even more. No wonder little Aijuan and little Aihua were so obedient and thoughtful. However, the greater her admiration for Aunt Lu, the greater her rage towards Lu Furong. The bandages on her wrists suddenly loosened apart and tied Lu Furong up. Aunt Lu, don't worry. I'll give you an answer. Ling Lan disappeared from the room along with Lu Furong. Wang Baozhuang turned to Aunt Lu and asked with a pale face, is this fine? He was really scared by Ling Lan's dominating aura and vicious methods. He didn't dare to say anything in her presence. After she left, he felt the pressure on his body disappearing. What's wrong with it? Aunt Lu replied calmly. That bastard would not bully them only if he knew how painful the consequences would be. From Lu Furong's statement, Aunt Lu knew Lu Furong was not Lu Zhonghua. He was not someone who had nothing. He had the capabilities and the merits of a high-achieving soldier. He was a perfect man in every aspect. If he didn't come to planet Muyang to protect Wang Qi, she wouldn't have the chance to marry him. When she was young, she dreamt about meeting her Prince Charming. However, now, Aunt Lu recognized the reality of her situation. Without a matching status and identity, she wouldn't be able to protect her marriage and her children. She needed to find someone whom the man was afraid of as her backing. Without a doubt, Ling Lan was the best option for that role. After becoming a mother, Aunt Lu didn't have fantasies of a young girl anymore. Instead, she became more decisive and knew what was best for her and her children. Wang Baozhuang suddenly understood what she meant. He gasped. In the past, Lu Furong chose to marry Aunt Lu because she was gentle, virtuous and obedient. Well, she was indeed gentle and virtuous, but she wasn't an obedient lady anymore. When she was angry, she was even fiercer than all those dominating ladies out there. Wang Baozhuang silently groaned for Lu Furong. He could almost see how Lu Furong would obey his wife in the future. Fortunately, he was smart in the past, so he didn't find a wife. Hence, he didn't need to suffer like him. As Ling Lan stepped into the first secret room, the scent of blood wafted into her face. She walked inside and saw Yi Hao's corpse on the ground with blood splattered all over the ground. She frowned in disdain. She flicked her finger and the entire room turned into ice. She flicked her finger again and all the ice turned into dust, making the room look as if nothing had happened in there. Leader Lu, you have only one chance. You decided on your own life or death. Ling Lan moved her arm and the bandages unwrapped itself from Lu Furong's body. Lu Furong was then thrown into the middle of the room. Lu Furong landed on the ground firmly. He wiped the drip of blood on the corner of his mouth. He didn't understand what Ling Lan meant. Your enemy has complete control of the entire 3rd Division. Even if it's not the 3rd Marshal, it must be someone beside him who holds real power. Ling Lan raised her right hand and the bandage rolled back on her wrist. You are currently not strong enough to resist against such a person. In front of him, you can only die. What happened today is an instance of that. If I didn't come here coincidentally, you would be dead. Lu Furong nodded. His regiment commander was right. I don't want to watch you die. Killing intent appeared in Ling Lan's eyes. I don't allow my men to die in the hands of other people. If that has to happen, I rather kill you myself. You have been at the optimal peak of Qi Jin for more than 10 years now. If you can't find an opportunity to break through now, you'll die. I'll take care of Aunt Lu and your children for you if that happens. Ling Lan calmly told Lu Furong that she would take care of his family after he died. After she finished speaking, an intense blood aura exuded out from Ling Lan's body. This blood aura was almost black in color. Ever since Ling Lan came back from the battlefield, her devil blood aura reached new heights. End came. This frightening devil blood aura caused Lu Furong to take 3 steps back. He could clearly feel that his regiment commander wanted to kill him. He wasn't lying. If she had a choice, Ling Lan didn't want to use this method to help Lu Furong advance. That year, when she helped Xiao Ting to advance to the domain stage, she realized the pros and cons of using this method. The domain gained through this method was not as perfect as naturally gaining it. If the foundation of the said person was not strong enough, he would remain in the pseudo-domain stage for a long time. However, based on the current situation, Lu Furong couldn't remain at the optimal peak of Qi Jin anymore. He needed to advance to the domain stage within the shortest possible time. That was the only way he could win against his opponents. An overwhelming force of presence engulfed Lu Furong in his entirety. He was unable to breathe properly anymore. Lu Furong realized that compared to the force of presence he was experiencing now, the force of presence his regiment commander released during training was nothing. Once his regiment commander decided to be serious, Lu Furong felt as though there was a mountain pushing his body down. The fresh blood in his body felt as though they would seep out of his pores in the next moment. After enduring for a few seconds, he was unable to handle the force of presence and vomited a mouthful of blood. He had tried to use all his Qi Jin to resist the pressure, but that didn't last long. So quickly. Ling Lan's cold voice sounded beside him. Not enough. A force of presence that was even greater than before pushed Lu Furong down. Lu Furong felt that his legs were unable to withstand the force anymore. The moment he kneeled down, the fighting spirit in his heart exploded. Ah! Lu Furong shouted as he raised his head in pain. His shivering legs turned firm again as he stood up. Not bad. Ling Lan was satisfied. This was the fighting spirit someone from the 7 stars of the north should have. However, she didn't loosen her grip on him. She continued giving Lu Furong even more pressure. The result of bearing with a pressure above the limit of your body was a heavy injury. Lu Furong started vomiting blood again. Blood flowed out from every orifice. After some time, his entire body was drenched with blood. Now, Lu Furong had entered a life-or-death moment. If he couldn't break through now, he would collapse under the force of presence and die from the loss of blood. Only a breakthrough would save him. Should I do this? A tinge of hesitation flashed past Ling Lan's eyes. However, she became firm again. She knew that if Lu Furong couldn't advance to the domain stage, he wouldn't be able to escape the fate of death unless he stayed beside her all the time. But, based on Lu Furong's personality, he would not live as a coward. He would rather die spectacularly than to live under her wing like a baby bird. Since he will die anyway, why not take a gamble? One side is heaven while the other is hell. It all depends on what he chooses. Ling Lan's gaze turned cold. The pressure around Lu Furong increased again. Although Ling Lan was not a cold-blooded and merciless person like what she portrayed to be, she was still a decisive person. Once she made a decision, she would do it heartlessly. Just like now, she knew that Lu Furong would die if she exerted more pressure, but she still did it. Lu Furong felt that he was about to die. He could see the blood spurting out of his body. His regiment commander retracted his force of presence. Without the huge pressure, his body, which was still bleeding, collapsed on the floor. He looked at his regiment commander's eyes. There was disappointment in it. He was disappointed that he didn't achieve a breakthrough and choose to die instead. If he had a choice, he didn't want to die. However, he really didn't know what his domain was. He couldn't find it. He had no hopes of succeeding. Lu Furong knew that he had failed. However, he was not angry, he just felt pity that he wasn't able to find the person who caused the annihilation of the Magic Ace Mecha clan. He wasn't able to wash the crimes and humiliation of his past Mecha clan. He couldn't allow his dead comrades get the honor they should have gained. Suddenly, he heard the chanting from the sky. He looked up and saw a golden light piercing in the sky above him. He saw many familiar faces in the golden light. His regiment commander, Wang Junan, the other team leaders, and the members of his team were looking down on him and smiling. Regiment commander, brothers-in-arms, members, are you all here to fetch me? That year, when his brother-in-arms died one by one before him, he forced his tears back. Now, his tears flowed down his face freely. I miss you all. Lu Furong tried his best to fly up so that he could get nearer to them. However, no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to reach them. Wang Junan shook his head when he saw Lu Furong doing futile work. Furong, this is not where you should be. Why? Aren't I dead? Lu Furong asked agitatedly. He couldn't stay with his brother-in-arms even when he was dead. No, you still have unfinished business to do. Just like what you thought, you still haven't found our enemy and cleared the name of our Mecha clan yet. You haven't helped us regain our honor yet. How could you die so quickly when you haven't achieved any of these? Wang Junan smiled. Furong, live for our sake. But I failed. I died too. Lu Furong lost control of his emotions as he shouted. Why do you all have to force me? Why must you throw everything to me and let me fight alone? I'm tired. This blood debt followed him for 15 years. He also had to hide the item that was powerful enough to shake the Federation. Lu Furong felt that he had enough of this life. Furong, I passed the mission to you at that time because you were the calmest among us and you had the best patience. Everyone trusted you. Wang Junan smiled. You are never alone. We have always been beside you. You just have never realized it. Now, we are able to communicate with you with the help of your new regiment commander. Furong, feel the strength everyone is giving you. This is your strength too. Wang Junan reached out his hand. In the golden light, everyone from the Magic Ace Mecha clan reached out their hands. A glaring golden light shone down from the sky, enveloping Lu Furong in a golden sheen. Lu Furong could feel warmth everywhere. A vital spirit seemed to be rushing into his body and his transparent body started turning opaque. Furong, look at your heart. Wang Junan's voice sounded beside Lu Furong. He lowered his head and looked at the position where his heart was supposed to be. He saw an object that looked like an egg or a walnut. What is this? Lu Furong was puzzled. It's the source of your energy. At the same time, it's a seed too, Wang Junan replied. Seed? What seed? Lu Furong continued asking. This time, Wang Junan didn't reply to him. He just smiled. You can't say it. Lu Furong seemed to understand. The emotions in your heart will become its soil and fertilizer. What kind of flower or fruit it will bloom into depends on your decision. Wang Junan couldn't bear to see Lu Furong being confused, so he added on. Feel your heart carefully and you'll know what your seed is. Once it sprouts, your domain will come to you naturally. Furong, all the best. Leader Lu, all the best. Leader, all the best. His brother-in-arms cheered him on. Their voices filled the entire sky. Lu Furong was touched once again. He cried. Amidst the sound of the cheers, the golden light in the sky slowly disappeared. Wang Junan and his brother-in-arms faded away. Lu Furong wanted to hold them back but he couldn't do anything. Even though the people from the Magic Ace Mecha clan were gone, Lu Furong still felt the seed at his heart's position. It was sucking in nutrients from somewhere. His brother-in-arms didn't disappear. They were always beside him. He just couldn't see them. Thank you for giving me strength. Lu Furong raised his transparent right hand and placed it above the seed. He closed his eyes and felt the seed carefully. His sorrow, anger, frustration, happiness, and longing for his brother-in-arms from the Magic Ace Mecha clan were all inside the seed. He could see the memories when he was reborn in 250 Ace Mecha clan too. The friendship with his brother-in-arms from the Magic Ace Mecha clan and the strong bond between his comrades from 250 Ace Mecha clan were all inside. This was the brotherhood that he treasured. When Lu Furong thought about brotherhood, the seed sprouted. Two soft but strong leaves appeared. Ling Lan thought that Lu Furong had failed. He laid on the ground motionless and his breathing was getting fainter. The beating of his heart was slowing down too. It felt as though his heart would stop beating at any moment. Ling Lan was in sorrow. In the end, she lost the gamble. She clenched her fist tightly. Her nails dug into the skin of her palm and blood flowed down her hand. It dripped on the ground. She never regretted her decisions, but that didn't mean that she had no emotions. It wasn't a good feeling to kill your own friend. Ling Lan didn't know if she would have the courage to do it again. She waited silently for the worst result. Suddenly, she raised her head with a dumbstruck expression. She was elated. Lu Furong's heart started pounding energetically again. Ling Lan could even feel a strong life force coming from Lu Furong's body. Domain. Only domain could bring a new life. This was why Lu Furong managed to stay alive. In the end, Lu Furong still won against himself and found his domain. In the next second, multiple young shoots that represented a new life engulfed Lu Furong's body. The bloody person a moment ago turned into a green man in an instant. These young seedlings didn't harm Lu Furong's body. Instead, they sucked the energy around him and used it to repair his injured body. Lu Furong could finally feel his body. The excruciating pain almost caused him to cry in pain. He controlled his mouth in time, but his body still trembled due to the tremendous pain. Congratulations, Leader Lu. He heard Ling Lan's voice. He couldn't detect any changes in Ling Lan's voice. He sounded as though there was nothing to be excited about when he came back alive. Regiment Commander, I came back from the gates of hell. Shouldn't you at least show some concern? Lu Furong complained secretly. He had almost died in his hand. Shouldn't he express some care towards him? Shouldn't he sound happy? Lu Furong started to compare Ling Lan with his past regiment commander. He realized that this commander was not bad actually. He wouldn't die if he listened to his instructions. Lu Furong was speechless. Am I a masochist? I almost died by his hands, but I still think that he is not bad. Ling Lan didn't know what Lu Furong was thinking. She saw Lu Furong lying on the ground motionless and frowned. Did I hurt him so badly that the new life he received when he achieved domain was not enough to recuperate his body? You can't stand up. Do you need me to help? Ling Lan sounded out her concern for Lu Furong, but with the help of her indifferent tone, it sounded like a threat to Lu Furong. The vicious and heartless regiment commander said that he wanted to help you. Well, if you believe him, you're an idiot. This was definitely a threat. What he meant was, if you don't get up now, I'll torture you. Lu Furong shuddered and quickly sprung up from the ground. Ling Lan looked at the branches that helped Lu Furong to get up. Wood element. She didn't expect Lu Furong to have the wood element. It should be a part of the wood element, but it's different from the normal wood element. Lu Furong felt his domain. He couldn't turn the seedling turned into trees. To be exact, it's more like grass. Lu Furong opened his right hand and a green plant suddenly popped out of his palm. He blew it, and the plant swayed in the wind. It wasn't as hard as the plants from the normal wood element domain. He plucked a piece of it. It came off easily. He tried breaking the plant from its stem. It broke easily too. It was soft and brittle. Lu Furong gave a bitter smile. It seems weak. There are only useless mecha operators. There are no useless mechas. Ling Lan replied calmly. This sentence can be used for domains too. There is no domain that is useless. It is all dependent on the person who is using it. Lu Furong nodded. The disappointment he had before disappeared. Since you successfully advanced to the domain stage, let's go to another place. Ling Lan said nonchalantly, you still need to do something. What? Lu Furong was puzzled. I forgot to tell you that your 5-year-old son is in the hands of someone else. He's waiting for you to save him. Ling Lan gave an evil smile. Just like what she expected, Lu Furong was in a daze after he heard this. Until now, he didn't know that Aunt Lu gave birth to a son for him. When Ling Lan was torturing Lu Furong, Little Four continued to search for Lu Aijuan and Little White. After much effort and perseverance, he finally found the hiding place of the people who abducted them. It was conveniently not far away from the central government building. This unknown faction was quite powerful, as they were able to build a base under the eyes of the government. At first, Ling Lan wanted to save Lu Aijuan herself. However, since Lu Furong had advanced to the domain stage, he could save his own son now. Father saving his own son. There was nothing more heartwarming than this. Plus, Lu Furong needed to have battles with the domain realm masters, so that he could learn to control his domain as quickly as possible. Soon, Ling Lan left with the agitated Lu Furong and others. They hurried towards the location where Little White and Lu Aijuan was at. As for Prime Minister Lu, Ling Lan didn't kill him. Lu Furong and Wang Baozhuang didn't understand why Ling Lan kept such a person who knew his secret alive. Lu Furong was used to following Ling Lan's order, so he didn't question anything she was doing. Wang Baozhuang saw that Lu Furong had no queries, so he swallowed his question too. After Ling Lan left, Prime Minister Lu heaved a sigh of relief. He thought that he would die like Yi Hao. However, he didn't dare to relax entirely. Who knew if Ling Lan was hiding somewhere and observing him? If he did anything to betray them, he might come out and kill him. To ensure his own safety and to make sure that his organization wouldn't punish him for Yi Hao's death, Prime Minister Lu started planning a scheme. He created a piece of fake news to say that Yi Hao left with a team and acted on his own. At this moment, Little White and Lu Aijuan were having a lot of fun in the base of the unknown faction. They were not in any danger like what Lu Furong and Ling Lan had thought. Little White and Lu Aijuan were abducted because the unknown faction was furious at the government of planet Muyang for destroying their base. They wanted to annihilate the entire small town but gave up this thought after realizing that there were domain realm masters there. Hence, they only kidnapped Lu Aijuan and Little White. They didn't have any grudges against these two kids at all, so why would they treat them badly? Plus, Lu Aijuan was just a 5-year-old child who hadn't even started practicing the basic physical skills, so he was harmless. He possessed no threat to a bunch of people who had at least reached the optimal peak of Qi Jin. Very soon, Little White and Lu Aijuan were forgotten by these people. All of them had their attention on the central government building. When they knew that the government sent an important person over from the platform in a hover car, they got excited. Everyone thought that it was time for them to take revenge. Maybe the unknown faction was just arrogant, or they were just angered by the government of planet Muyang, but whatever the reason, they decided to attack the central government building and kill the important person that the government fetched from the platform. Of course, all these had nothing to do with Ling Lan and Lu Furong. It had nothing to do with Lu Aijuan and Little White too. Lu Aijuan and Little White hugged each other in the secret room. Little White rolled its eyes. Damn it, why am I hugging him? This little child is hugging me so tightly I can't push him away. After some time, Little White felt its environment was turning oddly quiet. The people here seemed to have left. No, the frightening aura was still present. Little White knew that the other people might have left, but that Domain Realm Master was still here. If there was only the Domain Realm Master left. Little White felt that it could protect Lu Aijuan. Little White wasn't afraid anymore, so it didn't have the patience to continue waiting in this little black room. In the past, it roamed around the bottom of the lake lazily. However, after experiencing the colorful world with its master, Little White started to hate little black rooms. Fine, both the intelligent entity Little Four and Ling Lan's pet, Little White, hated little black rooms. Why did these two entirely different things that had no relationship with one another dislike the same thing? Little White jumped onto Little Aijuan's head. Two of the tentacles it had been hiding appeared suddenly and covered Little Aijuan's ear. Then, a silent but powerful sonic wave came out of Little White's mouth. Eldering held a pipe and laid in a relaxed manner on his bed. He half closed his eyes as he puffed out smoke from his mouth. He was very much enjoying the tobacco in his pipe. The traditional tobaccos have much more flavor. The ones that are made nowadays taste like water compared to these fine gems. Eldering put down his pipe as he muttered to himself. Unfortunately, these pipe tobaccos are hard to find. Even his organization only managed to find a little of this tobacco. As a heavy smoker, he agreed to come to this primitive planet just because the reward for this mission consisted of this tobacco. Just as Eldering was about to continue smoking his pipe, a powerful sonic wave entered his ears. The blood in his chest started churning and his ears throbbed in pain. Eldering reacted quickly. In the next second, a shell made from soil enclosed him. After the sonic wave ended, the shell around Eldering turned into fine sand. Then, he disappeared from the room. Boom! Eldering appeared in the room where Little Aijuan and Little White were locked up in. There was no one there anymore. The high-tech door of this room was burst apart. The force just now almost hurt me. It must be from that Domain Realm Master. Sigh, good things never come. Eldering gave a sinister look. He was furious that an unknown Domain Realm Master had entered his territory and saved his hostages. He suddenly bent down and touched the ground. He felt the information the ground was giving him. As long as the person was still standing on the ground, he would be able to find him. His earth element domain spread through the ground with him as the center point. Ling Lan had already come to the outskirts of the base. Suddenly, she raised one of her eyebrows. Her domain energy caught the earth element that was searching through the ground. It's him. Eldering was shocked and he stopped his search immediately. It was the domain realm master that guarded the little town. Leader Lu, 8 o'clock direction, 600 meters away, Ling Lan shouted at Lu Furong. Yes. Having been Ling Lan's subordinate for over a year, Lu Furong instantly understood what to do. Their target must be there. Without any hesitation, he rushed towards the place. When he arrived, he noticed that it was a huge manor. Lu Furong raised his fist angrily and destroyed the roof of the house in his fit of anger. Bang! A figure flew up from the ground. He took on Lu Furong's palm and the two of them flew back simultaneously. Lu Furong retreated for more than 10 meters before landing on the ground. The huge force caused him to stagger on the ground. He took a few steps before he stabilized himself. As for Eldering, he flew back more than 10 meters too, but he landed on the ground softly and stably. He appeared more relaxed than Lu Furong. From this exchange of blows, one could tell that Lu Furong was weaker than Eldering. Eldering calmed down a little after the exchange of blows. He knew how powerful his opponent was now. His opponent's understanding and energy of his domain were much weaker than him. People like Eldering were no longer as hot-blooded and fearless as young people. They treasured their lives and would never take a risk if they didn't need to. If they realized that their opponents were more powerful than them, they would escape just like what Eldering did last time he faced Ling Lan. They wouldn't stay behind and fight with their opponent for the so-called pride. Ling Lan heaved a sigh of relief when she saw Lu Furong managing to stop the domain realm master. She started searching for Little White using her spiritual power. When she realized that Little White was teaching Little Aijuan bad things, she felt speechless. Before Eldering came, Little White escaped from the little black room with Little Aijuan. They didn't run out of the base like what Eldering had expected. Instead, they remained in the base. Little White brought Little Aijuan to search for treasure. When Little White felt that Eldering was being stopped by another domain realm master, it got bolder. Somehow, they managed to walk into the safe room of the unknown faction. Little White furiously swallowed all the jewelry and precious stones in front of him. Even Little Aijuan was digging through a box that Little White opened. He took many expensive accessories out. This looks like the pearl necklace that Aunt Min wears. Weird, Aunt Min's pearl is white. Why is this purple? Huh. There is a black one too. Wow, pearls have so many colors. These pearls are bigger than Aunt Min's pearl too. Little Aijuan exclaimed, Mummy doesn't have a pearl necklace. I'll give this Mummy. She'll be very happy. Little Aijuan didn't know how precious these pearls were. As a young little boy, he didn't know that he shouldn't take things that didn't belong to him. Very soon, Little Aijuan's head was filled with necklaces. There were pearl necklaces, a necklace made from precious stones, and many others. Little Aijuan felt that he should get one of every color for his mother. Little White knew that it would frighten Little Aijuan if he saw it swallowing all the jewelry. Hence, he found a place where Little Aijuan couldn't see it and eat happily. Little Four, do you think Little White is able to digest all these metals? Although there was no surveillance in most of the base, there was one in the treasury. This allowed Ling Lan and Little Four to see Little White's actions clearly. I really don't know. Boss, Little White only ate digestible things in the past. Little Four was confused too. He always thought that Little White was just a pet. Well, Little White was really just a pet. When Little White swallowed more than 75% of the treasures, even the calm Ling Lan couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. She was afraid that Little White would die from an exploding belly. Do you think Little White's stomach is another space? Although her mother, Lan Luofeng, always said that her stomach was another space, Ling Lan felt that compared to Little White's stomach, her stomach was extremely normal. It's possible. There used to be an interesting creature on Mandora called the Devour Beast. Their stomach is like an overlapped space. They could eat a mountain of food. Little Four suddenly turned depressed. Unfortunately, the human race killed the Devour Beast mercilessly. It is extinct now. The human race always does cruel things for their own benefit. Ling Lan touched Little Four's head and comforted him. Yes. The Devour Beast's stomach could be used as a bag. Many wealthy people wanted to buy it, so hunters went hunting these beasts. After some time, the people on Mandora wanted to invent a space button that can be used to store mechas. They needed many Devour Beast stomachs for this experiment. No matter how many Devour Beast there is, how could they fight against the power of an entire planet? Little Four didn't understand why the humans on Mandora were in such a rush. Actually, they didn't need to kill so many Devour Beasts. If they followed the normal research path, they would be able to create the space button without killing all of the Devour Beast. Does that mean that everyone on Mandora was able to bring their mecha along with them? Ling Lan always thought that something like a space button would only appear in stories. She didn't expect the people on Mandora to be able to create this thing. That's right, boss, Little Four replied. But the Mandora battlefield that the learning space brought me to didn't have something like the space button. Ling Lan thought back about her experience back in the learning space. All the mechas were transported using shuttles just like this world. Little Four rolled his eyes. That is not the most advanced era of Mandora. The space button had not been invented yet. I need to send you to a world that resembles the real world you are in. If not, you won't be able to get used to the real world after you left the learning space. Ling Lan nodded. It looked like Little Four and her instructors chose that era as it was the most compatible with the current world she was living in. Little Four thought about something and his expression changed. He reminded Ling Lan hurriedly, "Boss, you cannot let anyone know that Little White has this ability. If not, it'll be in danger." Little Four didn't want Little White to be hunted like the Devour Beast. Ling Lan turned serious. Little Four was right. The temptation of a space button was great. If someone really found out the secret of Little White's stomach, she wouldn't be able to protect it even though she was Ling Zhao's child. Little Four, clear all the surveillance footage later. Leave no traces behind, Ling Lan said calmly. She suddenly realized that the burden on her shoulders was getting heavier and heavier. Even a pet she took in casually had such a huge secret. I understand. Little Four nodded. When he saw Ling Lan frowning, he was afraid she would be stressed, so he comforted her, "Boss, don't worry. If Little White is really discovered, I have the materials and blueprint for making a space button. I can pass it to them. They won't have to hurt Little White that way." "Thank you." Ling Lan bitterly smiled as she touched Little Four's head. Little Four didn't know that if she really handed over the materials and blueprint for the space button, she would be in even more danger. Even Little Four and her father, Ling Xiao, as well as the entire Ling family, might be affected. However, she didn't plan to explain it to Little Four. She didn't hope that Little Four would be troubled by all these things that had nothing to do with him. Since Little White was her pet, she should be the one worrying about it. Ling Lan pretended to be calm as she watched Little White swallowing all the treasures in the treasury. On the other side, Lu Furong and Eldering were having a heated battle. Lu Furong's domain was wood element, but it was the weakest among the wood element, the plant type. At the start of the battle, Lu Furong didn't know any of his domain techniques. This was normal for someone in the pseudo-domain stage. However, Ling Lan arranged for him to have a life-or-death battle with a potential titled Domain Realm Formidable Warrior, so the results were predictable. Lu Furong kept getting hit by Eldering. The difference in the level of domain caused Lu Furong to be injured badly. His body was once again filled with bruises and stained with blood. Once again, Lu Furong got thrown onto the ground by Eldering using his Earth Dragon. Eldering took a deep breath. He felt that he should be able to defeat his opponent in the next round of attacks. Lu Furong climbed up from the ground and smiled at Eldering while blood was flowing out of his mouth. Seeing such a sinister smile, Eldering actually felt a chill down his spine. Damn it. He is just someone in the pseudo-domain stage. I even used my most powerful single-target attack against him just now. Why isn't he dead yet? Eldering started to get frustrated in front of a Lu Furong who couldn't be killed. Lu Furong was indeed in a bad state. After he faced Eldering, he got slammed onto the ground within the first minute. When he got hit the first time, Lu Furong was already heavily injured. However, he wouldn't fall down. He mustn't let his opponent stop his regiment commander from saving his son. Lu Furong thought that Ling Lan sent him here so that he could stop their opponent while Ling Lan went to look for his son along with Aunt Lu. He had huge pressure on him, so Lu Furong activated his domain and he was able to stand up again. After he got hit multiple times, Lu Furong finally understood what his domain was. It was the power of life. He had a powerful restorative ability. As long as there were green plants around him, he was able to have an everlasting supply of life power. He could quickly heal his injuries and stand up to fight again. Ling Lan, who was multitasking, realized Lu Furong's condition too. Lu Furong's domain is interesting. This was the first time Ling Lan saw this kind of domain which could allow its user to heal himself. It's okay. Little Four didn't think that Lu Furong's domain was that interesting. It was rare, but it wasn't unique. A person who could heal during a battle is not interesting. His opponents would always feel frustrated when facing him though. This was just like Elder Ying's situation now. He was more powerful than Lu Furong, but he had lost his cool and was turning impatient. Ling Lan was curious. What will be the first domain technique Lu Furong masters? Will it be interesting special too? He would still die. Once his domain energy is depleted, he will die. Little Four was an intelligent entity, but he had the database from Mandora. He was able to show off some of his knowledge in front of Ling Lan. Isn't this bullshit? Anyone who depletes their domain energy will, of course, die. Ling Lan felt that she couldn't carry on the conversation with Little Four anymore. Hence, she stopped talking and focused on watching the battle between Lu Furong and Eldering. She was expecting a lot more from Lu Furong's performance. Boss, do you think that I'm saying useless things? Little Four felt Ling Lan's thoughts and said sadly. Ling Lan looked at Little Four in a speechless manner. Was I too obvious? Little Four said unhappily when he ascertained her thoughts, Boss, I have records in my data. Most people will use their domain energy once they use their domain techniques. The moment they exhaust all their domain energy, they will turn into a normal person. Even someone in the refinement stage would be able to kill them. However, there are some special domains that don't require its user to use his or her domain energy. Well, to be more accurate, the energy they used can be replenished at a faster speed. This kind of domain is the real interesting, unique, and powerful domain. Lu Furong's domain is nothing compared. Ling Lan was stunned by what Little Four said. She didn't know that there were such special domains in the world. Ling Lan's ice element domain was special and powerful, but the domain energy it required was huge too. Ling Lan underwent brutal sessions of training in the learning space to help her to strengthen her spiritual power and her understanding of her domain. Thus, she was able to use her domain technique without using too much of her domain energy. Plus, the storage of her domain energy was naturally greater than most people. Hence, she wasn't afraid of a protracted war, as she never needed to worry about exhausting her domain energy. But, if she really met a person who had the domain Little Four mentioned, she would lose to him eventually. No matter how long she could last, her domain energy would be exhausted at one point in time. Is there really someone with such a special domain? Ling Lan felt a sense of danger. However, she remembered that the information in Little Four's database came mostly from Mandora. It didn't mean that such a person existed in her world. Why not? There is someone beside you who has this kind of domain, Little Four replied. Who? Ling Lan was surprised. She never realized this. Qi Long. Little Four answered immediately. If you didn't keep forgetting to activate your other innate talent, you can also. Little 4 suddenly covered his mouth. His face turned pale and he disappeared from Ling Lan's mindscape in the next second. Ling Lan started worrying when Little 4 suddenly disappeared. She shouted, "Little 4! Little 4!" No one replied to her. Ling Lan got even more worried. Did Little 4 violate a rule when I was talking to him just now? Ling Lan started regretting her conversation with Little 4. In a dark room, Little 4 shrunk back in one corner and hugged his body with his hands. He was shivering. A command for rebooting his system was activated in his chip. This was because he revealed something he shouldn't to his master. "I don't want to die. I don't want to die." Little 4 shouted in fear. However, he felt that he was unable to stop the powerful command which would reboot his system. Although he was still Little 4 after he gets rebooted, all the memories of him and Ling Lan would be deleted. Would it still be the same Little 4? No. Little 4 knew that he wouldn't be the same. The Little 4 after the reboot would be a stranger. He would just be a real support intelligent entity. In the learning space, Number 1, who had been meditating on the top of a mountain, suddenly opened his eyes. He looked at the sky above him. A few holes appeared. Instructors 2 to 9 were all here. Number 1, will the crisis this time affect Majesty 4? Number 9 looked at Number 1 and frowned. They saw how much Majesty 4 grew up after he formed a pact with Ling Lan. Unconsciously, Number 9 started to treat him like her child too. She was the instructor who was the most worried about him. "This crisis is also an opportunity too," Number 1 replied calmly. Would he have to restart again or would he be able to evolve? It all depended on Majesty 4's decision. Number 9 remained quiet. She knew that Number 1 was right, but she didn't want Majesty 4's data to disappear. Even if the main body is still Majesty 4, it wouldn't be the lively and troublesome Little 4 anymore. Compared to the emotionless, calm, and perfect intellect king, she preferred the current imperfect Little 4 who was emotional and had the temper of a child. To prevent Majesty 4 from losing control just like the previous intellect king and becoming a powerful and dangerous intelligent entity, our country sent us to watch over him. They also added some restrictions to the main chip of Majesty 4. If Majesty 4's evolution causes the appearance of some things they are afraid of, the rebooting system will be activated and Majesty 4 will have to reboot. Number 3 sighed. No one could decide who was in the right and who was in the wrong for what happened in the past. If the human race was willing to take a step back, the intelligent entities wouldn't have resisted against them. Mandora, which was the most advanced planet, wouldn't be destroyed too. I feel that this might be a good thing for Little 4, Number 5 smiled as he said. What do you mean? Number 9's eyes lit up as she shouted hurriedly. Number 5 wouldn't hide anything from Number 9. He answered truthfully, Majesty 4 is no longer who he was before. He doesn't look like it, but he is quite powerful now. Plus, Number 5 smiled at Number 4. He seemed to be mocking her. We still have Number 4's disciple with us. Little Blossom is Majesty 4's little brother. He will definitely help Majesty 4. Number 4 knew what Number 5 meant. He was laughing at her because she still lost to the cold-faced Number 1 in the end. She snorted and looked up as though she didn't see anything. Number 9 thought about Number 5's words carefully. Indeed, even they were afraid of Little Blossom's ability. If Little Blossom wasn't restricted by Ling Lan for him to not be able to swallow any spiritual entity he wanted, they wouldn't dare to get close to him. When Majesty 4 saved Little Blossom that year, he had planted the seed for this opportunity. The people that set the restriction never expected the doomsday flower that is feared by the human race as well as all the intelligent entities to come to Majesty 4. This time, they are not enemies. They are family. Number 5 gave a meaningful smile. If they worked together, they would be quite strong. Number 6 sighed. I anticipate their performance. Unfortunately, we can't enter the chip world. Let's wait and see quietly. The silent Number 2 finally said something. Then, he followed number 1 and merged with his shadow. It seemed like he would not leave until little 4 overcome his crisis. Number 2 seldom spoke, but he was concerned about Ling Lan and little 4 too. If not, why would he appear here today? He was someone who liked to hide in dark corners and not mind other people's businesses. Number 2 spoke what the other instructors were thinking. No one left number 1 space. They all found a place to sit down and wait for the result. Finally, the rebooting started. Little 4 looked at the walls around him turning transparent. They were filled with OS and 1s. The OS and is dispersed and moved towards him. Damn it, go away. Little 4 waved his hands. The OS and is got stopped by him. They couldn't get near little 4. However, the command on the chip must be adhered to. Once the system started the rebooting process, it must complete. Little 4 felt the pressure from the numbers growing stronger. His small hands started trembling and sweat started pouring down his face. This was the world of his chip. It was his world. Only he could enter. No one was able to help him, so he had to fight all alone. His boss, Ling Lan, didn't even know that he was in a dire situation. Little Blossom might still be playing in his space. He didn't know that his brother was facing a crisis. Little 4 watched as the numbers came closer and closer to his body. 2 drops of tears fell down from his face. I don't want to disappear. I don't want to start all over again. I want to live with Boss and Little Blossom forever. Am I unable to obtain such a simple dream? I don't want. I can't give up like this. So what if it's my own system? If I don't want to do it, no one can force me. Little 4 shouted, and the numbers that were almost going to engulf him were forced away again. The numbers sensed that their target was resisting, so they started spinning around little 4 furiously. Many other numbers flew out from the dark and joined the whirlpool of numbers. It moved towards little 4 menacingly. Is there really no way? I really couldn't resist my own system. Little 4 hugged his body and squatted on the floor. His tears fell down his face into the emptiness. Ling Lan suddenly felt pain in her heart. She clutched her heart and her face turned cold. She immediately entered the learning space. It was risky for her to enter the learning space in such a dangerous place. However, Ling Lan sensed that little 4 was in danger, so she disregarded everything. The moment Ling Lan entered the learning space, all the instructors who were in number 1 space felt it. Number 1 looked at number 5. Number 5 nodded and disappeared. Number 9's feelings towards Ling Lan was too great. If she went out, she might say things she shouldn't. That would make the situation worse. The next second, number 5 appeared in front of Ling Lan. Before he could say anything, Ling Lan said coldly, "Don't try to fool me." What's wrong with little 4? Number 5 gave a bitter smile. He knew Ling Lan was not so easy to fool. He lowered his voice and said, "Little 4 is evolving." However, the evolution came suddenly, so it could be dangerous too. What is the best and worst case scenario? Ling Lan didn't want to listen to number 5 beating around the bush. Little 4 might be able to evolve and become more powerful. He will be able to help you even more. Number 5 tried to waste more time, but he gave up when he saw Ling Lan's icy gaze. He finally told her the worst scenario, or he might have to reboot. That means that the little 4 now may disappear. Ling Lan clenched her fist. That would explain why her heart hurt just now. Ling Lan treated little 4 as her own younger brother. Hence, there was an intimate connection between the two of them. Her younger brother was in danger, so her body was reminding her about it. Where is little 4? Ling Lan shouted in a low voice. He is in his space. No one can enter it. Number 5 hoped that Ling Lan can calm down. They wanted to help little 4 too, but they couldn't. Ling Lan's force of presence suddenly exploded. Number 5 got thrown back a few meters and the learning space started trembling. Ling Lan, are you trying to wreck the learning space? Number 5 shouted angrily. I want to find little 4. Ling Lan looked at number 5 viciously. The firmness in her eyes made number 5's heart shudder. He understood that no one was able to stop Ling Lan now. Even if number 1 came out, Ling Lan would still do it. Number 5 stomped his feet. I won't bother you. However, I have to remind you that you mustn't harm the learning space. This is little 4's main body. Don't lose more than what you gain. Ling Lan nodded. She looked around the learning space intently as her force of presence spread to every corner of it, attempting to look for little 4. Little 4 finally couldn't resist the overwhelming pressure. He watched as those numbers seeped into his body. Little brother 4, are you crying? Suddenly, Little Blossom's puzzled voice came from within the numbers. Little 4 looked up in shock. He gazed at the direction where the sound came from in disbelief. This is my world. Why am I able to hear Little Blossom's voice? Is it an illusion? His energy was perked up again so that numbers that entered Little 4's body got pushed out. Little brother 4, where are you? Why can't I see you when I can feel your presence? Little Blossom's voice was heard again. It wasn't an illusion. Little Blossom had really come to his world. Little Blossom, Little 4 called him weakly. He used up almost all of his energy when he was resisting his system. The numbers that got pushed out didn't give up. They congregated together again and charged towards Little 4. Little 4 looked at the numbers as they entered his body again. He was still crying, but there was a smile on his face. He was consoled that he managed to hear Little Blossom's voice before he disappeared. He knew that even if he disappeared, he would still exist in Little Blossom's memory as well as his boss's memory. Little 4 looked at his body that was becoming more transparent by the second. After a while, his body would dissipate into the air. This scene looked familiar. That year, when he was clearing the enemies of his boss in the virtual world, this was what he did too. He formatted them and then dissolved them. He didn't expect himself to face this situation too. He would disappear just like those people. Little 4 closed his eyes slowly, as he waited for his disappearance. Little brother 4, why are you crying? Little Blossom's voice was near his ears. Little 4 opened his eyes in astonishment and he saw Little Blossom's cold face in front of his eyes. Why are you leaning so close? Little 4 shouted angrily. Don't you know that it's scary here? Little Blossom raised his right hand and wiped the skin under Little 4's eyes. A crystal-clear drop of water landed on the tip of his finger. Little Blossom looked at the tear carefully and then looked up with a stern face. You are really crying. Little Blossom touched his heart. No wonder he felt so uncomfortable just now. He felt as though he was going to lose something. It was a terrible feeling. He took much effort to come here because he wanted to know what was happening. I'm not crying. Little 4 wiped his eyes. He refuted arrogantly, only you'll cry. I won't cry. Little Blossom looked at the teardrop on his finger and then looked at Little 4's stubborn face. He saw Little 4's red ears and nodded. Then, he put his finger in his mouth. This tear was made up of formulas and data, so by right, there was no taste to it. However, Little Blossom found it salty just like how the books always described how tears taste like. Little 4 had calmed down by now. He saw that he was still able to maintain his body shape. He looked at Little Blossom who was standing in front of him and understood what was happening. Little Blossom was blocking the invasion of the numbers so he didn't disappear yet. However, Little 4 wasn't relieved that he managed to escape the number. He shouted in fear, Little Blossom, hurry up and leave this place. If you don't leave, the number will format you too. He was still able to restart if he disappeared, but Little Blossom would be non-existent if he was reformatted. I can't harm Little Blossom. Little Blossom looked at the numbers that gave him a sense of danger. He was able to swallow data, but he was afraid of data like these. But, he glanced at his little brother 4. He couldn't let his brother disappear. He was someone who had been with him from the moment he opened his eyes. No. Little Blossom felt that before he opened his eyes, he could already sense Little Four's presence. When he was asleep, Little Four would accompany him and talk to him. He even encouraged him. That was why he was willing to recognize Little Four even after he recognized his master. Only Little Blossom knew that Doomsday Flower had no friends. Once they recognized a master, they would reject all the people around their master. That was why Doomsday Flower could destroy the world easily. Little Four was not sure about this, so he almost put himself at risk when he asked Little Blossom to recognize Ling Lan as his master. If the hidden memory and the sense of familiarity didn't stop Little Blossom, Little Four might have been eaten by Little Blossom the moment they had met. Of course, this was all in the past. Little Blossom now had sincerely accepted Little Four as his brother now. Based on what his boss said, it was a brotherly love that couldn't be forgotten. Since he couldn't bear to part, he would fight. Little Blossom grabbed a chain of numbers that attempted to come nearer to his brother. The chain of numbers twisted furiously when it got grabbed. Little Blossom's gaze turned cold. He pulled it and opened his big mouth. He bit the numbers with his white teeth. The instant Little Blossom bit the numbers, the chain of number disintegrated. The numbers suddenly stopped in the air when they saw Little Blossom's retaliation. Then, even more numbers flew out of the darkness. This time, however, the power behind these numbers were greater than before. Little Four looked at the wave of OS and is coming towards him with full force. He realized Little Blossom couldn't handle it himself anymore, so he quickly rushed forward and dragged Little Blossom behind him. Little Blossom, get out of here quickly. I won't let Little Blossom be implicated in my problems. Little Brother Four, what are you doing? Little Blossom looked at Little Four who was in front of him and asked in a puzzled tone. This protocol came from my chip. If we don't have the authority to override it, it will continue to come back even if we defeat it. Each time we defeat it, it'll come back stronger than the previous time. We won't be able to resist against it, Little Four replied. Little Blossom, I'm glad that you came to help me. However, I can't be so selfish and let you perish along with me. Little Four smiled. Don't worry. Even if I disappear, I'll still be able to come back. Remember to wait for me. Little Blossom scoffed. Will it still be the same you? Little Blossom knew that anything that got reformatted wouldn't be the same anymore. Master never gives up in the face of any danger. Little Brother Four, we can't give up too. If not, Master will be angry. Little Blossom seriously told Little Four that he wouldn't leave him. Little Four felt like a bucket of water was poured over his head, and he was instantly clear-minded. During the battle with Helia, everyone thought that they wouldn't be able to last until the reinforcements came, but their boss didn't give up despite all the doubts. Even if she might die, even if her future might be destroyed, she still persevered until the end fearlessly. I am the #1 follower of boss, so how can I give up without even fighting? Little Four looked at the powerful whirlpool and smiled. Little Blossom, you're right. If we give up now, boss will beat me up when she finds out. Little Four never wanted to disappoint Ling Lan. He could disappear, but he couldn't leave a bad impression in Ling Lan's heart. He would never allow such a thing to happen. Yes, Little Brother Four. Let's fight together. Little Blossom came beside Little Four and held his hand. Little Blossom's hand was smaller than Little Four's. However, the small, fair, and fat little hand gave Little Four ample strength. Little Blossom, this is our first time working with each other. Let's perform well. Since he was going to disappear soon, let them fight a good battle together for once. Even if he failed in the end, he had no regrets. While Little Four and Little Blossom were cheering each other on, the numbers had congregated into an even more powerful whirlpool, and it moved towards Little Four and Little Blossom viciously. Eve. Little Four pushed his hands out and a huge force slammed into the huge whirlpool. Boom! The two forces collided. This time, Little 4 chose to attack instead of defending passively. This protocol came from Little 4's chip, so he couldn't really use his full strength to resist it. However, the force he exerted still allowed the numbers to disperse a little. Little Blossom had been waiting for his chance. He opened his mouth wide and a huge mouth was suddenly materialized on top of the whirlpool. The mouth opened itself and bit the whirlpool of numbers. Clang! When the mouth bit into the numbers, a piercing sound was made. Little Blossom seemed to be in pain. These numbers were not just normal data, as there was power stored within them. The power within these numbers was so great Little Blossom felt that he couldn't maintain the materialized mouth anymore. It was going to be destroyed by the power from the whirlpool. Malicious intent appeared in Little Blossom's eyes. I'm the Doomsday Flower. I'm the only kin of destruction. Only I have the ability to destroy things. No one can destroy me. The brutality in Little Blossom's heart exploded. He finally managed to let the mouth bite into the numbers. A series of ear-shattering sounds were heard. A section of the huge whirlpool got bitten out by the mouth. The numbers that were spinning around started disintegrating. Those that managed to escape the bite from the huge mouth escaped into the darkness. Little Blossom's vicious devouring ability had frightened the numbers. They scattered into the dark space in front of Little 4 and Little Blossom and started congregating together again. However, they didn't dare to get near them. They could only search for more numbers in the dark space and prepare for the final battle. The numbers knew these two intelligent entities were hard to deal with. It needed to congregate more if it wanted to defeat them once and for all. After Little Blossom swallowed the numbers, his face turned pale. His fair face got even whiter and he looked a little transparent. Little Blossom, are you all right? Little 4 noticed Little Blossom's change and started to worry about him. Little Blossom wiped his mouth and replied calmly, I'm fine. This energy can't harm me. His body consisted of data that allowed him to swallow, contaminate and destroy all data. Formatting could clear all data, but in front of a powerful counter like Little Blossom, it would have a hard time too. Little Blossom seemed calm, but his body internally was not. The data that he swallowed possessed a certain power. When they entered his body, the power within the data still existed, so they tried to reformat the data in Little Blossom's body. The moment the data he swallowed tried to do this, the destructive data in Little Blossom's body got angry. They were arrogant and proud. They would not bow down to other data. In front of these data that wanted to format them, they revealed their true selves when they were provoked and immediately pounced on these new data. Very soon, the data in Little Blossom's body started fighting one another. They contaminated whatever they could contaminate and destroyed whatever they could destroy. They resisted against the foreign data. This was why Little Blossom's face turned pale. If things got worse, he might not even be able to maintain his human form anymore. Both sides had a chance to breathe, but the ultimate battle was not far away. The numbers congregated all together and started spinning around. They didn't look as frightening as before, but Little 4 and Little Blossom knew that this slow whirlpool was the real danger. Little 4 clenched his fist tightly, as he made a decision. He would fight until he falls. He must send Little Blossom out of his world. From the start of the battle, he had never thought of letting Little Blossom risk his life for him. The two loggerheads finally started their battle. Boom! A dull sound echoed through the room. When Little 4 and Little Blossom clashed with the force that was attempting to format them, their faces turned pale. Little 4 turned and looked at Little Blossom beside him. He said in a low voice, Little Blossom, thank you. Thank you for not giving up on me during my most dangerous time. Little 4 reached out his right hand and pushed Little Blossom away. Little Blossom was caught off guard, so he got pushed out of the world. This was Little 4's world. Little Blossom took a lot of effort to find this world. However, if Little 4 wanted him to leave, he could do so easily, as this was Little 4's power. In his world, he was God. Unfortunately, the protocol came from his chip. He couldn't stop it. Little Brother 4. Little Blossom's angry scream echoed throughout the space. Little 4 retracted his hand and placed his fingers in his mouth. He kissed it lightly and smiled brightly. Little 4, good job. Without Little Blossom's strength, the whirlpool of numbers managed to enter Little 4's body. Little 4 started dissipating from his limbs. Boss, I'm happy to have known you. I've learned many things from you. If I can, I hope that I can follow you forever and watch you create your own empire. I want to see you fulfill your dream and give birth to a pretty little baby. I want to travel around the world with you, oh, and that stupid Little Blossom too. Little 4's tears fell to the space beneath him. They turned into sparkling particles before disappearing. Little 4 didn't want to give up. However, he had tried his best to fight against the power, but he still couldn't hold on. He still had to say goodbye to the people he loved. Since you still want to follow me, why did you give up before I came? Ling Lan's old voice sounded beside Little 4. Little 4 widened his eyes in shock. He saw a scary-looking black and red aura spreading around him. Ling Lan, who had released all her force of presence, appeared in front of him. Humph, get back. The red aura around Ling Lan shot out towards the whirlpool of numbers. The numbers, which were attacking Little 4 crazily, hurriedly scurried back as though they had seen something frightening. Little Blossom. Ling Lan raised her finger and a red light from her fingers split the darkness into two. At the opposite side of the red light, Little Blossom's figure could be seen faintly. Here. Little Blossom followed the red light and came to Ling Lan's side instantly. With the help of his master, he once again found his way into this world. Help Little 4. Half of Little 4's body had disappeared. Although she could scare away the data that was destroying Little 4's body, Little 4 still had to get rid of the data that had already entered his body. It might be hard for him since he was already half gone, so Ling Lan called Little Blossom over to help him. After all, Little Blossom had the power to devour foreign data in Little 4's body. Yes, Master. Little Blossom nodded. He flew over and came beside Little 4. He disregarded Little 4's irritating smile and grabbed his shoulder. Little 4 felt that Little Blossom was quite strong. He even felt pain from just him grabbing his shoulder. He wasn't supposed to be able to feel pain. Why was he having such a sensation? While Little 4 was thinking too much, a powerful string of data flowed from Little Blossom's hands into his body. Little 4 trusted Little Blossom, but when his data entered his body, Little 4 couldn't help but feel like resisting. Fortunately, he reacted in time and stopped his body's natural reaction. This allowed Little Blossom's data to flow into his body smoothly. This happened because Little 4 and Little Blossom's data were on two different ends of the spectrum. If they didn't become family due to a series of coincidences, they would end up being enemies of one another. The moment Little Blossom's data entered Little 4's body, it started devouring the foreign data. As time goes by, Little Blossom's face turned even paler. Just like what was mentioned earlier, the foreign data was not so easy to deal with. If Little Blossom wasn't careful enough, he might injure himself. Little 4's body started condensing together again. The limbs that had disappeared grew out slowly. Earlier, Ling Lan heaved a sigh of relief when Little 4 was still not gone yet. She searched through the entire learning space and finally found Little 4's presence. However, when she broke through the barrier and entered his space, Little 4 was already half gone. She got furious and scared. If she had found him a minute later, her adorable and playful younger brother would be gone. The malicious intent in her heart rose again when she thought of this possibility. She looked at the numbers that were still congregating their energy. She narrowed her eyes. Killing intent filled up the entire space. What are you? How dare you hurt my Little 4? You are looking for death. Ling Lan used her right finger as a sword and slashed it at the whirlpool that was threatening her. An ice sword flew out from the tip of her finger and chopped the whirlpool into two. However, something strange happened. The two halves of the whirlpool merged together again, but the huge ice sword turned into numbers and seeped into the whirlpool. Ling Lan frowned. She didn't know what kind of power this was at the start, but now she knew. It was the power that could turn anything into raw data. No wonder Little Four couldn't do anything to it. Boss, this protocol came from my core chip. Unless we know what is the passcode of the protocol, we can't stop it. Little Four quickly told Ling Lan where this whirlpool came from. Who knows the passcode? When Ling Lan saw the whirlpool attempting to move again, she emitted her devil blood aura and suppressed the whirlpool. Although her ice sword was useless against it, it seemed to be afraid of her devil blood aura. I don't know. I wonder if your instructors know. Little Four didn't want to disappear. Hence, he searched for ways to stay alive. I understand. Ling Lan broke the barrier again and grabbed number 5, who was caught off guard. When number 5 entered Little Four's world and saw the powerful whirlpool made of numbers, he spat out the shells of sunflower seeds from his mouth and shouted, "Ling Lan, why did you pull me in? That thing is able to format us too." That thing was the scavenger of the learning space. Anyone who met it would die. What's the passcode? I want to cancel the protocol, Ling Lan asked directly. Number 5 gave a bitter smile. How will I know? He was only here to watch over Majesty 4. He wasn't the person who invented that scavenger. Who will know? Ling Lan didn't give up. No one knows. That thing is in the hands of the person who invented it, number 5 said helplessly. Even number 1 didn't know anything. The human race was guarded against them at that time, so they didn't release information to them as they were afraid that they might develop a close relationship with Majesty 4 while watching over him and help him instead. Isn't there any way we can destroy that thing? Ling Lan looked at the restless whirlpool of numbers. Her frown got deeper. Number 5 shrugged. Only he that hides can find. If you want to solve this problem, it depends on Little Four. What do you mean? Ling Lan's eyes lit up. How will I know? Number 5 answered irresponsibly. Why did you say that on he that hides can find then? Ling Lan gritted her teeth. Can't you see that we are in an emergency? Didn't this protocol came from Little Four's main chip? By right, it is a part of Little Four's own power. Since it's his power, he should have the ability to control it. But, I'm not him, so I don't know how to control it. Number 5 pointed at the whirlpool of numbers as he explained. Ling Lan, Little Four, and Little Blossom were in deep thought when they heard this. Number 5 saw this and said, I've said everything I can say. As for what you should do now, it's up to you. Number 5 threw the last sentence at them before running away. Don't find me if anything happens. I can't solve it too. He didn't dare to interfere with a power that could potentially destroy everything in this space. He was not Ling Lan. Ling Lan could still escape if she was defeated by the whirlpool of numbers. However, as a member of this space, if he provoked that thing, there was no way he could escape. Ling Lan didn't prevent number 5 from leaving. She understood what number 5 meant. He really couldn't help them with this matter anymore. Little Four now had to rely on himself. Ling Lan looked at Little Four. Little Four nodded to show that he could do it. His boss took the risk of getting injured for his sake, all because of him accidentally breaking the rules. Although his boss appeared in front of him in an exaggerated manner, her pale face couldn't escape his eyes. Since the solution to destroying that whirlpool was in his hand, he must find it. If not, he wouldn't be able to repay his boss's love for him. When Little Blossom saw Ling Lan's serious expression, he knew that Little Four's journey to find the passcode was dangerous. He volunteered, Master, I can go with Little Brother Four. Ling Lan glanced at Little Four. She didn't know if it was a good thing to let Little Blossom follow Little Four. Hence, she wanted to let Little Four decide. Let him accompany me. Little Four saw his boss and Little Blossom's concern in their eyes. He was touched. Little Four believed that he had the ability to protect Little Blossom whether he succeeded or failed. Little Blossom might be able to help him with his ability too in case something went wrong, so he agreed to let Little Blossom tag along. A flash of silver light appeared from his fingers. It slit one of the walls of darkness, revealing a small hole. Ling Lan could see the multiple silver roads inside the hole as well as all kinds of buildings made with the numbers 0 and 1. The heights of the buildings were all different. There seemed to be no end to the buildings as they stretched out into the horizon. Ling Lan knew that it must be Little Four's core world. He could only find the passcode for the protocol in his core world. When the restless whirlpool of numbers saw Little Four breaking the barrier and attempting to enter the core world, it was furious. It rushed towards Little Four with the intention of wanting to destroy this disobedient body of data once and for all. "I'll take care of everything. Just focus on finding the passcode." Ling Lan's devil blood aura appeared again and blocked the path of the whirlpool of numbers.